A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world for this second edition of National Ability Summit. For the benefit of friends who cannot see, I am Varija Life, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wearing spectacles these days, limit on excessive screen time post-COVID. I have a wheatish skin tone and a long brown straight hair. I'm wearing an orange dress with the black jacket with the white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of the screen. During the first edition of NAS in 2020, we had initiated conversations around digital accessibility, adaptive fashion, investments in disabled startups, films on disabilities, employment, skill development, and assistive technology. In 2020, we had 55 speakers from 6 countries. Today, I stand proud and honored hosting the second edition of NAS with 70 global experts from 20 plus countries over these 2 days. National Ability Summit has grown to become a disability think tank where people from around the world share their challenges and learning curves on disability inclusion with leaders in the disability movement. Here at NAS, we network, we associate, and we amplify the mission of disability inclusion. So do not hesitate to connect with us or any of the experts on the panels if your mission is same as ours. This year's theme is inspired by United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, Leave No One Behind. With the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, 193 United Nations member states pledged to ensure no one will be left behind and to make efforts to reach the last one first. People do get left behind when they lack the choices and equal opportunities to participate in everything that this world has to offer. Our conversation focus at NAS will be how to eradicate barriers for people to access services, resources, and equal opportunities, people with disabilities in particular. Now, for a moment, I want you to widen your perception about disability with some simple visualizations. Imagine a woman ferrying a pram with a small child at a railway station, or imagine your grandparents on the wheelchair or simply suffering from joint pains or arthritis. Or even simpler, imagine your eyesight, or at least mine, without spectacles or sunglasses in blaring sunlight. We all have our hacks, without which we all are disabled in some way or the other. India is the youngest nation today. We say that the largest amount of youth is in India. Very soon, this youth will become old. India will become the largest nation or the oldest nation in the world. And when I say oldest nation, I'm talking about old age disabilities. We will be dealing with arthritis, with joint pains, with cataract, glaucoma, Alzheimer's. So my friends, disability is not an alien concept. It's not about them. It's about all of us. During these 2 days, we will try to apply United Nations 3-pronged approach to achieve our mission. Examine the disadvantage that people face. How can we empower those who are being left behind? How do we execute inclusive strategies? You may want to review the detailed agenda on our website, nationalabilitysummit.com, while we are telecasting live through our YouTube channel, Varija Life, Facebook handle, National Ability Summit, and of course, our website, nationalabilitysummit.com. There will be 18 back-to-back sessions today and tomorrow, focusing on tourism, transport, entertainment, education, journalism, sports, media, identity, mental health of first responders, inclusive society and independent living, hidden disabilities, aftercare homes, community-based rehabilitation, digital accessibility, policy, employment, and investment in the disability sector. Woof! That's a whole lot that we have to offer to you during these 2 days. I'm sure you're equally excited as much as all our panelists are. I'd like to take a moment to thank our supporters. Elasto India, one of the largest elastic manufacturing brand for shoes in India. Apart from several charitable initiatives, Elasto India has been involved in setting up eye checkup camps and supporting education for many students. They also run a charitable dispensary under Chandu Lal Jain Society. WhatsApp. Voice of SAP is a global advocacy organization with a mission to redefine the idea of disabled persons. WhatsApp's flagship innovative approach with WhatsApp's mobile app is now becoming public utility app for finding accessible places, as well as empowering activism to create demand for accessibility. So do download WhatsApp mobile app to find accessible places around you. Sakhi, and oh my God, I'm so impressed by them. Sakhi is an Indian startup led by Riya Gulati, a 16-year-old class 11 student from DPS Allahabad, and Yash Jain from Agra, who is a 17-year-old tumor survivor and a fighter. Isn't it rightly said that the new generation is more conscious about inclusivity? I'm so proud of both these young startups. Sakis, as the name says, it all works hand in hand like a friend to support the people with disabilities and marginalized to earn their living. They skill PWDs in creating eco-friendly products and help them find the right market at the right price. So do connect with them to empower more lives and their efforts to push those who are left behind. White Rose Labs is a technology solutions company focusing on cutting edge and affordable technologies. It is because of them that experiences and expertise of these global experts are reaching you at this very moment. Thank you, White Rose Labs, for making us digitally accessible. I would also like to take this moment to thank all those without whom it would not have been possible to put this mammoth event together. You may want to call it a team. I would like to call them my army. Our core team, Krishma Shah, co-convener, National Ability Summit, who wears multiple hats. She's an entertainment psychologist and a co-director of Chicago Relatabilities Film Festival. Dr. Nimesh Desai, director and psychiatrist, Institute of Human Behavior and Sciences. Hardeep Rai, Group CEO, Kaleidoscope Group of Companies. Nikki Hind, founder, Blind Grit, and Irfan Habib, CEO, White Rose Labs. Our support team, Garima, Anjani, Sharma, Nasreen, Preetham, Ankita, Bipasha, and Akshay Chavla. We are stronger together. Without much further ado, I would like to open the stage for conversations and dialogues at National Ability Summit for you now, and embark this journey for greater learnings and inclusion.
I became disabled when I was 17 years old, and when I lost a job because of ableism in the entertainment industry, I realized that what I wanted to do was help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with disabilities and are different from you. The more perspective you bring to your company, the more innovative your product and solution will be.
I'm also someone who's completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should lead. We should show the way. We should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now we create standardized, conformant learners when we need diverse perspectives and critical thinkers.
Disability inclusive employment. It is a critical component to disability inclusion in business in general.
I'm Australia's first blind fashion designer.
People living with disability are often excluded.
We are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit.
Please join our identity session during the National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of this journey with you at this year's National Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be at the National Ability Summit on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And I'm inviting you to the Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Please join me at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I'm looking forward to participating in the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I can't wait to see you there.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our national and international attendees and our panelists. My name is Dr. Grisham Shah, and I'm the co-convener of National Ability Summit. Professionally, I'm an entertainment psychologist and an artist, and I'm currently living in Chicago. I work to make Hollywood and Bollywood more inclusive. I have wheatish skin and very big eyes, at least I think so. My hair is in a bun, and I'm wearing a black blazer over a yellow dress. And welcome panelists to this session on entertainment for all and by all. From stars to staging to storytelling, so many things need to come together so that audiences around the world can be entertained. But rarely is entertainment inclusive. And the National Ability Summit, we believe that entertainment should be for all and by all. This means considering people with disabilities behind the camera as crew members, in front of the camera as cast, and as audience members excited to see your projects come to life. Last year for the National Ability Summit, we spoke about film and its impact on audiences. And we realized that entertainment is a tree with many branches, and each branch can be inclusive with the right frameworks, which is why I'm so delighted to share with you our amazing moderator for today, Keely Catwells. Keely has been named a top 20 changemaker. She's an entrepreneur and disability advocate, activist that is dedicated to making social, systemic, and economic change. Most recently, Keely was listed in the Marie Claire as a person that you should be following on Instagram, so make sure you do. Keely also sits on the Deaf and Disabled Committee at Equity UK and the British Film Institute's Disability Advisory Council. She's the CEO of C Talent, Zeta Finance, and Zeta Studios. Zeta Studios is set to be the world's first ever studio to be fully accessible for people with disabilities. Hi, Keely.
Hello, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. So I'm Keely, and I am a Caucasian woman with long, blonde, wavy-ish hair. I am wearing a green blazer, and I'm wearing large, square, kind of gold-rimmed glasses, and my background is blurred. So as mentioned, I'm the CEO and founder of C Talent, and I became disabled when I was 17 years old. When I moved to LA, I lost a job, not because of my disability, but because of Hollywood's ableism. And ableism is the discrimination against disabled people. And that's why I founded C Talent, with the goal of increasing employment of disabled people and to target the lack of accessibility in the industry and beyond, and create superstars who just so happen to be disabled, as well as helping companies become inclusive beyond compliance. So today I'm so excited to be speaking with Lachi and Nick, who I have the pleasure of knowing personally and have been able to collaborate with as well. So Lachi, would you be able to go ahead and introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Hi, my name is Lachi, she, her, black girl, cornrows. I'm also wearing a Gibson sweatshirt. My background is blurred. And then my cornrows are super nice. I have golden nails, golden earrings, and I am just generally happy to be here. So you're gonna hear the smile in my words. I am a recording artist, songwriter, and disability inclusion advocate, like my friends Nick and Keely here. I work in the I work in the EDM music realm. I'm also co-chair of the Recording Academy Advocacy Committee in New York, Professionals with Disabilities, a coalition of said recording artists, music professionals, engineers, and producers, and songwriters and composers for that group. So I'm really excited to be here and get into the nitty-gritty.
Amazing. Thank you, Nick. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes. Hello, I am Nick Novicki. I am a little person wearing a black suit, black tie, you know, because this is a big deal, international, you got to dress up. I have short hair. I'm Caucasian with a little bit of scruff. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer. I've been very lucky in that I've been able to tour all over the world. I've been in 40 TV shows and movies, gotten the chance to work with Martin Scorsese, the Farley brothers, but the majority of my work has been self-driven, me writing, producing, creating my own content. So 9 years ago, I was looking around, I was like, why aren't more people with disabilities creating their own content? So I created the Disability Film Challenge, which is a film competition where you need to have somebody with a disability in front of or behind the camera. It's grown year after year. I partnered with Easter Seals, the largest disability services organization in the US, and they're international as well, in 2017. And to date, we've had hundreds of films, countless of success stories, and ultimately it's people with disabilities creating their own film, taking their career in their own hands. And it's been such an honor to have both of you part of the Film Challenge and to be able to work with you beyond.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This is Keely speaking. So the first topic I wanted to touch on was disclosure. In my introduction, I did disclose being disabled, and this has taken me a while to feel comfortable with, and it's now a personal preference. For me, I feel like if I don't disclose, then I don't get the tools that I need. So I'm wondering, Lachi, your thoughts on disclosure and your experience in the entertainment industry and the topic of disclosure.
Yeah, so I actually failed to mention that I am legally blind. It's just so natural to me that it's just part of who I am. So I did fail to mention it. Interestingly enough, I am non-blind passing at times. So this question of disclosure is a pretty intimate question for me. I had quite the journey of eventually disclosing my disability, and it's the reason I actually disclosed was because not disclosing was shooting me in the foot, like you and the Marcus Schultzes, and being supported by the Armin van Buurens of the world, and having releases on Sony and Universal. And so I'm in these rooms and I have to come correct. So I can't be tripping over different wires that I can't see, or not knowing how to get into the booth. And those things were happening to me because I wasn't allowing people the opportunity to help me figure out how to get places. And I had this thing in my heart that said, oh, if you disclose, people will think maybe you're not competitive. People may not want to work with you, or worse yet, people will feel sorry for you, which is just not in Lachi's lexicon. But actually, when I disclosed, when I finally came out and decided, you know what, instead of being a wallflower at these networking events and at these carpets and wondering why I'm not walking out with the deals that my friends are walking out with, let me stop being a wallflower and just say, hi, my name is Lachi. I'm blind. Now what? And it just really opened up my life. It allowed me to not be afraid to go up and talk to people, because it's an awesome icebreaker. Like, how did you get here? How do you do your knobs in the studio? But it also allowed me to get the help I needed, to be able to get the tools I needed, and to advocate for myself adequately and accurately, and to recognize that asking for services, asking for help is actually a strength, because I'm giving myself the leg up I need to start giving myself that equity that I need to actually compete. So I am now really proud to say, hey, hi, I'm blind, I'm Black, I'm female. These are all just parts of me. And now that I'm so confident with who I am, it's infectious, and people want to be around it instead of trying to avoid me because of it. And so I think claiming it, owning it, making it part of your narrative, and not being afraid to allow other people into the space with you is super duper truly important, and has really actually skyrocketed my success.
I love the way you put that. I love that. So awesome. Nick, during your incredible journey with the Film Challenge, what have you noticed when it's come to disclosure? I mean, disability is literally a qualifying factor. So I'd love your take on the subject.
Well, it's interesting too, as I'm listening to both of you talk, Lachi and Keely, we're in different scenarios. You have to disclose your disability in some senses for people to know. It's going to come up. The more people know you, the more you're in situations. But for me, I'm 3'10", So disclosing is not something I've ever had to worry about. I've always been, hey, what's up? You're 3'10". So, and I think that that's been a part of my identity. I've learned to embrace that, to grow up in the East Coast where people, don't really keep to themselves what they're thinking. Everything's out loud, kids, adults. Hey, what's going on? Are you a man? Are you, I'm like, yeah, what's up? How are you? I'm Nick. I'm a little, and in the community that it's brought me connected to throughout my life. And so really when I was coming up with the Disability Film Challenge, the big thing for me was saying, look, we got to say the word disability. There's pride in it, and 9 years ago, there wasn't as much pride as there is now, but I saw it coming. I saw all their marginalized communities embracing their identity, their culture. And I was like, we need to say the word disability, and you have to have somebody with a disability in front of or behind the camera. And the amount of people that have taken part in the film challenge and let me know after that, they've actually opened up about their disability for the first time publicly through the film challenge, and the amount of pride that they had, and just the relief, and the fact that that opened up other doors. Because I think really a big factor in why people haven't disclosed before is there's a fear. Am I going to get hired? Are people going to, think that I'm not qualified? When in reality, we've seen the opposite. We've seen studios, we've seen professionals. They're like, look, we need more diversity within our projects. There's 61 million Americans, roughly 1 in 4 that have some form of disability. And those statistics, they transfer worldwide, and so this is a huge demographic. And beyond that, we're storytellers as filmmakers, as musicians, as artists. We want to tell a different story. And so if you have something different to tell, that's bringing value. So, I'm firmly all about disclose your disability, say the word. Lawrence Carter Long came up with that a campaign that said, say the word for disability. And I think there's just so much pride within us. And the more pride we have, the more opportunities that we're going to get collectively.
And we have a flag. Disability has a flag. It was only recently that I learned that disability actually has a flag, and it's a really awesome flag too. So everyone should go and Google the Disability Pride flag for sure. It's so true what you say.
It makes us sound like we're pirates. We got a flag. We're gonna take over your boat.
Oh yeah. But it's so true what you say. In a world where everyone is so similar, what a joy it is to be different. I mean, I love that. So I feel like in the industry, companies are slowly but surely getting it. The film industry is slowly but surely catching on that this isn't just the right thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do as well. But I feel like sometimes they may get it wrong, and we see tokenism. So how do we get past that tokenistic representation, and how can we get to that systemic change and just have disability a part of the culture and a part of the way that we do things?
Who's taking this one? You want me to go do it?
I'm happy to jump in.
Go for it, Nick.
I think for me, really the way to change that is by us being a part of the narrative. People with disabilities creating our own films, creating our own projects. You can't tokenize yourself unless you choose to. So it's the more that we have access to be able to take agency and control what we're doing, our destiny, whether that's writing songs, writing, music side for Lachi, and who is an amazing artist, which shout out to you for the great music you did for the film challenge film last year, and just all the amazing music you do in general. But I mean, that's you taking your career in your own hands. And then, however it's perceived with the tokenism that's a PR problem. But in terms of, the tokenism, that's you doing it. And I think for me, I mean, that was the reason why I started creating. I'm 3'10", and I was lucky enough early in my career to get on The Sopranos, which is the biggest TV show in the world at the time. But then right after that, it was like no auditions at all, couple elf auditions, couple things like that, I wasn't playing the kind of roles that I wanted to play. So I was like, I got to create this myself. And so I feel like, the more we can do ourselves, then the more we're just undeniable. And those kind of barriers of tokenism and some of those areas aren't as meaningful, because frankly, then they're coming to you like, hey, we want to invest in what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally second that. I agree. Once we're the storytellers, once we're creating the stories, our own stories, then it takes away that stigma that it was created by a society that just doesn't understand disability. And if we tell the stories ourselves from a place of understanding, from a place of experience, lived experience, from the side of the tale that the broader society hasn't seen and doesn't know, then we start to smash that stigma. And the more we smash the stigma, the more folks are exposed to our stories told by us, then the more people are just comfortable, knowledgeable. Really, when we have these fears, it's just a lack of understanding. It's a lack of not knowing what to do, how to approach, how to ask the question, what do I say? And I continue to find myself in rooms where people are trying to figure out how to even ask questions, how to approach things. Is it okay if I do this? What if I? And you start to see less of that the more folks are exposed. And that's what's happening. Authentic representation, authentic storytelling. That's the direction we need to go. And that's where we're slowly but surely going, especially with things like the Disability Film Challenge. To be able to have hundreds upon hundreds of stories told authentically, starring folks authentically representing their disabilities. I mean, that's the number one place that these stories really start. But it's not just that. It's not just the exposure to Hollywood or the exposure to folks that don't know disability. It's really exposure for people with disabilities to start standing in front of their stories and telling them, to start being empowered to tell their stories, to stop being afraid to tell their truths. And the more we get these stories out there, the more stories we will be able to get out there, because more folks will be able to step up and say, heck, I want to do that too.
Absolutely. It's so well put. I feel like there's two types of stories that we want to see more, two types of representation that we want to see more, is both the stories celebrating our culture and things about our history and disability history. And then we also want to see the incidental stories where it may have nothing to do with disability, but you still got a disabled person in the lead, in the starring role. I feel like those two situations are so important to get included. So in terms of, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to second what you said, because I for the film challenge, we actually encourage people. We say that the films don't have to be about disability at all. In fact, many of the judges prefer you to not have disability part of the storyline at all. So that's what's been so cool. It's like, wheelchair bank robbers and Down syndrome love stories and all these things, and I think that's, again, for me in my professional career and creating for myself, I remember being on a TV show, and so much of the episode was like about me, reaching a light switch or all these other things where I'm like, that is not part of my life, where I'm like, I do have to stand on things, and there are accessibility things, but my wife and I never focus on that, and so it's like, I think the more that writers are around us, back to what Lachi said before, is about like, the more people were around her, then it just became like a second nature, and I think when we're able to get together too in social settings with producers and writers, and you're at these Forbes Summit and all these things, that then it becomes natural. It's like you just start forgetting about certain sides of the disability, and I think it's important not to say, oh, I don't see your disability, because I think it's important for our disability to exist, but it not to be the main factor and the main thing that's like everything. It's still about you being a good musician, you being a good entrepreneur, leader, me hopefully being funny, or if not.
Exactly. Like, disability is not the most interesting thing about us. I think that's what these big studios in Hollywood's got to realize. And I feel like that shift will happen when we've got the behind the camera representation as well. So I would love your thoughts on where are we with behind the camera representation? What's happening? How's it going? Like, is it happening?
Keely, can you repeat that thing you just said? Apparently my doorbell just rang. So just repeat that.
Absolutely. I was wanting to chat about behind the camera representation. And I think this kind of monumental shift that we've kind of all been working for and waiting for so long will really happen when we've changed up those pipelines. And when there's this behind the camera representation, that's when it will become hopefully that big shift. So I'm wondering your thoughts if you're seeing that happen and your experience with that.
You know, one of the things that I really enjoy about sort of my new out life is having a disability forward team. And so, you know, as Keely knows, and as I shout to the heavens all the time, generally everyone on my team has some form of disability, deafness, or neurodiversity. And the machine has been so well oiled because we're all so, well, apart from the fact that folks with disabilities have incredible problem solving skills and outside the box thinking skills, because that's just how we do in life. You know, we're all going towards this purpose of elevating disability culture as the culture that it is. That's why I'm really excited that Nick mentioned the word culture, because disability does have its own culture. And to bring folks on behind the scenes that bring that lived experience and bring that option C when there's option A and option B and no other option in sight, folks with disabilities bring that option C. And, you know, it's been proven in study after study after study that if you hire folks with disabilities, or at least have them as part of your talent push when you're looking for folks to hire, you just do better. Studios that do that, production houses that do that, even corporate America, when they take that into account, they just do much better. So like, let's say, for instance, when we did our PBS special, our PBS segment on Renegades, I was so happy to find that the majority of the background crew was either literally blind or deaf, women led as well. And I felt so comfortable. I felt so accommodated. Everything was, for the most part, pretty universally built in to make sure that everybody could work well. And anyone who was non-disabled got to benefit from that. And so we can get into universal design. It's just everybody wins when disability is really kind of at the forefront of putting things together. So I'm definitely a proponent for that. Okay, I'm obviously like at a loss for words because I get like kind of emotional about this point, but it just makes everything so much better when you design things with inclusivity in mind on the onset. It turns out it doesn't just help people with disabilities, it makes the experience a million times better for non-disabled people as well. And I just want to take a quick tangent real quick about that point. So recently, I teamed up, us at Ramped, we teamed up with this organization called the Wavies, and they put on an award show here in New York where they highlight artists with LGBTQ, with women, minorities that identify with a disability. They highlight them, they showcase their music, they have them perform, they give out awards, and it's put on by the mayor's office in New York City. And they came to Ramped and said, hey, help us make sure that we're accessible. And so we were very honored. Of course, we made sure that the stage was accessible, that there was ASL, who actually the ASL guy was the star of the show, Brandon Maddox. But one of the things that we threw in was, hey, whenever you speak, whenever you go up to present, introduce what you look like, self-describe. And people were feeling weird about it, like, oh, I don't know if I want to self-describe, that's weird. And so we said, just do it, everybody, just figure it out. I knew a bunch of blind people were coming to the show. So we did it. The entire night was all about self-describe. And believe me when I tell you, it made the night immensely beautiful. So it being a night highlighting people with, different gender identities and whatnot, people started coming to the stage instead of being like, hi, I am a Black woman with cornrows and a Gibson shirt. It's like people were coming to the stage going, I am an Amazon at 6 feet tall, a beautiful Black woman, and I'm wearing and it was just so amazing. Everyone ended up in tears by the end of the night, best friends in the audience. And it was just the most amazing, beautiful show that I was ever a part of. And so I'm just all about advocating for making it inclusive to all, and that actually being beneficial for the non-disabled participants.
That's pretty awesome. You know, and if I can, I want to touch on something that you talked about in terms of the value that we bring as a community. You know, I always say, like, you know, as a little person, look, I was born an entrepreneur, you know, because the fact is, when I have to wash my hands in a public restroom, I need to figure out how to turn the trash can over, step on that. I create my own stool, you know, so it's like my own business in a public restroom, you know, and ultimately, though, that ends up being of value. So if you're in a company, especially in the entertainment industry, where things change on a daily basis, there's a new script, there's a new location, there's a new actor, there's a new city we need to be in. You need people that are going to be able to roll with that and be able to act on the spot. And so I think the disability community as a whole, we bring so much value in the fact that for our whole lives, many of us have learned how to do our jobs, but also, you know, make sure that we're able to do it through accessibility, the way that we work best, you know, and highlighting that. So I think that brings so much value. And in terms of the question about, you know, what's the representation like behind the camera? Honestly, it's you know, we need more. I'm very proud that we have a database of people that work behind the camera, from the Film Challenge, you know, talented artists like Lachi or composers. You know, we have a lot of great writers and, you know, editors and you know, camera people and directors, but there are a lot of jobs. There's a lot of jobs working from a production coordinator, or a lot of opportunities where you don't need to be physically able to carry, you know, a 100-pound light, which, you know, some of us, that's probably not our best job. I mean, some people with disabilities, you know, we may have, you know, we have to, there's so many different disabilities, and that's something else that's very important to highlight. When you say the word disability, it's not just somebody in a wheelchair, it's not just a little person or somebody with CP. There's so many invisible disabilities. And, you know, and so I think that, you know, again, as we're able to be more open and really embrace us as a community in the pride in what we have, then, you know, we get rid of the stigma around the word, you know. And so we see that actually more people are coming out and saying, hey, you know what, actually, I do have a disability. So now there are other crew members that we don't even know that have disabilities. And I've seen that. I've seen this happen through the Film Challenge, where we have people nominated as an editor, and then we find out they have a disability because, you know, it's just, you don't have to say that. You know, if you're an editor, you don't need to come forward and say, I have a disability, not just with the Film Challenge, in general. You're working, you know, remotely, people don't see you, they don't know you're in a wheelchair or that you're on the autism spectrum, or, you know, so I think that there's more and more opportunities. And I think that that's something, you know, we're doing a lot of workshops and seminars where, you know, we're teaching skills, and that's something that's important, and I want to do more of that. But I feel like that there is a pipeline there. So if you're listening, you're tuning in, well, we can't get somebody with a disability, that's not true. You can. So put it out there, and when there's a job and it's paying, believe me, we will come and we'll get that job. We'll bring the talent in. But, you know, there's still room for growth, and I think, you know, there is, frankly, in front of the camera too.
Absolutely. Oh, the amount of times I've heard that, like, oh, you know, we wanted to hire someone disabled, but we just couldn't find anyone.
Find one.
No, there is no excuse. We are literally, I think, Crutches Inspire Samani Barbara, and someone we represent, quotes, she said, I think on social media, she goes, close your eyes and point. Like, we are everywhere. And so I love that. But
I have to interrupt for 1 second. I just got to say, Nick, you said that when you're in the restroom, you create your own stool and do your business. So I just wanted to let you know that you said that.
Yeah, you know,
I'm like, I create my own stool and I do my business too.
Hey, I meant to wash my hands, but you know.
Okay, I'm glad you wash your hands after creating stool. That's good.
I just, you know what, I want to, you know, who knows? Eventually, we're coming out of the coronavirus. Somebody's gonna want to shake my hands. I want to let them know, hey, I wash my hands no matter what. All right.
All right. I really took this the wrong direction. I apologize. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I mean, but based off that, and it's so often forgotten, disability, accessibility, it creates innovation, it sparks innovation. And I think that so oftentimes gets forgotten. I mean, something I learned as well that, you know, text messaging and, you know, SMS messaging came from the deaf community. Potato peelers wouldn't exist without people who have arthritis. And it's so often forgotten. I think accessibility is often seen as something that, oh, it's going to be so expensive, which is such a big myth. And, oh, it's going to, you know, just get in the way. But Lachi, as you said, it benefits everyone. Universal design is just the fundamental condition of good design. So you both are performers and you do amazing work. And I'm just interested to hear, going to put you on the spot a little bit. If you could create your own, well, you are creating your own jobs, your own work, but if you could be cast in some big, huge studio movie, what would that role be? What would that be to you?
Nick? Let me give myself like let me give myself 5 minutes to think.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes it's hard to kind of, you know, sit back and just kind of appreciate things that you've already had the opportunities to do. But in reality, it's like I've been in the entertainment industry for 20 years. And so I've already gotten the chance to work with so many great people. And also on the, you know, studio and you know, TV side, but also in on the indie side, with so many artists that, you know, are like-minded, that see my vision, that understand the kind of projects I want to do and that we could do together. But in terms of a studio kind of project, I love my gangster movies. So I'd like to be in some more, you know, keep that Boardwalk Empire train going, you know, and maybe work with Scorsese again. In my ultimate, you know, I wrote a script about Billy Barty, who was the founder of Little People of America. He founded that in 1957, and he was a vaudevillian, you know, actor and advocate, and he was in the entertainment industry for 73 years, from 3 till he died. And so that's my dream, you know, role, to play Billy Barty.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's nice. That's really dope too, that, like, you know, I like how you mentioned, you know, at the end of the day, being a successful person with a disability, you had to really fight, right, to get everything that you have now. And so you make sure along the way while you're fighting that you do all the things you want to do. And if you are, you know, the type of person who fights, you make sure you get into the rooms you want to get into, and you work and you work and you work. And so I can definitely relate to that. Like, I do remember, so I just came out of a camp songwriting with Alicia Keys. And I remember when I was younger going, if I ever meet Alicia Keys, that means I made it. And so just yesterday I came out of a camp writing with her. So I'm like, I guess I made it. I guess this is me making it. You know, and to be right. So, and to be able, and then like the other day, I had a call with the White House Office of Public Engagement, just talking to me about being blind and doing art. And I remember after that call, or after that sort of interview, I call my mom up and I go, hey mom, I just spoke to the White House about being blind. And she was like, I guess it's over. I guess you did it. You win at life. Like, what do you do now? And so these opportunities do come when you say, hey, this is me. I am the thing that you're looking for. Like, there is no other me out there. So I am selling who I am. And if you want this, take it. And I think that my dream project, which Keely already knows, because Keely knows everything I'm working on, is that, you know, I have two, actually. I've always been a huge Sex and the City fan. I didn't watch it while it was on. I watched it after. And I always really loved just the idea. I mean, I'm from New York, just the idea of, sexy, 30, 20s and 30 somethings, just living life and being creatives and just dealing with the woes and toes of New York. And I thought that it would be so amazing to have a show like that for women who are blind. Just sexy women who are blind going out doing their thing, because I figure I'm a sexy woman who's blind and I know all of my friends are. Why don't we have a show that we can point out and go, wow, that's me on the screen? So I would love to see something like that, whether it's scripted or unscripted. And then the other thing I would absolutely love to see or to do, or actually that I'm working on, is really music out there that embraces disability in a competitive way. So my music that I create is EDM and sort of pop dance vocals. So very radio friendly, very top 40 friendly music. But I want to see it focusing on disability issues. I want to see it me talking about how I use a cane and not being afraid to put that somewhere in a rap somewhere. Like, we have different minorities talking about how they came up from the hood or how they came up from their different country. We have people with talking about, their gender identity. That's blowing up right now with folks talking about, hey, I identify in a certain way, but I still love. And that's really being embraced. I'm ready to take it to that next level and embrace disability in that way in the music scene. And I'm encouraging my folks at Ramped to do the same, recording artists, music professionals with disability. If you're a musician listening to this right now, come join us, because that's really what I want to see. I want to see more artists singing and rapping and creating about their true identity, and that being embraced by major society. That's what I want to see.
I love that. Love that. And yes, we are working towards it. We're going to make it happen for sure. I often think about things that I wish I had known before I entered into this business, and just, entrepreneurship as a whole, and especially being a disabled entrepreneur and navigating just the discrepancies with funding and the lack of people who get it, and people who say, oh, you should just be a charity. And I just wish that I could have told me a few years ago some advice. So I'm wondering, what would you tell yourself or other disabled creators and disabled entrepreneurs and just disabled people in this industry as they're starting out, and people who look up to you guys?
What would I tell my past self? Well, several things I wish I'd known before I really cracked into the industry. And one of them is, it's okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was okay. Like, just life. It's okay. I didn't know that. I didn't have anyone to point to put on my vision board to say, I want to be that. I didn't know how to advocate for myself. I didn't know I was allowed to. I didn't know that I could be proud of my disability. I didn't know I was allowed to. I didn't know that I could stand in front of my disability. I didn't know I could advocate for disability. I didn't know that it was okay to just even talk about it with friends, with family. I didn't have any community. And funnily enough, just earlier this year, maybe like a couple of months ago, I found myself on one of those audio only apps, and in a room with people with disabilities, all meeting for the first time. Hundreds kept saying, this is the first time I've ever spoken to other people with disabilities. And this is 2021. These people are in their 20s and 30s and are meeting other people with disabilities for the first time. And so I just didn't know that it was okay. I didn't know that it was okay for me to be myself. And I really want this next generation to know it's okay to be yourself. It's okay to be proud of yourself. There's nothing wrong with the word pride. Some people take it too far, but don't let people squelch your light because they don't know how to deal with their own pride. Be proud of the things you create. It's okay. Be proud of who you are. It's okay. Talk about it. And also, like Nick pointed out, saying the word disability is fine. The water's fine. The weather's fine over here. You can say it. There's nothing wrong with the prefix dis. This is what I tell people all the time. I'm distinct. I'm distinguished. I like me a good discount. There's some good words that start with dis. It's okay to say the word disability. You don't need to just focus on the ability part. Disability is an identity. Once you take the dis out, then you're taking away the identity of the word. It's like saying just American instead of African American. No, I'm not going to take away the fact that I have the African part in American. It's like taking the man, just saying man instead of woman. I am a woman. It's a whole identity. So be okay with saying the full word disability, because why are we hiding behind it? Why are we trying to euphemize it? There's nothing wrong with disability that you need to euphemize. And that's the kind of stuff I wish I told my younger self. That's the kind of stuff I wish I knew, because I would be have been this happy then.
I mean, that's pretty awesome. That's tough to follow.
Mic drop.
I love that. I always say, do what others don't. I feel like going beyond the cooler, and it's who want to be more inclusive, who have enjoyed this conversation, go, oh my gosh, I'm missing out on this huge, incredible community. And what's the first step I should take?
Well, I think one, for me, it's call us in to audition, call us in to, read our materials, bring us into the room. Also embed yourself into our community. What's so cool is our, Film Challenge Awards. We do screenings at film festivals around the country. So often it's not just the actual films, it's the network and the exposure towards those producers or those network executives when they're there and they're hanging out in the lobby and they're getting a drink together. And then all of a sudden now they're like, ooh, this could be a really good idea for an episode. And it could be about Lachi, and Lachi's, she, the way she does this, and she got out of this camp, and, she's with Lauryn Hill, and Alicia Keys comes in, and then boom, so I think it's the more that you're able to expose yourself to us, then you're going to be able to not have the story or the opportunity be focused around the disability, but it's just going to be around us as artists. And I would also say to really watch our work, and also to pay us, bring us in to talk, to consult, to make sure to not just ask for kind of free consultation. I think it's important to invest in the community as well, and I think whether that's hiring us for your projects, or whether that's putting money towards development for future projects or professional development, so that we're ready for that next job. But investing in us is also something that can be done. And if you don't have the ability to invest, I would say make sure to share us, share our films, our content. Follow us on Twitter. The disability Twitter is blowing up. I know that's happening, and there's a lot of different areas that people are out there getting the word out about us as a community. And also follow us online at Disability Film Challenge. See what we're up to, and we're happy to share our films, and follow our feeds and find other people with disabilities and the awesome stuff they're doing.
Yes, absolutely. I love that though. Seek out disabled talent. It's like invest in so many different ways. You don't have to just invest with money. You can invest with social media currency, and so true.
Yeah, there are other ways to invest, and I agree. I mean, I think in some senses, giving money, just straight money, writing a check is amazing. But when you can invest beyond that and have people put their name behind something, really, come on as producers if they're a big entity, or bring us in, for auditions and advice and mentorship. I mean, that's sometimes more valuable and beyond that social media support.
Yeah,
absolutely. Those connections are just priceless, for sure.
They are. And I want to jump into on this, you know, what can allies do? How can allies get more involved? I agree with Nick 100%. Intentionality on exposure. It's, you know, Nick mentioned earlier that he loves to travel. So many people love to travel and check out different cultures. Well, disability is a culture. Travel to us and come learn about us, expose yourself to us with intention. And that's really the best thing you can do, because the more you see us, the more you hear us, the more you understand our stories, the easier it is for you to just be a part of what we're doing. But that's not just for allies. That's also for my fellow disabled folks. Expose yourself to what disability is. Know more about your culture. Know more about your history as a disabled person. You know, disability is super duper diverse. So you can learn about disability on the whole, or a specific sect to start off your journey and understand more about the diversity within disability. But I just say, like, learn more, be intentional. Don't be afraid to ask, because you are going to get zero answers from the questions you don't ask. So the moment you come over, ask us what we want, ask us who we are, and actively listen to what we say when we respond. And I think the one last thing I want to make sure I hit on before I shamelessly self-promote my organization is, I think that folks need to really understand that we're not just inspirations. We're not just something you can say, oh, wow, so beautiful that you got out of your bed and you're walking across the street. How bold of you, how brave. You're not witnessing someone being bold or brave. You're not witnessing an inspiration. You're witnessing social discrimination. So if you see me crossing the street with my cane and avoiding traffic, instead of thinking to yourself, wow, it's so amazing that she's crossing the street, why don't you think, heck, I should call my city planning people and figure out how to get sonic additives to the traffic lights. If you see someone in a wheelchair struggling to get on stage for a performance, instead of saying, oh my God, I can't believe they made it, why don't you say, wow, I should probably write to this venue to have an accessible stage. So those are what allyship is. Allyship isn't saying, oh, wow, well, at least I'm not dogging disability. Allyship is thinking, well, what can I do? What can I do to help? I don't want the disability movement to need a George Floyd before people start paying attention. That's what allyship is. Allyship is paying attention. And we're nice. The water's good over here. Come hang out with us and pay us. So shameless plug, check out ramped.org, recording artists and music professionals with disabilities. We are really doing big things. We're hooked in with the Grammys and the Recording Academy, making big moves happen. We're hooked in with the National Independent Venue Association, trying to help push and lobby for things for more accessibility at stages. We're hooked in with a lot of folks, and we're trying to get opportunities for musicians to really start getting our name and our foot out there and bringing the culture to that next level. And you're also free to not only check myself out, obviously I'm Lachi, you can find me anywhere and check out my music, but head over to the Ramped socials at Ramped Up and check out any of the musicians on there. Add them to your Spotify playlist, add them to your Apple playlist if you like them. And tell your friends, hey, I just heard this new amazing artist, you should check them out too. That's how you can.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. So to wrap up, I mean, some key takeaways: just invest in disabled-led projects, artists and companies, intentionally learn about disability. And it's so important to support disabled creators, disabled-led work, and seek it out. Don't just wait, seek it out, and recognize and celebrate disability pride. Be proud of your own work. If you are, disabled, keep going and be in that community. Find other people in the disabled community and chat with them. I mean, that helps. And have authenticity in everything that you do. and don't take the dis out of disability.
Yes.
And then finally, follow and support the amazing Nick and Lachi and all the incredible work they're doing.
Thank you so much, Keely. You are such an amazing moderator and such wonderful panelists as well. I actually have a question for Keely. I'm going to flip the script. Are you ready, Keely?
No, sure.
So my question is, what are some ways Zeta Studios has been intentional in adding accessibility and disability culture?
So we are still in the process of building. We've not opened yet. It's a big picture project with kind of lots of different components. But in preparation for that, in preparation for the build, we've actually been consulting on other studios' technology or other different kind of accessibility tools. We have a huge group of disabled people with varying different disabilities. And we have a very human approach. So we will really go through those physical spaces and make it. I don't think you can ever make a space completely fully accessible because everyone has very different access requirements, but it's really going through and making sure that everything is at its best, of what we can possibly do, which is to be open to everyone. So that's what we've been currently doing with the studio.
And that's amazing. I do have a confession to make. I actually didn't describe my own identity in terms of disability. I'm an amputee. I'm a 3-time cancer survivor, and I always grapple with the idea of, well, if I share this, especially in my South Asian community, people will see me as other or less than, which has been usually the case. But even with my PhD and being an entertainment psychologist and an artist, I always feel like it may not be enough because my disability, they will perceive it as something less. And now with this panel, I feel like I don't want to take the dis out. So thank you so much for helping me come to accept myself. And I'm so proud to be part of this community. And Nick, Riza says hello. She's a very good friend of mine. So I sent her a picture of your panel.
Send us a photo too. We'll share it out.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Good morning to our panelists. My name is Dr. Grishma Shah. I'm the co-convener of National Ability Summit. My training is in community psychology, where I look deeply at how units like family or community work together. And the community I focus heavily on is entertainment. As an entertainment psychologist, an amputee, and an artist living in Chicago, my passion is to make Hollywood and Bollywood content more authentic and more inclusive. I have wheatish skin and very big eyes, according to me only. My hair is wavy and out, and I'm wearing an orange dress. In my opinion, media has the power to influence how we perceive disability and inclusion. So last year for National Ability Summit, we did a session on re-exploring the power of films that I had the honor of moderating. But films is just one part of media. So that's why this year at National Ability Summit, we decided to dedicate one panel on entertainment and another on media, focusing on a few more branches of that media tree. One such branch, I like boards or hoardings, as they're called in other part of the world, radio, television shows, news, I mean, this list can go on. So anything that could be created pre-internet, for me, goes into the traditional media branch. A newer branch, which has taken us by storm, is social media. And for most of us, we get our news, tweet information, find job listings, you name it, from the social media branch. And most of the time we do it through our smartphones, the magic of the internet. Which is why I'm delighted to learn from our panelists today about media and how it can be an accelerator for inclusion. First up is Lori Samuels from the traditional branch of media. Lori is the Accessibility Director at NBC Universal. She leads strategic accessibility programs to institute best practices in inclusive design. She also provides training for software development teams, drives cultural maturity and disability inclusion, and fortifies executive sponsorship. Lori has had many impressive career roles, from software engineering and engineering management, work for all people of all abilities. And this passion started in 1993, when she went on to start Intuit's Enterprise Accessibility Program and delivered the first ever accessible version of QuickBooks. Welcome, Lori. I'm so excited to learn from you today. Please describe yourself so our audiences can get to know you better.
Thank you so much, Grishma. My name is Lori Samuels, as you said. I work at NBC Universal right now. I am a Caucasian woman in my 50s with blonde shoulder-length hair. I'm wearing a dark purple sweater and glasses. And I have a dark black couch behind me with a black and white picture of San Francisco, where I used to live.
Thank you so much. I haven't been to San Francisco yet, but it's on my bucket list. So now let's go to the social media side. I'd like to introduce Gurpreet Kaur. Gurpreet has a quote which I absolutely love, and I think everyone should have a quote. Gurpreet's quote is, "Accessibility is everyone's job." And she has 20 years of experience working in the corporate world. She's a proven leader in the accessibility space. Gurpreet joined Twitter as the head of accessibility, as the head of global accessibility in February 2021. At Twitter, Gurpreet is building the Accessibility Center of Excellence, focusing on integrating disability inclusion in all cross-functional processes, tools, and functions. Prior to this role, she was instrumental in founding the accessibility program for the Charter Communications Spectrum. Gurpreet has experience in bringing systemic changes that are key to shifting the work culture to think beyond compliance and enabling accessibility to be a core business value. She is certified as CPACC Accessibility Professional and is an expert panelist at accessibility conferences. Welcome, Gurpreet. I'm eager to learn from you. Please do the same and share your description so we can get to know you better.
Thank you, Grishma. I'm so excited to be here with you and my colleagues. It's such an exciting opportunity. And my first, focusing on my homeland. Hi, everyone. My name is Gurpreet Kaur. My pronouns are she and hers. I am an Indian Sikh woman with dark hair, dark eyes. I live with central auditory processing disorder. I am wearing a gray blouse with a bluish green jacket, and I'm speaking to you all from my home office in Denver, Colorado. Behind me is a picture of trees that is my most favorite to look at when I'm stressed at work, and an artificial tree. Thank you for sharing this space with me.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet. I am so delighted that we're talking about the media tree and you have trees in your background. Okay, so which leaves us to our last panelist, who's also from the social media world. We have Jennison Asuncion. Jennison has been working in the digital accessibility industry since 2006, starting on the IT accessibility team at the Royal Bank of Canada in Toronto. He joined LinkedIn in 2013, where he is currently head of accessibility engineering evangelism. Among his accomplishments, Jennison built and led LinkedIn's accessibility engineering team. In 2012, Jennison co-founded Global Accessibility Awareness Day, or GAD for short, which happens to happen on the third Thursday of each May. It is a grassroots effort dedicated to raising the visibility, especially among everyday technology professionals, on issues of digital access and inclusion by and for people with disabilities and impairments. He's also vice chair and co-founder of the GAD Foundation. Jennison has been blind almost since birth. Jennison, please share your self-description.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share a panel with two people who I absolutely enjoy interacting with whenever I can. So I am a Filipino male. My pronouns are he, him, dark hair and eyes. I have been advised that my shirt is gray with checks. And behind me is my living room. This has been my reality for the last year and a bit as we've been in COVID. I live and work in Sunnyvale, California, which is about 45 miles south of San Francisco in the heart of Silicon Valley. And it's, again, a great pleasure to be joining everyone here.
Thank you so much. You were not easy to track down, but we are very dedicated here at National Ability Summit. So we're so honored that you were able to participate with us in this panel. Thank you. So I wanted to start with a statement that ability is the most inclusive identity in the world. Just for example, both Jennison and I identify as people with disabilities. And in my opinion, accessibility is considered an F in inclusion. So why aren't we adding the A in accessibility, making it DEI plus A? And that's what I wanted to start talking about. Why is it important for us to add the A in accessibility? And how is NBC Universal, Twitter, and LinkedIn pushing forward this mission? Let's start with you, Lori.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that statement and how important it is to how corporations or higher educational institutions and life in general, that without accessibility, you really can't achieve disability equity, or absence of it precludes you from being able to achieve that. So I think it's critical that we recognize, and one thing that I'm actually in the last few years, and particularly perhaps because of COVID, I think we are starting to see some of these threads tie together. I think we're starting to see, whereas accessible to discover that we already had a disability-focused employee resource group. We already had folks working in DEI who were aware that, and certainly consider disability part of that work. So I feel like I've gotten an opportunity to add more with regard to the accessibility perspective and how essential that is. But fortunately for us, that work was already underway. I didn't have to change perceptions. I think in other organizations, some perception changing is necessary. And there's still so much work to do in this space. But I think we're beginning to see that DEI and accessibility are starting to converge, or at least tie together their collective efforts.
And that's such a great point. You're right. I often feel that perception is the first thing that we need to change so that others can become allies for the DEIA. Thank you so much. Let's go to you, Gurpreet.
Well, I agree with everything that Lori said. in addition to perception, even realize that people with disabilities represent an emerging market the size of China, right? A lot of media companies have dedicated customer support centers for Spanish speakers, but they don't have something similar for people with disabilities. Have moved the needle that I've talked to when I explained to them that the disability market controls over 13 trillion in disposable. 2018 by Accenture called Getting to Equal the Disability Inclusion Advantage report that shared that organizations that focused on disability engagement as part of their core business imperative grew their sale 2.9 times faster and profits 4.1 times faster. Like, how could you possibly businesses would sustain a whole lot longer? As far as, you know, why not? As far as why, there are so many reasons. It's the right thing to do. It's the most sustainable thing to do. And that is a good way for your business to grow.
Very well said. Very well said. And thank you for sharing that resource with us. Jennison, how about you?
Sure. For me, and just building upon what Lori and Gurpreet said, to me, you know, we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the idea is, sure, let's hire, let's set some targets and hire as many people with disabilities or impairments as we can into our workplace. That's fine. That's all well and good. But if your physical or digital workplace is not accessible, then you've almost shot yourself in the foot. So accessibility absolutely and naturally needs to be part of the DEI discussion, because you need things in place in order for these employees that you want to bring in, so that they can be successful in their job endeavors and they can stay productive and such. So I can't see DEI discussions not having an element of accessibility across the piece.
And I'm so glad that you mentioned that. Right now, there seems to be this push for hiring diverse employees, but then the infrastructure is not exactly there for them to thrive. And one of the things that I've really noticed these days is this buzzword of access. And I don't know where I was driving, but I saw this billboard and it said, come here, we are accessible. And I wondered what they mean by that. And it just so turned out that they're accessible because you could find them, every other block. But what does access mean? Because it can mean very different things. And what does media accessibility mean? So Lori, I'd love to pass the baton to you and ask you at NBC Universal, what does media accessibility mean? Can you give us examples?
Yeah, absolutely. So in both traditional broadcast media and digital streaming media, there are some essential elements to make that content, that media content, accessible. First, and both are critical, but first is captions. So the ability to have captions on any and all video, everywhere, wherever it shows up, however it shows up, is key. And this is where it's an interesting tie-in between traditional media and social media, because the captions for streaming media content or video content are the same requirement across the board. So we will exclude people who are deaf or hard of hearing if we do not have captions. We will discriminate against people who are deaf or hard of hearing if we don't have captions on our video content. So that is, an awareness. In the United States, the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC, is the government entity that regulates broadcast television. But again, so much of we include closed captions on all video across the board. The second accessibility consideration in video content is something called audio description. Audio description is for the blind and visually impaired community. It is spoken audio that fills in visual context between dialogue in typically a scripted film or television program. So for example, you might have something like a movie, like I love to use the example of A Quiet Place, which has very little dialogue and lots of things going on in it, as a great place where you would see a lot of audio description needed to understand what's happening in this film, what's going on, because the dialogue doesn't tell you everything. So that's an example of audio description. Those are the two huge considerations in video or streaming, media in that fashion. So yeah, there's other considerations, of course, and I think Gurpreet and Jennison can speak to kind of social media accessibility considerations, but those are two primary ones that we work on quite intentionally at NBC Universal.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the other day, I work in the disability sector as well, and the other day, we were talking about captions, how we should really think about how accurate our captions are, because they can be crappy at times. So thank you so much for talking about that.
Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that there's important considerations with regard to caption quality, of course. But to do that, cart captioners, they have certain standards that they follow. Things do get more challenging when you're doing something like a live news program where you have someone human captioning, but there's a bit of a lag or a delay. So that can be a challenge. How do we improve that? Obviously, companies are also looking at solutions around artificial intelligence and automated speech recognition. But that's where you often see quality problems appear, where words are identified and meaning is lost. And so it's a technology space that we want to continue to evaluate and look at, but not necessarily one that we feel is good to put in front of customers yet broadly. So.
Absolutely, thank you. It reminds me of a little thing when public and pubic get entered.
There's some bad words. It turns out that you want to filter out some bad words. Yes, actually.
Before I talk about, Lori did such a great job. I used to work in for charter communications, which is very similar in space as NBC Universal. So I won't repeat all of that information. Twitter's mission is to serve public conversation globally. And tying this question to your original question, we cannot serve our mission without inclusion being at its core pillar. We can't make public conversation happen by excluding folks from any marginalized community. We're talking about folks with disabilities, but Twitter focuses on all marginalized communities. Our focus is to enable everyone on the globe to have a voice and get the information they need to be an empowered citizen. So to add to what Lori shared, we've launched various accessibility features like visible all text nudges on our pictures or GIFs that are being posted on social media. We've launched closed captioning on our Spaces platform, which traditionally before quite a bit of work since this summer to improve the closed captioning of our Spaces platform. It still cannot do that. I am doing a lot of work educating even internally in Twitter, as well as the brands that we work with, that we partner with, that are using Twitter for marketing, to moderate the use of emojis. It is so common to insert an emoji as a bullet, as an example, or to insert an emoji at every step of the way after every character. And to somebody completely lost, and I'll let Janice kind of give more in-depth idea of from lived experience point of view. But I've done quite a bit of work internally to help people understand the traditional use of emojis that has developed on social media platforms is not an inclusive way of doing that. Bringing Lori brands to include the video description, or we call it voiceover over here. So we do not have the luxury of a secondary audio programming channel that you have in an entertainment video on cable or Netflix's and all of that. So challenge for social media is we have a 30-second audio space, and we have to make sure that not only we include the dialogue or the messaging, but to make sure that as much visual information that somebody who is visual is getting from that video, somebody with a screen reader should be able to get an equitable experience from that marketing media as well. And last but not least, I would say we're not stopping at technical aspects of media accessibility. We launched a Twitter Voices program that recognizes the contribution marginalized voices make to the vibrancy of conversation on Twitter. The program brings together these voices and their impact within their communities and amplifies their efforts. So we're making sure to bring these voices in to not only make media tech, and we're also really focusing on our Ads for Good program that uses pro bono advertising resources to promote and amplify specific online campaigns that fall within our key focus areas for marginalized communities.
Thank you so much. This is amazing to learn about all of the new initiatives that are going on with Twitter. So Genesis,
if I need to hear another raised fist emoji, and what I'm learning is people use a lot, like 3 or 4 emojis in a row. With my screen reader, I have to get through hearing to me what is just like decorative space, like just like raised fist or smiley or things like that before I get to the actual gist of what they're getting to. So to be honest with you, sometimes I will even bypass that particular contribution because there's way too much access being a buzzword of today. And what people should know is that accessibility itself has been around for a long time. It's been around for over 20 years. The first publication of web content accessibility guidelines was back in 1999. It's just now with the evolution of technology where it is today, the fact that people with disabilities are taking, they're bringing their voices and making them, making our voices are being heard much more, and people in design engineering are becoming a little bit more hip to what accessibility is. That's why everything is the buzzword of today. It's just the confluence of everything that's made it a lot more visible today. So that's one thing I wanted to say. That mentioned in terms of captioning, we've just added live captioning to our events product, our live events. We also, of course, support people who burn captioning into video and who want to upload that. Because a lot of what we do, people think of LinkedIn as the place to find jobs, and obviously it is. Our mission or our vision is to provide, to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce, and that increase have more space for that. So we've done that. We've included the ability to scale visual impairments to be able, for example, to read our feed posts more comfortably, and to also then be able to respond and interact with them. All in the guise to help people interact with our platform. And in addition, some of the things what Gurpreet was talking about, it's not just meeting and conforming with the web content accessibility guidelines, which I will say, even though all of us, we are meeting a WCAG version 2.1 level AA, we all know that is a minimum, that is the minimum where we want to hit. We all want to go beyond that. But we all know that it's also a journey. But I also wanted to make that point. But just going back to what I was saying previously in terms of other things, part and parcel with accessibility of our platform, as a company as we are, we also want to be able to provide resources to employers to make their workplaces accessible. So we've launched a number of LinkedIn learning courses. For example, one of them is digital accessibility for the modern workplace. And that will help employers do exactly what we were talking about in your first question, which is which I raised, which was around making sure the workplace is accessible. You're going to hire all these folks through DEI initiatives. Let's make sure it's accessible. And then we've got a couple of other courses, such as supporting workers with disabilities and hiring and supporting neurodiversity in the workplace. One other thing we have is a LinkedIn coaches program, which is a program where we have folks who can work one-on-one with members with disabilities on job seeking tips, as well as just how to maximize using the platform. So those are just other examples outside of the traditional digital accessibility that we're also involved with.
This is lovely. It sounds like it might be comparable to the customized employment initiatives. Yes.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily for customized employment. If I understand, if you and I have the same understanding of it, but it's more, if you're talking about the LinkedIn coaches program, that's more just to make sure folks with different disability go over their LinkedIn profile itself. One other quick program, if I could sneak in, that's really exciting is something called Rock Your Profile. And we've done this throughout the years, throughout the last number of years, whether it's on our own or partnering with NGOs. And again, it's an opportunity for folks, including people with disabilities, to get their headshot done, a professional headshot, and just get some tips and tricks on how to make their profile, to maximize the profile visibility and to make it as crisp and as quote unquote attractive to recruiters or to others looking for people to hire.
Oh, I'm going to have to try that. I would love to get my profile sexified or attractive. There's this option that LinkedIn has where I'm able to pronounce properly the people that I want to connect with. Yes. And I very much love that new service that is being provided. So thank you so much. So if we can just go back a little bit, I know we just touched upon this briefly, but maybe we can just, go a little deeper. Disability culture is something that's super duper important, but is also very rarely talked about. And I think, Jennison, you talked a little bit about this with the infrastructure and things like that. So, can you maybe elaborate just a little more on how LinkedIn is taking disability culture into consideration from a social media perspective?
Sure. I'm going to approach this by talking about the fact that we do have, for example, an internal employee resource group called Enable In, which is for our own internal employees who happen to have a disability or impairment, and allies, and including parents who may have children with disabilities or impairments. And that employee resource group is very active. And in fact, they were very active recently with in October, which was National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Say that 50 times, right? And I know that's not actually, I've learned since that is not only celebrated in the United States, it's being adopted elsewhere. But we certainly were very much involved in that. And we had, for example, externally, we had a panel for job seekers with disabilities or impairments, again, focusing on how to make accommodations are to potential employers. We also had a podcast, our Hello Monday podcast, featured a writer who happens to be deafblind. So absolutely, those are just some examples, but absolutely, making sure the voices of folks with disabilities, including myself. I mean, in my role, I also happen to have a disability myself. So we bring all of that to the platform, and we are going to continue doing that. I think Gurpreet and Lori will voices of folks with disabilities or impairments. Certainly we have LinkedIn groups that are focused on people's, specific disabilities or impairments or accessibility as well. So the conversations are there, and the means are there to have those conversations as well.
Thank you. And it's so important that you mentioned that it's not just about the individuals, but it's also the family.
Yes.
You can be a parent with a child with a disability like my parents,
yeah.
Or, you can be a person with a disability themselves. And I wanted to ask you, Gurpreet, to share your thoughts about disability culture.
Sure. So first and foremost, I feel like it's about normalization of conversation around disability. In Twitter, we're towards the beginning of our accessibility journey, and we do have a long way to go. We are approaching our disability inclusion journey basically in a three-pronged approach. So first and foremost, we're focusing on enabling and empowering our tweeps, which are our employees with varying abilities, so that they can thrive in Twitter by providing leadership, creating connections, and launching inclusive experiences. So that could look like in order to help Accessibility Center of Excellence that I'm building create an inclusive culture. We're focusing on hiring disabled people for all roles and empowering them, and by utilizing storytelling techniques, creating safe spaces. So leaders and employees with disabilities can share their challenges as well as successes, normalizing that conversation and making it easier for more powerful and more performing in their jobs. By drawing focus on how inaccessible our social environment is, by providing flexible working options for our employees. Our second pillar is to enable tweeps, all tweeps, which are our employees, to create more accessible products and experiences by skill building and coaching. So we're doing that by building resources and trainings that are customized for all roles in the company. Like you said, the quote that I like to share and educate and start my conversation in Twitter is, accessibility is not just my job. Accessibility is everybody's job. My job is to help you understand how you can integrate accessibility in your day job. We're also building a centralized hub of resources ranging from teaching employees how to make meetings and events accessible, how to make internal documentation and emails accessible, how to make our physical and virtual spaces accessible, as well as, technical accessibility trainings. And then the last but not least, our third pillars is systems and processes integration. The goal of that pillar is to ensure that you look at the organization end to end and make sure all processes, playbooks, policies, tools, training have accessibility integrated into them. That is a long and tall order and a multi-year project. We're talking about hiring people with disabilities earlier. We're talking about ensuring your design systems have accessibility baked into them. And there is training available for your developers on how to build interfaces that comply with WCAG guidelines that Jennison was talking about. And then last but not least, to make sure that our marketing partners and brands are building a disability inclusive brand that is created with and for people with all lived experiences.
I'm so glad you mentioned partners, because oftentimes I've noticed that an organization can have the mission of disability inclusion, but then the people that they're partnering with may not have it in their core yet. And it's often like, okay, but for us to be able to work with you, we really need to be able to share with you why inclusion is so important. And we hope that, we will learn together and grow. And so oftentimes it becomes an interesting dialogue. But thank you for talking about how we need to be authentic, not only in our mission, but also in the partners that we're working with as well, that can support us in our mission. Lori, that comes to you. Can you tell us about disability culture and why it's so important at NBC Universal?
Yeah, it's critically important. And again, I think there's so much work to continue to do in this space. There's not a done to this, no more than there is a done to accessibility. But some of the things that I think there's a term we use here called cultural competency. So the ability for a culture to fully support and include all its employees, again, all marginalized groups, all employees with disabilities included as part of that. There's a lot of education that still needs to happen around that for hiring managers, for people managers, for people in human resources, for everyone. Again, to Gurpreet's point, everyone in the company has a role in this to create a supportive, inclusive environment. What does that mean if people have disabilities? I think there's a great lack of awareness still universally around non-apparent disabilities oftentimes seen as the iconic person in a wheelchair, or perhaps the person with the white cane. And that is identified in people's minds. It's sort of imprinted as this is disability. But disability is so much broader than that. Disability is neurodiversity. Disability is the autism spectrum, dyslexia, ADHD, deaf, hard of hearing, so many things, mental illness and challenges with mental health, OCD. There's a term called ableism. Ableism is the systemic discrimination against people with disabilities. It's so systemic, it's so baked into our society and other societies globally that people are often unaware when they are speaking or behaving in a way that is ableist. This is not to say we shame people or call them out. This is to say we need to do a lot more education in this space. So I think the exciting thing for me about working in the media business now, as I've been in technology my entire life and career, so moving to a media company is a completely different world. But the exciting thing about that is the opportunity to change the narrative, the opportunity to change representation, to change it so that when people think of disability, they are now thinking in a more broad and inclusive way around that and hopefully behaving accordingly. So I think great conversation. And I have to add one thing to what Jennison said earlier. Accessibility has actually been around for longer than 20 years, because I can attest to the fact that I started to work on it more in like 1992, 3 time. We're actually starting to look at how do we make sure that our software works with all these kinds of assistive and adaptive technologies like special keyboards and these things called screen readers. So that's back from my Broderbund days. Sorry, Jennison.
Oh no, you know what? I love to tell the story about my first experience, and I'm aging myself here, was the Apple IIc with the screen reader that was to the Echo Speech back in the 80s. And that was, yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Can you tell me about that experience, Jennison?
Oh my goodness. Because before having access to a computer that would talk back to me, my screen reading software were my family, were my cousins, my sister. And that was it. People, I was busy. They taught me logo, which is something very visual they taught back in elementary school. And I learned back then there's this turtle on the screen and it's going in different directions, and people would just be describing stuff. But then as soon as I was able to use a computer that had its own voice, that was where I first felt independence. And then the story goes from there.
Oh, I love that. I recently learned about the word dignity of risk. How it's everybody's right, to have the dignity to take risks, and risks meaning, doing things that they want to do. And oftentimes, at least in my experience, when I ask my sister, can you help me? There's usually a negotiation that has to happen for her to be able to help me.
Yeah.
So that's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that. I really wanted to just take a moment to talk about episodic disability, situational disability. And the other day I learned about how, personally, I could be at a bar and it's just so noisy, or at a restaurant and it's so noisy. And I just want to know what's happening on the screen. And that's why I'm looking for closed captioning to guide me. And oftentimes 80% of people that are using closed captioning are not people with disabilities. So, it is very, very important to recognize that these amazing accessibility services are for everybody and they help everybody, just like curb cuts. Because of COVID, now everything is curbside pickup. But what inspired the creation of curbside pickups? People with disabilities.
We have a mantra that we're starting to use within LinkedIn, and it's the concept of design for one, extend to many. And it kind of encapsulates what you were just talking about there.
I love my favorite quote is accessibility is essential for some, useful for all. So oftentimes we also find that innovation happens when product teams lean into accessibility, when they think about those kind of out of the box thinking, how do we solve for having a great user experience for everyone, causes us to think more broadly and deeply about things and leads to solutions. And many of the innovations and products that we take for granted today were actually absolutely started with disability as a focus area.
Mm-hmm. Even emojis, believe it or not. I wanted to do my dissertation on emojis. And that's a different conversation for a different day. But let's just say, emojis are actually really great ways to for folks with autism or that are in the spectrum to be able to share what they're feeling if they're not able to verbalize it. So, again, emojis are very popular, but, where are these origins coming from? And oftentimes it's because disability is an asset, just like our other lived experiences. And my last question for all of you is about disability statistics. As you mentioned, Jennison, for the last year and a half, maybe, it's been a home office for you. And Gurpreet, you were saying that, you haven't been traveling as much as you like to in the last year and a half because of COVID-19. And what studies are starting to say is that disability statistics are on the rise because of long-term effects of COVID, whether you are an individual that experienced them, by getting COVID, or the effects of COVID, like what Varija was lovingly saying. So, there's just a different feel of traveling these days, and Twitter and LinkedIn's vision for greater inclusion. And I'd love to start with Gurpreet.
Thanks, Krishma. At this point in 2021, we know in Twitter, there is no going back to the way things were before the pandemic. While companies are reevaluating office reopenings and new ways of working, and countries are continuing to deal with the soaring COVID-19 cases and challenges associated with vaccine access and uptake, this year is a solid reminder that our approach to what's ahead requires a new way of thinking. Luckily for us, even before the pandemic, we've been working on becoming a more distributed, more global workforce, putting our tweets, our employees in the center, and our flexibility and choice in how we work. We're going to continue to empower our employees by meeting them where they are at. In addition to that, to meet our 2025 and beyond vision, we created Twitter Ignite video series that features timely and relevant topics that bridge conversation in the workplace and society. We're also recognizing how to harness the power of public conversation and create action. We're leaning into that by empowering partners to more effectively use Twitter to elevate their work and go deeper in regional and local markets. Starting with 10 cities in the US, we're going to partner with local chapters of national organizations and grassroots organizations by providing digital campaign support. We're going to continue to identify new opportunities and support campaigns that amplify the work on the ground and empower communities and allies to participate, both in person, on Twitter, and wherever change is likely to happen. And last but not least, since our initial launch of our External Intersectionality, Culture, and Diversity Council, our work has since evolved toward driving systemic change across our industry while we answer the call to social justice and show up across the workplace. This has required collaboration beyond our own walls and respective organizations. So with our ICD Council and partners, we're identifying barriers to inclusion through research, by spotlighting best practices, and by identifying recommendations to move workplace solutions to industry solutions.
Holy moly, I think I'm going to have to talk to you, Gurpreet, after this panel. I have so many ideas of possible ways to collaborate. Thank you so much. Wow, that is so impressive. Lori.
I don't think I can match that.
I know.
I'm going to try to do everything that she just said. Yeah, one thing that I'm pleased about is, NBC Universal has made some commitments that I'm really proud of. One is, we have committed with the Ruderman Family Foundation to audition actors with disabilities for every new production. So, and that's in film and television. So exciting work happening in that space. We're already starting to see the effects of that. Some of the television shows that have launched this season, like La Brea and Ordinary Joe here in the United States, again, feature characters with disabilities simply sort of woven into the story. The story isn't necessarily about disability, but people with disabilities are showing up in the cast and crew. Also New Amsterdam, with one of the things that I'm happy about to see was a deaf actor playing a doctor. Yes, we have people who are deaf, not just playing patients. That's excellent in medical drama. So happy and proud about some of that work. And again, I think we have a role to play and a responsibility in disability representation, in news, in sports, in entertainment. Sports, we've had the Paralympic Games strangely positioned 6 months apart because of what COVID did to the Tokyo Games. The opportunity to showcase the incredible talent of that community and tie those global threads together. So NBC Universal's parent company is Comcast. Accessibility is one of Comcast's core values as well. So there's power in the platform, and we also have Sky in the UK. So all of us work very closely together on accessibility initiatives. Our respective, we have an employee resource group called My Abilities that is empowered to make impact. So we're looking at rolling out, disability inclusion training. We've already published articles on something called NBCU Academy about accessibility and about disability language in news. So we're trying to educate the next generation of journalists around how do you speak about disability? How should disability show up in a story? How to get perspectives from the disability community when you're interviewing people, and respecting their preferred language around identity. So I think there's a lot of great work happening in this space. Excited to see how we can all collaborate and be better together around joining and collaboration partnerships. Of course, we do a lot of social media marketing, Gurpreet, so we should make sure that thread is tied together as well. But yeah, so hopefully that's helpful.
Absolutely.
Well, that's actually
I'm sorry, Grishma. I just wanted to kind of take that card from Lori. Would love any time to talk about social media marketing.
And I love this. I love that, organic conversations are leading to collaborations, which is what NAS is all about. But I'll talk a little bit more about that towards the ending. So Lori, I did want to let you know that, have you heard of 1 in 4 Coalition?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, we've had some conversation with them already and excited to kind of look at where that can go. So there's many organizations that we support and already work with. The American Association of People with Disabilities. We have a scholarship program for people who want to get into the media and entertainment field with people with disabilities. We also work with an organization called Lights Camera Access with just incredible work in the space of disability representation authentically in Hollywood. And I would say that 1 in 4 is absolutely an organization that we're interested in and kind of have had some great conversations with. So we expect to see some collaboration there going forward. Another organization that we worked with we have DreamWorks Animation, and there's a fantastic organization called Exceptional Minds, which is working with folks who are neurodiverse to get them into animation careers. And so that's an exciting space as well. So lots of fantastic organizations out there to partner with and collaborate with in this space. And we absolutely, entertain and look at those conversations and partnerships and with excitement.
And I'm excited too. I'm actually part of the 1 in 4 Coalition family. So I'm really excited.
Yep.
One of my other hats. And Jennison, you've got quite you've got something to follow with. I mean, these are some amazing initiatives that Gurpreet and Lori are saying. So what do you got, Jennison? Just tell me what you got.
Sure. Well, as we look ahead, I mean, our ultimate goal is to become the most inclusive platform out there for job seekers with different disabilities or impairments. And just to talk a little bit about, the impacts of the pandemic, and just to hammer home your point, I mean, who would have thought, right, a year and a half ago that everyone or many people would be working from home, and there were so many people out there who would always say that's impossible. Everyone needs to always be at the office, and so we've proven that that's possible. So what that means is you now have people with disabilities or impairments, for whatever reason, are much more productive now working from home, or from a pure access perspective, they can only work from home. It may be because their disability or impairment might not allow them to travel to a physical location. So we've proven that. So, at LinkedIn, our role will continue to be to create the most inclusive platform so that more job seekers with disabilities or impairments, who may choose or not choose to self-disclose on their profile, be able to use our platform to seek out opportunities for employment. And on the flip side, as I mentioned previously, we're going to continue to see what we can do to support employers. Like I mentioned, those 3 LinkedIn learning courses as an example. There's much more we can do on our journey on that front as well. So I think we are just going to, steady the course and just, build upon the platform that, most people know about as a place for finding work or growing your career, and make that as inclusive as possible over time. And by doing that, opening up many more opportunities for the more than 1 billion people with disabilities or impairments that are out there.
Very well said. I think it was the other day that someone said to me that life post-COVID will never be the same. And I think we touched upon that here as well in our conversation. And I think that's one of the reasons why National Ability Summit is what it is, because we were hoping to have this as in-person, conversations and a conference, and then COVID happened. And Varija had this amazing idea of, okay, what if we made this, more virtual? And with it being more virtual, we were allowed to connect with people that we wouldn't have been able to bring to India for a variety of reasons. And we ended up having panelists from 6 countries participate. And that was last year. This year, we have panelists from almost 20 countries participating. And NAS, I believe, has become this disability think tank, where as we just noticed in real time, organic conversations are leading to collaborations and initiatives, and it's happening around the world. So thank you so much for being part of our mission and being part of our vision for a more inclusive, not just India, but a more inclusive world. And I personally am really honored to be able to moderate this panel with you. I was super duper nervous because you guys are superstars, but you have made this so comfortable, and it's been such a beautiful conversation. And I thank you all for allowing me to share this space with you.
A very good morning, evening, afternoon to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Life, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wheatish skin tone, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a bright olive dress with a blue jacket with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of my screen. In this session, we would be talking about empowerment through disability sports. Disability sports has grown in popularity in recent decades as people with disabilities have enhanced their rights and status in society. Persons with disabilities often face societal barriers and discrimination in many societies. As a result of this stigma associated with disability, persons with disabilities are generally excluded from education, employment, and development overall. Sports can help reduce the stigma and discrimination associated with disability. Through sports, persons without disabilities interact with persons with disabilities in a positive context, making them think how and what persons with disabilities are capable of doing. The power of sports as a transformative tool is of particular importance for women, as women with disabilities often experience double discrimination on the basis of their gender and disability. The UN Convention on the Rights for Persons with Disability is the first legally binding international instrument to address the rights for persons with disabilities and sports. Article 30 of the Convention addresses both mainstream and disability-specific sport and stipulates that state parties shall take appropriate measures to encourage and promote the participation to the fullest extent possible of persons with disabilities in the mainstream sporting activities at all levels. Now, two prominent examples of disability sports are the Special Olympics and the Paralympics. The controlled competition philosophy of the Special Olympics is to treat everyone as a winner. And the Special Olympics is open to everyone with an intellectual disability who is 8 years old or older. On the other hand, the International Paralympics Committee organizes elite sport events for athletes with a number of different types of impairments. The Paralympics developed from a modest start in 1948 in England, and thereafter has been relentlessly pushing the glass ceiling. A number of recent critical media analyses have focused on social marginality, inequality, and bias in the print and electronic media coverage of disability sport. But let's hear it from our expert panel, how they ensure empowerment through disability sports. Please welcome Patrick Stockman, Head of Technology and Transformation, International Paralympics Committee from Germany, Tony Bennett, Head of Disability and Inclusion, the International Golf Federation and President, the European Disability Golf Association from Portugal. Welcome, gentlemen. Patrick, over to you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic. And it's a pleasure to share my insights with you and your audience. My name is Patrick Stockman. I'm the Head of Technology and Transformation at the International Paralympic Committee. The International Paralympic Committee is the umbrella association for the Paralympic movement, where one national Paralympic committee in almost every country of the world who is responsible for the disabled athletes in their territory. As such, we are responsible for hosting the Paralympic Summer and Winter Games that happen every 4 years. In my role at the IPC, I oversee the areas of technology that are core to the organization, but also those that are needed to stage the Paralympic Games, working together with the IOC and other organizing committees of future Olympic and Paralympic Games. Tony, over to you.
Thank you, Patrick. And how do I follow that? So all I'll say is that my name is Tony Bennett, and quite rightly, I am really pleased to be here to chat to you today a little bit about what we do in the sport of golf. And you've seen that from my introduction that I work with the International Golf Federation on disability and inclusion. And I also I volunteer for the European Disabled Golf Association as the president of that association. So really anything to do with golf and people with disability is really passionate to me. So that's my background. I'm a former player, a former coach, a former national coach, and then a coach educator for an organization which today is called the CPG. That's the Confederation of Professional Golf. So I've seen golf from many different spheres, from the very beginner players who've never touched a golf club before, all the way through to the champions that you see coming through your TV set. And I think the thing that's a little bit different about what we do than perhaps most sports is that people with disability play the same game as the mainstream sport, or what was considered to be the mainstream sport. So there is no difference. There is not a disabled version of golf. It's the same sport. So I think that maybe brings a slightly different view to some of the sports where there is obviously a disabled version of the sport. So hopefully, I'm hoping to be able to give you a little bit of an insight into how we go about that, what we do. And I must stress at this point as well, these are my opinions. So not necessarily are they the opinions of all of golf, but they are certainly my opinions and those of the European Disabled Golf Association and the IGF as it relates to disability.
Absolutely, Tony. I think we have very little research and empirical data anyways in place in the space of sports. So your opinions really matter for the kind of experience that you carry with you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. Patrick, that leads me to the first question to you. Now, the Paralympics have historically set the standards for disability inclusion. Today, the impact of that legacy on the perception of persons with disability in society, what is it? What kind of impact does it have on people with disabilities?
Well, the Paralympics have in their DNA the vision to make for a more inclusive world through parasport. The whole idea of disabled people engaging in sport, competing in sport at a very high level is there to not just empower the individual athlete, but also to position that group of people within their society. So the Paralympic Games and the legacy of the Games have been plenty. We can look back at task organizing committees and the cities or the regions where Paralympics have taken place. And let's say we've left behind anything from accessible infrastructure, that be public transportation, just the curbs being lowered at the side of the road, so people who do have a disability can change sides from one street to the other. Assistive technology when it comes to the visually impaired being installed in public places for them to navigate. So anything about physical legacy, making it more accessible. On the other hand, when we work with the organizing committee, when we work with the city, the region, or the greater state or the country, we always see push for legislation to be changed, where we see a need for persons with a disability to be treated or viewed differently within that country. Those are the things that we tackled prior to the games happening. Then the games happened, and by now, the Paralympics are the third biggest sporting event in the world, only surpassed by the FIFA World Cup and the Olympic Games. That means we have 4.5 billion viewers globally and about 3,000 media attendants following the events and the athletes around the games. That reach and that societal impact allows us to change, not just in the host country of the games, but in an entire region, how persons with a disability are viewed. If you look back at London 2012 in the UK, which we would all say is a very Western, modern country, the topic of disability was very much still a topic of political correctness. What happened through the games was that it became a household topic. It was no longer stigmatized with any, oh, you can't really speak about it, or you can't make jokes about it. It was the contrary. Comedy shows came up where people with a disability were on TV making fun about themselves or even others. People, school kids in school picked up the topic of persons with a disability as something to speak about. And the legacy of those London 2012 games is that 5-6 years onwards, national employment statistics in the UK show that 5 million more people with a disability are now employed compared to before the games. And that is the societal change that we as the Paralympics like to consider our legacy, where we come in, we deliver a top-class sporting event, and what the people are able to see, maybe live in the stadium or on TV, changes their perception. And that goes, all the way from school kids to future employers who are then open to say, okay, there is potential out there. Let's tap into this great potential and bring them on board. So that, in a nutshell, is what we consider the legacy of the Paralympics and the impact that para sport has on persons with a disability in society. Them seeing what others have overcome in order to deliver that high-class sporting performance, provides them with confidence, empowers them to go out on their own and overcome certain barriers that they may have faced in their own personal lives.
No, I think absolutely this year we saw that change in a much bigger way, be it the infiltration of digital accessibility post COVID, it actually became a household discussion, what was happening at the Paralympics, which I haven't seen ever before. So thank you to your entire team and everyone at Paralympics for making this happen, because it is not just about sports, it's not just about Paralympics, it is actually about empowering people with disabilities, and you're definitely setting benchmarks and you're right there leading the baton. So thank you for that. I would come to Tony. On the contrary, Tony, you're dealing with a very different sport. What is different about disability golf from other sports that we discuss at Paralympics?
I think first, before I even start on that, I just need to congratulate Patrick for what he's just explained there, because it really brings it home. And, you know, I'm making copious amount of notes here. Okay. So, yeah, you know, this is a great opportunity to learn. I think sometimes we think that we speak, but actually, you know, I use these opportunities to learn as well. So thank you for what you've given me there, Patrick, because that's really helped a lot. I guess the first thing to establish that golf doesn't play a disabled version of the sport, as I alluded to earlier. We play golf. We don't play disabled golf. We don't play adapted golf. We don't even play a parallel sport to golf. We play golf. And there's good reasons for this. And I think we have to look a little bit underneath the veneer. And so in golf, we modify the rules a little bit. We modify them slightly to make the game equitable for everybody, and to make the outdoor environment a safe and accessible space. So I think that's probably the first thing that I would suggest. The second thing is, which again is a little bit unusual to many ball sports, is that we use our own ball. We don't have a ball that we share. We use one ball. It can't be interfered with by anyone. It cannot be controlled by our competitor. And this is a crucial difference, as in most sports, of course, the stronger player controls the weaker player. And you know, obviously, we're talking primarily here, you know, Indian cricket team. So, you know, when they bowl well, they bowl the English batsmen out, and they pin them back and they bowl them out, and you know, the English batsmen can't score runs, and that's because one team is stronger than the other one. And so this is evidence that when you've got one competitor that controls the ball, the stronger competitor will likely win. Golf also utilizes a golf handicap system, and that's not something that's been done specifically for people of all abilities. It's just been done. It's embedded within the sport. So the golf handicap system allows players of all abilities to be able to compete against each other. And without going into all the gory and fine detail of golf handicaps, because that will bore everybody to death, suffice to say that the world #1 player can compete against somebody who's just achieved their first golf handicap. And because they've just achieved their first golf handicap, it might be 54 or something similar to that. But at the end of it, by the time they come up the 18th hole, they should still be more or less level. And so it goes down to playing their own ball, using the golf handicap, and they can compete. So I think that's great. I think there's another point which is really important, and that is that the ball is still. So clearly, when you've got a still ball, it gives the opportunity for, well, every single shot that you play in golf is premeditated rather than responsive. So there's no time where you have to respond to a moving ball. It's always still. So this allows somebody with a visual impairment, maybe a balance disorder, a physical limitation, the opportunity to take their time to prepare for every shot. And that might be with the use of a guide in the case of a visual impaired player, or a motorized vehicle in the case of a seated player that's playing, you know, maybe with a spinal lesion or neurological impairment. So this means that they have the opportunity to premeditate what they're going to do, go ahead and play the shot. And of course, the amount of time that they're allowed is adjusted slightly for players that have got profound impairments, and they need that necessary time to prepare. So I guess that's one of the things that makes, those are three of the things that make golf very different. And that means that we, as I said earlier, we play the same sport. And I think even when we get into the coaching, and, you know, that's an area that I've been involved with for very many years, coaching golf to players with disability looks and feels very similar to everyday coaching, in so much that we have such a wide number of players that play. So we go all the way from maybe 4 or 5 years of age, all the way through to 80 plus, 85. I mean, I played a few holes with my father not long ago, and my father's 84. And so we went out and played, we had a good time. And also our son could play, you know, our son's 35 and, you know, he's got a daughter that's 9 years of age. So effectively we could have all 4 people playing the same game using the golf handicap system. So I think that's pretty cool. But because of that variety of players that play, golf coaches are very, very good at asking and learning about the person that's in front of them. So they don't kind of say, well, we do this on week 1, we do this on week 2, we do this on week 3. It's very much figuring out the person in front of them and trying to figure out then how they can best help them, what their limitations are. So yeah, coaches, they need to be prepared a little bit differently to understand the range of impairments and the limitations that are there, and what these limitations might place on the learning or the performance of golf. But essentially the physics of making a golf ball go from point A to point B, it's the same for every player. So Edgar's got, you know, quite a number of programs that we use to train the coaches, be they introducers, developing, or experienced elite coaches. So when I say that it's all very much the same, it really is. It's, yes, there's some modifications. Yes, there's some kind of minor adjustments, but fundamentally same game, played in the same way, coached in the same way, with very small modifications just to make sure that it's a safe environment.
I think another thing which is very peculiar about golf is the conversation with self. And all those people who play golf, they love to talk about it more than they actually play golf. Is that true, Tony?
Well, yeah, it is true. I think what's really interesting, you've led me on to something that perhaps may be interesting or may not be, but hopefully, I'll put it out there and let you think about it. So to play golf, and again, I'm not going to demean any other sport in this when I say this, but there is a real combination between sensory ability, physical ability, emotional ability, mental ability, or if you like, cognitive ability. So it's kind of like a cocktail. So, we pretty much know what a good golfer does and how they do it and how they do it well. And they've got all these ingredients. And somehow we've got to be able to figure out how do you mix those ingredients. So sometimes you're physically great, you hit really good shots, but mentally you're not quite there. You maybe just not thinking very well, or maybe you're emotionally upset, or you may be emotionally too high. Could be that, maybe the impairment gives you a sense of feel that's not quite correct. So feel and real is something that we talk about a lot in golf. What we feel is not necessarily what happens. So I guess that it's a really complex kind of game to be able to play well, because you've kind of got to get all of those things in balance. If you've got a deficit in one of those areas in terms of that particular day, be that an able-bodied player or a non-disabled player, a disabled player or a non-disabled player, then, regardless, if that person's got a slight deficit because they had an argument with the husband, or they had an argument with the wife, or they woke up a little bit stiff, then it's going to make life much more difficult to play the game well.
I'm sure that's with all the games in all professions, though. But a very valid point that you're competing against your own self. You're not competing against anyone else, and the handicap is totally yours to overcome. I think in many senses, it's highly philosophical, and it's self-empowering to look at golf in that ways. But coming back to you, Patrick, the world has sort of changed overnight. We were leading towards this, but post-COVID, digital accessibility has become really important. What is the role of technology and digital accessibility in Paralympics and in parasport? How has it empowered today's athletes, especially seeing the last Paralympics?
That's a really good question, because obviously, as you said, the situation that we've been in the last year and a half have really pushed technology and the acceptance of technology or aspects that just 2 years ago would have been seen as assistive technology. Let's say captions under a conversation that we're having right now, or a transcript being done on the side of what we're speaking about that you can go back to and that you can actually read, or that the computer can read to you if you would like. So we have a sense that technology has finally caught up with disability, in the sense that when technology giants of this world are now seeing digital accessibility not as an addition to their products or something left to a third party, they're seeing it as something mandatory for technology to deliver to everyone, no matter what impairment they have, no matter if they are 5 or 85 years old. It's just there. It is working, and it's giving you that additional benefit to interact with or through technology and open up means of, let's say, communication, interaction, employment, yeah, and across the board, maybe in a family setting, maybe in a cafe, or maybe at a workplace, technology has taken up that empowering aspect. And that is something that we at the IPC have followed, and this is something that we applaud because it allows us to increase our scope of what we've always considered as mandatory accessibility aspects around the Paralympics. As I alluded to previously, we're great at changing physical accessibility, setway lines, and so forth. But now we have a whole nother playing field to look at and to make it our own, and to say, look, if you are hosting this event, then a lot more things around accessibility will become mandatory, because now this entire area of digital accessibility comes into play and allows you to interact and to engage with so many more people. Physical accessibility is great because it will allow spectators who are coming in or the residents of that city or that region to benefit. However, digital accessibility and how far you're able to push digital accessibility services around sports will be able to reach a global audience and potentially people who have not been able to engage with you on that level previously. So as I said, we believe that technology has finally caught up with disability, and we are now really excited to be picking up that opportunity and to be adding it to our collection of accessibility standards, so to speak, and deliver greater digital accessibility services with future Paralympics.
Discussed earlier in the day today in the session for employment, where the facts and figures actually show that the employment during and post-COVID for people with disabilities have increased. And thanks to digital accessibility, I know accessibility is a battle that has been going on forever, physical accessibility. And it is going to be hard to change the whole infrastructure overnight, considering it requires a lot of funds, it requires a lot of society and the government will to change certain policies and make sure that all buildings are accessible, transport is accessible. But the least and the cheapest way to reach out to people with disabilities and to be able to communicate is digital accessibility. And once again, Paralympics has shown us that, because the way this time the media covered Paralympics was purely because of the digital accessibility, setting standards and sort of influencing the rest of the world how disability is viewed. They were actually viewed as sportsmen. They were not viewed as somebody who was disabled, or the narrative that journalism has and media that has created around disability to look them in a very stereotypical way. So yes, digital accessibility, I think, has been or COVID in that sense has been a blessing in disguise to look at disability in a whole new way and through a whole new lens. But on the contrary, I'll go to Tony, where we had this conversation earlier that playing golf it's an expensive game. The kind of golf courses that sort of exist have been there for a very, very long time, and their infrastructure has been fairly non-accessible. So when we are talking about accessibility and disability inclusion in a sport like golf, would you like to share certain practices or the best standards that are being followed by golf courses across the world?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that first, the public perception is that golf's expensive. And certainly in an emerging country, an emerging golf market, an embryonic golf market, it normally is, because there's very few golf facilities. When you get to a mature golf market, then there's plenty of golf facilities, there's plenty of offer, and so therefore it becomes more competitive. Golf equipment becomes cheaper, playing the golf courses becomes cheaper. Actually making the golf courses becomes cheaper, and maintaining them becomes cheaper, because clearly there's now more golf courses to maintain, and so there's more competitors in the market. So I guess the public perception is that golf's expensive, but I guess when you compare that, if you compare that against mass team sports, then there's no question it's an expensive sport. But if you look beyond that, and you then start to think about there's a lot of people. Look, you've got millions of people that play cricket. I'm going to use cricket again as an example, or field hockey. It could be field hockey, because I know India is very strong in field hockey. So if you use cricket or field hockey, huge games, but the vast majority of field hockey, the vast majority of cricket is not played on what would be considered to be a formal cricket ground or a formal hockey ground. It's played on the street, in the community centre, wherever it is. And that's the same across the world. Most football is not played on Old Trafford. I'm going to use Old Trafford because my football team is Manchester United, so I'm hanging my head in shame just at the moment. But nevertheless, the vast majority of people will never go and play football at Old Trafford. They'll play in the street, they'll play in the park, they'll play, in the back garden, they'll play against the wall, they'll play in the schoolyard. And cricket's exactly the same in India. And you've got, I think I'm right in saying you've probably got more than 3 or maybe even 4 million registered cricketers in India. But interestingly, when you talk about the number of scored cricket matches, so this is not just the knock-around match, this is the scored cricket matches. Majority of those matches, might be a small majority, but it's a majority, they don't play with the conventional ball. They play with a tennis ball. So they play tennis cricket, if you like, or tennis ball cricket. And I don't need to tell you why that is the case, because obviously tennis ball cricket is popular because it's about safety, reduced equipment costs, more playing surfaces, less required space, et cetera, et cetera. And golf has those options. But I think that what the public see is it sees it coming through their TV screen, it sees on magazines, and they see this, huge facility, which takes a lot of maintenance. Yes, we have some problems with sustainability in some places because they use a lot of water. A lot of golf has now changed, by the way. So we've now got several countries. Denmark is one of those where practically there is, it's self-sustainable from an environmental perspective as well. So I think when we look at that, we can get confused. I think if we start to think about golf using its soft golf options, which also uses a tennis type ball, we need less space, less equipment, it takes less time. And so there's a lot of projects out there. So Edgar itself has got something called Edgar 359, which is a project that gets people playing within minutes of picking up a golf club. And so it can be played everywhere, from the living room of somebody's house to the back garden, to the beach, to the basketball court, and of course at a golf course. So first, I think we need to get rid of that perception that golf is only expensive. It's not. It can be expensive. And if you think about, I suppose if you think about Augusta National in the United States, or St Andrews in Scotland, or maybe even the DLF or something like that in Delhi, it's probably going to be relatively expensive and relatively exclusive. But Eden Gardens, I guess, would also be relatively exclusive as well if you wanted to go and play on there. And yet that's one of the most iconic places to play cricket. So what's golf doing? Golf has been very good, and I think it's actually a lot more accessible than people think. So if we actually look at the golf course, we'll forget the clubhouse for now. We'll just talk about where we play the game. So the golf course itself is cut out of grass, generally speaking. Yes, we have sand golf courses, but generally speaking, it's cut out of grass. So there's undulations in it, but the vast majority of those are not particularly hilly. So most of them are relatively flat, not perfectly flat, but relatively flat. I think some of the new golf courses where they've moved earth to make mounding, to make dramatic scenery, it's a little bit different. Pretty much all the golf courses now that are being built are built with buggies in mind. So people can be transferred, from tee to green using a buggy. So that obviously helps with accessibility. Because golf courses are now maintained in a different way, bunkers, which are where traditionally they put sand in a hole, those are accessible by a machine so that they can maintain them. And so if it can be maintained by a machine, it can be maintained. It can be accessed also by somebody in a wheelchair. And so again, pretty accessible. So courses now are going forward, they're looking at how do we make it even more accessible in the physical accessibility perspective. And so when they do their general maintenance, then it's not surprising to see that some of those golf courses now change the design of the bunker, change the design of a tee so it has a slope going to it instead of stairs going to it, and those kind of things. So that's already happening. Go to the golf clubhouse, it can be a little bit different, but legislation now is beginning to kick in many of these golf facilities where they realize they have to have, the physical accessibility that Patrick and you both talked about a few minutes ago. They have to have the parking places for people with disability. They have to have, bathrooms that are accessible. They have to have restaurants, etc., that are on the ground floor, or they have to have a lift. So these things are now kicking in. Nothing to do particularly with golf, just to do with the legislation in the country where that golf facility sits. So, we're advising all the time. We speak to the golf course architects, we speak to the golf course superintendents, the people that actually maintain the places. And sometimes we can over-egg this when we say that to make changes to the physical accessibility can be expensive. And yes, it is. But I think if you're retrofitting and you have a plan for that, so many golf courses will change their bunkers every 10 years. And so therefore, if I've just done my bunkers now, this year, but if I then find out about golf for the disabled and say these are not accessible to people with disability, let me get it in the plan for 10 years' time, so that in 10 years' time it's done. Now, the fact is that I'm giving you the worst case scenario. I'm giving you a 10-year gap. But the vast majority aren't like that, because clearly some are only 3 years away from their bunker renovation. And so they can put it in the plan And when they do it, when they do the full renovation, at that stage, it's really cheap. It's not expensive. So I think that's the way we have to look at this. Some of it can be really expensive if we try and do everything tomorrow. But if we allow things to take their time, and I know that we don't have a lot of time, but if we understand that this is a process, we got to this stage now, not because we decided to do everything yesterday, it's because we decided to do this. And it might take us a couple of years to get there, but we'll get there, and it will be bit by bit. And those golf clubs that are not
Truly said, Tony, and that also brings me to my next question. I'm not a golfer myself, but I haven't heard the conversations around disability golf, at least in India. What do you think, in your experience, is holding back a country like India to even consider propagating disability golf?
I guess if I think about it, there's kind of a continuum between embryonic to mature. So embryonic is somebody's never seen the game before, and mature is obviously you've got millions of people playing the game, or you've certainly got a big percentage of your population playing the game. And so if we start with the embryonic start of this, I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Indian Golf Union was set up around about 1955. I think I'm right in saying that. Now, golf has probably been there. Your oldest golf club is 1890 something. So, golf has been around, even though there was no formal structure for it with like a golf union or a federation. It's been around for 100 plus years. So, 130, 140 years, whatever that is. But it's still relatively young. I know that sounds ridiculous when I say 140 years, 130 years, but it's still relatively young by comparison to, where golf started, or where, depends who you speak to. So if you speak to a Scotsman, they say it started there. If you speak to somebody from Holland, they say it started there. And if you speak to somebody from China, they say it started there. But certainly golf's been around for 350 years or more. And so it's relatively young. And certainly the Indian Golf Union is relatively young. So right now, India is a sleeping giant. There's no question about that. In terms of the number of registered players, I think when I looked last time, you had about 135,000 registered players in all of India. And you look at that and you go, wow, that's a pretty small number.
That's a lot, yes.
Well, I'd say it's a pretty small number
for India. I think for the number of people I come across, it's fairly a lot.
Yeah. So it's kind of, I just look at that and go, okay, look, what's the potential there? I mean, that's less than 0.1% of your population that's playing the game. And that's a pretty small amount. So therefore, when we look at that, where's the incentive for the media to get behind that? Where's the incentive for government to get behind that? If they don't know the health enhancing benefits of being outdoors, playing a sport, which, and look, golf has taken a bit of a boost over the last 18 months because golf effectively is a conveyor belt. So, somebody stands on the first tee at 9 o'clock, 3 people go play. If they're like me, because I don't play anywhere near as well as I used to play. So I'm hitting it left, my partner's hitting it right, and we've got somebody else hitting it down the middle. So we're kind of very socially distanced here. But of course, we play at 9 o'clock. So when we get to the second hole, it's 9:10, and then another group starts on the first hole. So we're in a kind of a conveyor belt. And so we, from a COVID perspective, it couldn't get any better, really. So golf has taken a boost. There's no question we're now playing more golf pretty much in all countries around the world. But it's still, what I was saying earlier, it's relatively small in India, in so much that what we need to do now is help people to understand what are those benefits. You're outdoors, there's some health enhancing benefits, there's some social benefits, which, I often advise kids, that, hey, listen, where else are you you get a kid at 15 years of age or 16 years of age playing golf. Where else are they going to spend, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours around a business owner or around somebody who's, you know, in a manager in a bank or whatever. Where are they going to do that? And so they're not. So from a social perspective, there's some real benefits there as well. So I guess that the Indian Golf Union became a member of EDGAR in December 2018. And since then, they've been taking sort of, I would call them relatively tentative steps to understand the space, to understand the sector, and, you know, to try and understand how golf for people with disability fits into the current structure that's around. And of course, COVID decimated much of 2019 and 2020. Sorry, 20. Where are we now? 2020. So it decimated much of 2020 and probably certainly the beginning of this year as well. So I think what I know is that the Indian Golf Union are working with the Indian Army at the moment to develop a tournament, which I think is going to take place sometime December 2021. So I think that's going to happen at the Army Golf Course, and that will be, if you like, a kind of I'm going to say a kickoff. It's probably the wrong term. I should probably say, in golfing parlance, I should say a tee-off. But of course, it'll have a little bit more visibility. Hopefully, there'll be a bit of press there. Hopefully, it'll start to reach down to other people that potentially think that the game is out of their hands. And this will be sort of the start, if you like, of more activities, both development and at the competitive end of the spectrum as well. So I know that the Indian Golf Union want to propagate the activity that's in this sector. I think that there's a way to go, but I would class India, and it's hard to say really, but I would class India as being very much at the embryonic or maybe the emerging end of the spectrum as far as it comes to golf, just simply because of the numbers. And there'll be coaches. We've got coaches that are going out there to train your coaches, so that they can be better prepared to deal with people with disability when they start to play golf. So, yeah, the steps are in place. Normally, we have a kind of a step process. First is that the federation needs to understand where it is. Where is it in this space? The second part then is to say, well, where are the locations? Where can people play? Where is accessible? Is it going to be at a golf course? Is it going to be in a community centre? Is it going to be, you know, in a public area, public park? Where's it going to be? And then after that, then you need to prepare the workforce. So this is the coaches, this is the golf clubs, so that they know exactly what they need to do when somebody comes into the facility and says, look, I want to try golf. But right now, golf isn't on the sporting menu for people to choose from. And so if it's not on the menu, it's like, I'm a vegetarian. So, you know, if you go back 10 years, 15 years ago, you know, you just couldn't get vegetarian food. You know, it wasn't on the menu. So, but now today it's on the menu. So I might go with somebody, I might order something off the restaurant menu, and they might turn me and say, well, what's that? And I go, it's vegetarian. I go, oh, well, I'll give it a try. And so
no, we've got golf on the NAS menu. So I'm sure the golfing associations are ready to tee off post the session. And that's when hopefully we'll see you soon in India as well, coaching a few coaches. Yes, of course. That brings me to the, yes, Patrick, you wanted to say something.
I was just going to pick up on what Tony said, and thank you also for my side for those golf insights. I must say, I do have a few golf courses around me, and maybe I will take up the challenge one day. But in general, just hearing about golf and golf for persons with a disability, I think what we can all agree on here today is that sports for persons with a disability, no matter what sport it is, if it's golf, if it's anything else, is something that we would all like a person with a disability to take up, encourage them, because through sport, see it as a vehicle that will allow you to embrace the constraints that you may be facing a bit better, get confidence in yourself and empower yourself through the sport that you are doing, maybe on your own, maybe with teammates of equal disability, or even against able-bodied players. Nonetheless, I think the call to action here is that disability sport as a whole needs to be seen from a legislative level, from a governmental level, as something that needs to be encouraged, that needs to be funded if possible, and people need to be actively encouraged to participate. It is their own choice to say, I'd like to take up golf because I've always found it intriguing, or no, I would rather jump in the pool and see if I'm able to swim the 25-meter lap. So that is their choice. Sport as such is something that will give you so much more, let's say, value in life, as it will give you insights into your body and what your body is able to do when you've always thought, oh, that's going to be difficult. I've seen it with myself. I wouldn't be here in this position today if it wouldn't have been for sports that I've done, never at a really competitive level, but sports that have taught me so much in life. So I think that to me is the key takeaway today, just encouraging everyone that has a disability to go out there, engage in sport, and you'll be surprised how much sport can give you back.
Totally, Patrick. I think that's the takeaway from this. And I've always said, so WHO says that 15% population falls in the category of disability. And we've always treated this 15% population as a separate set of people. And it's sad to say that the balance 85% people have been dealing with their lives in separation. So there is no common ground. And I think sport, that's what it does. It brings people with disabilities and without disabilities together. And it brings that common platform where the two can interact without any barriers and inhibitions. And it's been really interesting and insightful to learn about various perspectives and ways to empower people with disabilities through sports. Now, with the sociological study of disability sports still in its relatively infancy stage, it's not surprising to find very limited amount of research in disability sports. So what Tony spoke about, disability in golf is it's an oblivious subject here in India. But I'm glad that we had Tony to enlighten us in that space. Therefore, future of disability sports are likely to rely heavily on critical perspectives and experts like our panel today. There is much to learn about the culture, organization, governance, commercialization, and stratification of disability sport. The impact of mass media, apart from digital media, of course, on disability sports and relationships of disability sport to mainstream sport and mainstream of society is yet to be nurtured fully. Once again, I thank you, Patrick, for joining us today. Your inputs were extremely valuable. Thank you so much, Tony, for enlightening us in the space of golf. And I hope that this is a tee-off session for India at least. I will make sure that it reaches to the right people here in India and we get to see you both here in India very soon.
Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all the very best with the rest of the Congress. And so, Patrick, it's been a pleasure chatting with you and sharing the platform with you.
Tony.
I'm sure we'll continue our discussions offline, and I'm sure it'll be a very fruitful one. And as I say, I wish everybody that's listening to this Congress, I wish you all a very good learning opportunity And thanks for doing what you're doing, Varija. It's excellent.
Varija, also from my side, thank you so much for the invite. Thank you for picking this up in India and doing this Congress or this summit. I myself have been to India. It's been a wonderful personal experience. I'd love to come back, see the changes in the country, and if I can provide some insights that will help India evolve in that area of para sport, please, anytime.
Thank you so much. And I would just say this is just a day off. I would sign off with that. This is just a day off. This is just a beginning. And I'm sure many conversations around this will help influence people with disabilities and media perspective around sports and disability. Thank you so much, Entity.
Hello, everyone from around the world. I'm Sparsh Shah, the Youth Ambassador of the Voice of Specially Abled People, or VOSAP, and I am super excited to invite all of you, yes you, to VOSAP's 2021 Annual Gala and Virtual Exhibition. For us in the West, it's happening on December 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. And for those of us in the East, it's happening on December 5th, 2021 at 7:30 a.m. IST. This year, we will host the first global 3D exhibition of assistive technology, and I am so excited to see all the innovative products out there to help people with special needs like me. I think you will all enjoy seeing the advancements humanity has been making to elevate the specially abled. And of course, there will be lots of entertainment too. I'll be performing at this event and be the MC like I was last year. And we have many internationally renowned guest speakers and entertainers who will be engaging with you all. So you will not want to miss this. So what are you waiting for? Come and register now for the 2021 VOSAP Gala and Virtual Exhibition at events.voiceofsap.org. I'll see you all there.
I became disabled when I was 17 years old, and when I lost a job because of ableism in the entertainment industry, I realized that what I wanted to do was help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with disabilities and are different from you. The more perspective you bring to your company, the more innovative your product and solution will be.
I'm also someone who's completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should lead. We should show the way. We should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now we create standardized, conformant learners when we need diverse perspectives and critical thinkers.
Disability inclusive employment. It is a critical component to disability inclusion in business in general.
I'm Australia's first blind fashion designer.
People living with disability are often excluded.
we are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit.
Please join our identity session during the National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of this journey with you at this year's National Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be at the National Ability Summit on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And I'm inviting you to the Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Please join me at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I'm looking forward to participating in the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I can't wait to see you there.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our panelists. My name is Dr. Grishma Shah, and I am the co-convener of National Ability Summit. I'm a world traveler, an amputee, and a 3-time cancer survivor. As an entertainment psychologist and artist in Chicago, I work to make Hollywood and Bollywood more inclusive. I have wheatish skin and very big eyes. At least I think so. And my hair is in a bun, and I'm wearing a yellow dress over a black blazer. In 2020, many of us were set to travel to different parts of the world to learn about people and culture. But COVID-19 had other plans for us, from quarantine to lockdown. Now that countries are starting to open up and traveling is becoming popular once again, studies are suggesting that people with disabilities are growing because of COVID-19. At National Ability Summit, we believe that tourism should be accessible to all. And we thought it was the perfect time for a panel on inclusive travel because the travel bug can bite anyone, even you. So I'm excited to introduce Soumya Maheshwari, who's going to be moderating the Tourism Accessible for All panel. Soumya is a seasoned professional with expertise in media, brand marketing, and advertisement. He's been instrumental in putting forward many Indian and international titles across lifestyle, travel, and wellness spaces. With almost 2 decades of vast experience, he carries a strong understanding of the concept of luxury. An amateur marathon runner and often described as a forward thinker in business, Soumya understands trends, brand relevance, and implementation, making him a perfect brand custodian. Soumya is currently designated as Associate Publisher at Pinnacle Connect LLP, and through his magazines, he's instrumental in bridging the gap between destinations and end clientele. So Sonia, before I pass this invisible microphone to you, I have a question. You mentioned that you help bridge the gap between destination and end clientele. So can you give us a small example how you encountered and solved for that?
It's very difficult to pinpoint one incident because each destination has its unique points, and each traveler is looking for something else that possibly is not really there, and more often it is there, but it's not really highlighted. Giving you an example for, okay, it's gonna be difficult. I actually have been put on a hot seat, but yes, it often happens that when we travel, we only focus on to the itinerary that we need to follow. But I think it's best to get lost and to find things, and that's what I tell my clients as well. You need to showcase things which are very basic, and the traveler will find out what unique point is he looking at in that basic. So that's where I think I will leave it a little in an ambiguity, that each one has to find what one is losing and what one is missing, and that's what I think travel is all about. I would let the panelists and the viewers find the answer for themselves, and that's when their journey would begin for this session.
Very Buddhist answer, I would say. Okay, let me pass this baton to you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Grishma. And Grishma has already introduced me. My name is Soumya Maheshwari. I'm an Asian based in Mumbai city of India, and I have light brown hair. I'm fair in color. I have been in the media marketing industry for over 2 decades. Today's panel, which is Travel for All, wherein we are saying it's not just inclusive travel, it is travel wherein each one of us, able, disabled, would travel. I have a beautiful panel across the globe. I'm told it is the largest panel. We have Siddhant Shah. He is the disability access expert and founder for Access for All, based in India. We have Neha Arora, founder and managing director, Planet Abled, again based out of India. I have Manuel Di Filippo. He's the founder for Outreach Holidays, based out of Italy. I have Juan Pablo Pinto. He's the head of accessibility, Wheel the World, based out of Chile. So welcome you all. And I would now request each one of you to introduce yourself and give a little bit of brief of what you do. Siddhant, over to you.
Thank you, Soumya. I hope I'm audible. It's actually a pleasure to talk with all of you all. Some are friends we've known like since the beginning of Access for All. So Access for All as an organization is a one-point destination for multiple accessibility needs and requirements for various organizations, right from educational organizations to working with organizations like UNESCO, World Heritage Sites, and multiple other setups that focus on cultural and heritage sites. While we were doing that with my background in architecture and my master's in heritage management from Greece, I realized for the fact that if it was thoughtful, if one could put attention to details, there are multiple things that could be done in order to make things, particularly in the segment of accessibility, more functional and available to people rather than making it like an equipment based thing. Like, so that's where the design journey began. And also it's a personal thing for me because my mother acquired visual impairment when I was in my third year of architecture. And that's where a lot of things changed. And I come from a very typical Gujarati family where travel is part and parcel of life. And suddenly things stopped. And a family of 4 was not traveling for a good 2 years. And that made me realize the impact of this on economy, like particularly in the travel space, that if people with special needs or anybody, like, or when you have grandparents or senior citizens, suddenly there is that change, and if facilities were available, what all could be done. So that's where the journey began. I started working with, after coming back from Greece, with the City Palace Jaipur, making it one of the first of its kind accessible museum in multiple different ways. And right from having tags which would say, please do not touch, that is a common sight in a museum, to having tactile objects, braille books in a space with tags that would say please touch, explore, having ramps in place, having sign language videos, having interpreters, and having tours that were particularly catered for a variety of groups of people. So that's where the journey began, and I think I will discuss further about things that we've been doing as and how the session proceeds.
Thank you, Siddhant, for the introduction. Neha, over to you.
Thanks, Soumya. So, hi everyone, I'm Neha and I represent Planet Able, which promotes, I would say, accessible and inclusive travel for persons of all types of disabilities and elderly. So, I am a 37-year-old female, fair-skinned, short hair, with a black t-shirt, and I have an orange wall behind me with the multicolored Buddhist flag hanging on the wall. So I started this journey, because I could never go for a holiday as a child because both my parents are persons with disabilities and they have 2 different disabilities. So my father is blind and mother is a wheelchair user. And that makes us a pretty unique, inclusive kind of a family. But when I grew up and I thought more money will solve the problem, but no, it did not solve the problem. It was always like you travel 2,000 miles only to realize the place is not accessible or doesn't give you the kind of experience you would look forward to. And people would pass comments like, if you face so much trouble, why do you even come? And it's not like a very common sight even till date to have, a couple like my parents and going for a family holiday. And yeah, there were a lot of fights and arguments of places, and one fight at a temple turned into a mob fight. And that's when my parents were like, okay, we are not going anywhere because you fight everywhere for access. Like, okay, that led me to leave my corporate career of almost a decade to start this inclusive travel journey of Planet Able. And we started as a travel service provider, mixing people with various disabilities and non-disabled to travel together. Because you don't need a separate travel company for persons with disabilities, or disability should not be the defining factor whom you travel with and where you travel and when you travel. You should have the freedom of choice to travel and wherever, whenever, with whoever you want. And whether it's solo travel or romantic getaway or family or adventures like rafting or skiing, you should be able to do that. So, and that's what we have been about for more than 6 years. And more than a travel service provider, now we are an ecosystem enabler where we work with hotel chains, we work with tourism service providers, develop destinations so that they are accessible and inclusive for everyone, so that everyone can make that choice. How do they want to travel?
Wonderful, touching story. Manuel, hi, over to you now.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So first of all, we present Outreach. Outreach is an accessible company, an accessible travel company. We deliver experience and transfers to all of those guys that want to join Italy through the cruise lines or by themselves. Basically, our background came from 6 years ago because we have a background as transportation company. We start working with the major cruise lines here in Italy, and we start delivering transfers for them. We decide to develop our tourist branch because we checked that not all the information was clear, and several times the families find some struggling just joining simple things like go to the restaurants or getting the right church. Italy has is an historical place, so many times we find difficulties to let the people in the places and to provide the right information about the places. So we decided to specialize our company in make it clear and use the proper instrument or the proper vehicle to reach that point. So basically, we are focused on Italy because we are based in Italy. It means that we can give some customer care to our clients, so we can follow them through all the path during the holiday. We can help them to change their plan, and we are with them when they join the holiday. So basically, we are focused on check the right place and deliver the right information to many Americans, Canadians, from India as well. We've got Australians. So this is our practice. We check in advance and we stay with the families if they need it. And we use proper vehicles to reach several places of the Italy.
Great, thank you. Juan, hi, over to you now. John, hi, you're on mute. Yes.
Me? Oh, sorry, that I just had an interference and I didn't hear. Sorry. Well, hello, my name is Juan Pablo Pinto. I'm from Chile. I'm 36 years old, and I'm the head of accessibility at Will the World. So Will the World is a social startup with the purpose of making the world accessible. Everything started like 5 years ago when one of the founders is Alvaro, and Alvaro, he has a spinal cord injury, so he's been in a wheelchair for like 17 years. And another friend of us, and Alvaro and I are friends from school, so we know all of our lives each other. And everything started when another friend went to the Patagonia in the south of Chile, and he was amazed. And when he came back, he said, "Alvaro, we need to go to Patagonia with you." So then they called me, "Hey, do you want to go with Alvaro to Patagonia?" Because I'm also a physical therapist, so I wouldn't been able to assist in any case. And at the end, we realized that it was impossible to go in his conventional wheelchair. So we found this special hiking wheelchair called Yolette. And well, we went. At the end, we were a group of 20 persons, and our story kind of went viral because it was like recorded and it appeared in the news, and not only in Chile. Camilo, both founders were studying at Berkeley, so actually the story kind of went viral, and on that trip we realized that we realized like three main things. One is that precise accessibility information is very difficult to find online. Also, people with disabilities want to travel. And finally, also that the booking engines like to search for accessibility information, usually they're not that clear and that accurate. So that can imply that a traveler can have a real bad experience. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to describe myself. I have short dark hair. I'm wearing a Will the World t-shirt, and I have a white background. And yeah, that's about me.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. You know, disabilities are not on people. They are on the barriers. Juan, my question comes to you. All we need to do is to eliminate the barriers. How are you pushing the cause?
Well, as you were saying, we at Will the World, we believe is the same, that the disabilities are not in the person, but in the environment. And it's our job to eliminate those barriers that prevents certain sectors of the population. And we think that the world gets accessible, or the world changes for more accessible by two ways. Because in one side, you have like what is the infrastructure, like the architectural barriers on one side, of course, that are like buildings, different, like, I don't know, let's say big steps, different kind of grounds that are like the architectural barrier. But on the other hand, there's the social or attitudinal barriers that most of times can be much more limiting than the physical barriers, if you want to say. And these are very difficult to change it because they're preconceived ideas or notions or myth or false assumptions that people turn into their own truth, mostly when times that there aren't truth. So, for example, once we were traveling with the two wheelchair users in our group, and the guy from the airport, they told us, no worries, we put them in seats near the bathroom because they will only have to walk like 5 meters. And then we told them, no, like, these persons, they're not like persons with ambulatory persons with reduced mobility. These persons can't walk at all because they have a spinal cord injury. It's impossible. And they were like, the staff of the airport kind of didn't believe us. And they were like constantly asking us, like, why? Are you serious? Like, they can't walk at all? And so it was very uncomfortable for them and a very bad moment. And so it's just an example of how sometimes the social or the attitudinal barriers can be much more limiting. So what we're doing at Will the World, because we want to raise awareness and to educate all the population. Of course, the tourism sector is the first target, but also we believe that we should educate transversal the whole population, like even persons that are not related with tourism, because we think it's not only a social responsibility. It's like addressing for the very basic of a human need, that is to understand and to be empathetic with the other ones. So that's why we created the Will the World Academy, that it's an online learning journey, that it's aimed for tourism professionals, that it shows about the different types of disabilities, how to communicate with people with disabilities, what is accessibility, what is universal design, what are the most common barriers, what is the importance of the hygiene services. We talked about the adaptive equipment, accessible transportation, technical aids, and much more subjects. So we can finally like raise the knowledge in the industry, because as I was saying, in most of the times, there's persons that they don't know about disabilities or accessibility, not because they don't want or they want to be excluding the others. It's just because a lot of persons grew up in environments that never showed disabilities. You never saw them like going out to the street or in your day-to-day. So it's not the fault of the person that sometimes they don't have much knowledge about disabilities. It's because the place where some persons like live makes you not to understand about disabilities. So that's why we want We want to do this change. And well, we know that every country is different. Of course, there are countries that are much more accessible, some countries that are less accessible, but in the end, and there's a kind of a tendency that usually people that knows or that works for disabilities, usually they have a close experience. It can be a family or a friend. So that is why we want to change, and we want that even persons that they don't have not direct relations with disabilities, they still can understand about what is accessibility and to be more inclusive in the end.
Great. Siddhant, Juan mentioned the difficulty, in the architecture world for a place wherein, it is not really accessible for all. You have developed a tactical guide for the books for tourism. It's considered to be a path-breaking effort. Would you talk about it a little so that we all can understand and probably gain some knowledge on it?
Sure. So as we speak about, most of the heritage sites or the museums, say for example, a city palace, Jaipur, or a fort or a palace that we have, inherently it was built for a limited amount of people. And when we talk about accessibility, we mean, and we say that it is now supposed to cater to a wider group of people. And that was an understanding that I realized, particularly when I was in Greece. And also I had done a case study on Colosseum to understand that there was wheelchair accessible lift, very beautifully designed and hidden in a way that you would not destroy the heritage value of the place. And same way with the Acropolis in Greece, you have right up to that level, a wheelchair can go up there. And that got me to think about for the fact that when architecture, build spaces are there, how do we explore them? How do we engage with them? And not possible always to touch and feel them because of the heritage value, even from the perspective of conservation, because at no point should accessibility come as a discomfort for a maintenance of a heritage site, which is very important for tourism. So that's where the concept of a tactile book came in. And this was a complaint that I felt that I received when we had done, we had created a Braille book as a Braille tourist guide. And when we did that, before we brought it out in market, we did a check with various different stakeholders. And one of the students said that they're mentioning a door, which has a flower on it, but I want to touch, like, can I touch that? But it is not possible over there. And that really got us thinking that, if there was an image, you could understand that. But then why not even introduce a tactile image in that book? And also, very interestingly, while we were doing our feedback collection on the Braille book, there was another feedback that we received from a parent who had a child who was born with blindness. And she said that whenever he is reading Braille, we become visually impaired because we have no idea what he is reading. And that is the point where we decided that, as Jon said, that you don't need separate things. It is supposed to be inclusive. The term inclusion does not mean segregation. It means to bringing things together. And that is where we designed the Braille book, where you have Braille on one side, you have the same text on other side, and it also has tactile images. And in a lot of ways, it was path-breaking because one, it was talking about integration of ideas and processes together. And second, it gave you an understanding of the space in real time. So because otherwise, if I had a Braille book, I don't even need to travel if I'm not able to touch certain elements of Taj Mahal. But then if I can touch it, I can understand it, what is happening along with it, I have the time of experiencing it. And that is where we also, like, if you look at the Access for All website, the first thing that pops up is access equals to experience. And I think that experience is very important. And at no point in time should segregation be considered as a method of providing accessibility. So that's where the journey began, of making things tactile and making it possible in their own hands if they couldn't reach up to that particular spot.
Great. So you basically are ensuring that everybody gets the similar experience that it's supposed to be like. Manuel, I come to you with my question. Traveling is a right and everyone should have it. Are you encouraging the travelers here, or are you pushing the cause of the government to look at it and make it more accessible in an area which is dominated by the private players?
Oh, well, I would like to introduce this question saying, let's compare Rome to London. The accessible infrastructures given by the Olympic Games in 2012 had provided an extensive and positive externality to all the environment. So better accessibility means better communication. If we have better communication, we will have an increasing of trips. That's what we think. So our approach to first of all to our suppliers is to be first of all more inclusive. The same thing that Juan Pablo said before. So for us, we encourage travelers, giving them the right information in advance, by far in advance. Like things that, for instance, in the hotels, we check the measure of the bed, because if you have a power lift and you need to use it, you have to be careful that your power lift fit behind the bed. So talking about the government, in Italy, we don't think that the public sector is doing that much, but maybe where the government doesn't grow the movement, doesn't grow the information about accessibility, the private sector can do. So we start from our platform, and we start with the private sector. We try to be more inclusive, involving our suppliers, that many of the times they don't know anything about accessibility. So first of all, we want to speak with the suppliers and tell them which is the real necessity. And that's it. That's what we think. And we think that the private sector can do much more better than government policies.
Great. So there's a difference in thought processes wherein you're pushing that it's the private sector that would lead. And probably when the consumer demands, that's when the government would also act into it. Now, Neha, this brings a question to you. We have heard the other panelists talking about what all efforts are they taking for the disabled to find a tourist spot friendly with them. How big is the travel market for people with disabilities overall? I would also like to understand the male-female ratio. How many?
The recent research say that the market is nearly $60 billion, so $59 billion. It produced nearly 81 million trips.
Great. So you're talking about Italian market, or is it?
No, the world market.
Great. So thank you, Manuel. Neha, now, Manuel has helped us with the figure for the world market. Could you help me with the figures specific to the Indian market, and how well do we collaborate with what's happening globally? That's one. And, of course, the male-female ratio, which I wanted to understand, because, there are, you mentioned a very unique family of yours, wherein, both set of genders have issues in terms of disability. So that's other thing. And what are the changes that you would want to see? Because you design holidays for people. So what are the changes that you would want, the other holiday service providers, so that it becomes accessible for all?
Well, could you repeat the last part, because I didn't hear you very well?
Manuel, this question is for Neha.
Neha, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks for the question, Soumya. How big is the market? Well, persons with disabilities are the largest minority in the world, and anyone can become a part of it anytime. You are just one accident, one medical condition, or a few years of old age away. So if we talk of the size of the market, well, there are 15% of the world population, like roughly 1.3 billion persons with disabilities exist in this world. And there are an ever increasing 250 million people who are over the age of 60. So 46% of people who are over 60 are already disabled. So this is the size of market that we're talking about. And when we include their families and friends, that becomes 25% of the world population. And this is a rough estimate. It can be more. There was a latest report recently that said like it directly and indirectly impacts 3.5 billion people when we are assuming the whole group. And the spending capacity of this group is $8.1 trillion US. And there was this latest report that says it is $13 trillion annual spending capacity that this group has. So that is the size of market that we're talking about. And in terms of the male and female ratio, I would not put it into gender because we have the LGBTQ community as well. There are people who are transgender, there are people who are intersex, and the intersection always exists. So there is a 30% overlap when we are talking about disability and LGBTQ community. So we really cannot split it into male and female. And in 2021, we should not be talking about gender. So yeah, so that's the size of the market that we are talking about. And if I would like to, like, I think the second part of the question that you asked was, what would I like to change as an industry and the travel service providers? Well, one, we don't need separate travel companies for disabled people. Everyone has to become inclusive, and everyone in the industry, it's not, so it's like a whole ecosystem development that has to happen, right from the community, the society, the tourism industry, the non-profit sector, and the private sector. Like everyone has to come together to make it happen, because it all trickles down across industry. Like Juan said, it's not just about tourism. Tourism is a media by which we're talking inclusion, but it, like, for example, I'll give you a very simple example of the inclusive group trips that we do, and that's amazing. I I chose inclusion because I could not choose between my parents. That how can I start a company? Because even though it is easy to choose one single disability, I cannot choose between my parents. So I'm like, okay, mix everyone together. That's the way to go. And what happened was magic, pure magic. The non-disabled said, oh, we had the most phenomenal experience of our life. We thought we had never been to this place before. Because we tend to scan things and miss out on the details when we are traveling as non-disabled people. But when we are inclusive groups, you go into the details and you realize, wow, this place has so much to offer. Because you're seeing, okay, what are the accessible routes? What are the sensory triggers this place has? What is tactile out here? And what will be the easier way of communicating? You know, there's so many aspects to it. It's a whole new world out there. And these people went back to their communities and said, okay, came back to us. Can I make my office accessible? Or can I hire persons with disability? That is the kind of ripples that we're talking about. So it has to come together that, you know, the travel service providers, the travel companies, everyone talks about accessibility. It becomes the norm. They start competing for accessibility. That is the world that we are talking about. Because until and unless that happens, disabled people would remain a separate group of people. Okay, this is the group of people that needs some special attention. They have some special access. Nothing is special. We all have needs. We all have unique needs, and they need to be met in our own unique ways. And we should have the freedom of choice to make that choice, right? So that is where I want the industry to change. Like every hotel talking about accessibility, every destination talking about accessibility, every travel company saying, yeah, we are inclusive of every type of traveler.
Wonderful. I mean, some mind-boggling figures that you threw, you know, and I'm sure there's a thorough research that has gone to get those figures. It is a very huge market. Now, there was another question which I wanted to understand. Now, till we are visualizing the world wherein it is open for all, but the biggest brand of the hotels aren't really as accessible as we would want them to be. How do you reach out to them? How do you find them? And how do you basically make a contact and contract with them?
Put money on the table.
That simple?
Put money on the table.
Great. Thank you
That
so
is
much.
what that is the language that businesses understand. So you have to talk to them in the language that they understand. So when I started, like 6-7 years ago, and I went to hotels, that why are you not accessible? They were like, people with disabilities don't travel. Then why we should cater to them? Why we should make an accommodation? I'm like, it's a catch-22. They're not traveling and coming to you because you are not accessible. So it's not something that they are not traveling. You are not accessible because they're not coming to you. And nothing changed, trust me, until and unless I kept, like, I made small, I audited the destinations, the hotels, and we still do it till date. We develop destinations. At every destination that we operate in has been ground operated and audited by us. And we develop in not just in terms of infrastructure that is available, we develop in terms of sensitization and training of the whole ecosystem and the manpower that I should not be using manpower, that's sexist, and the human resources that are available in the industry, like whomsoever the traveler would be interacting with, because that groundwork is needed to make them ready to welcome travelers with disabilities, right? So when it started from there, but over the time when they saw, oh, these people are coming, they really come, and they spend 30% more money than a non-disabled traveler. They stay longer. Oh, now we are talking business. Okay, now we should be talking how we can be accessible for other types of disability. They still haven't started spending money as much as we want it to be. But yes, they're taking baby steps towards that direction. Also, I think I need to mention that, which is very important. Most of the people have a misconception that accessibility is just a ramp and a disabled friendly toilet. That wheelchair access is what it is. No, that is just a small part of accessibility that we're talking about. We have people who are blind, people who are deaf, people who have cognitive disabilities, who have intellectual disabilities, who have psychosocial disabilities, who have medical conditions, disorders, mental health situations. There's so much, and everyone has an access need, invisible or visible. So, and that completes the whole spectrum. Until and unless we see it holistically, we have a long way to go. And that's where I want the industry to change and be aware of all of this.
Very well put across. The way you mentioned it, it takes me back to one of a learning that we got in my own professional assignments. So I launched a magazine on wellness called it had to do everything with spa. It started with spa, when the food that we're talking spoke of wellness, the travel spoke of wellness, and everything like that. Each of the hotel that we reached out to, yeah, we have a spa. Okay, how big is the spa? It's got 2 massage rooms, and we have a gym, and we have a steam sauna. They did not see it as a revenue generating thing for them. All they saw was that, it's a waste of space. Why do I have to, I can probably create 5 more rooms rather than giving those rooms for a spa or a massage. That could be done in your room. Just, get a massage therapy bed and it's all done. But today, it's so beautiful to see that each hotel is actually spending a lot of money on the wellness activities and the spas that comes up. So yeah, it's a necessary evil that they see. Probably that's what they will see when we speak about the figures that you threw on us. Thank you for those wonderful figures. Juan, I'll come to you. The figures that Neha has given us are huge. It shows a lot of optimism towards the industry. Wheel the World got supported with a UN grant, and later now you've just raised about $2 million through venture capitalists and angel investors. Do you think with the figures that Neha has given us, we can have more angel investors and we can have more venture capitalists put in money to this opportunity? How do you think we can probably make them spend more money and create an accessible world for all?
Well, as Neha said, I think she put it very good. Like, you need to show that that's a business opportunity, because there's a lot of persons and industries that conventionally they're not aware, or they don't know what's the possible market size, and also they probably like see like, if I didn't have to accessibilize my products, or I need to do something accessible, probably I'm gonna spend a lot of money, and probably I'm not gonna see all the return. That's like the conventional or the old paradigm that a lot of business still have. But as well, we have seen that actually it's a huge business, and the ways to motivate like the investors or venture capitals is, as Neha was saying, show them like exactly what's the size of the market, and showing them what's the potential value that has, because of course it has a social value, because it's a huge responsibility, but it's also a huge business opportunity. And sometimes it's actually, this part is a little bit funny, because there are some persons that some operators that they want to align, because they usually they have a personal story, or they know someone with a disability, and they're like, oh, it got into my, it moves me. And there's this other group or type of operators or tourism persons in the industry that they it seems good, but okay, let's talk about numbers. Okay, so what would be the numbers? And as Neha was saying, it's a huge market, and especially because it's expected that more each time. And there's some correlation. There's a lot of correlation studies that correlated that as more age, the biggest the chance to have a disability. So it is expected that at some point it's going to be like 2 billion people with disabilities in the world, not only one. So yeah, like as long as I think you provide a clear service, like, and you're saying, okay, this is exactly what it's expecting to you. So in terms of accessibility, in terms of how it's going to be the place that the traveler is going. So if you are able to provide the clear information, and also to talk to the industry partners that actually it's a huge opportunity, the grants and of course persons would invest much more. And again, I think that one of the main challenges is that the persons are not aware about disabilities. So as long as persons are not aware, it's going to be a little bit difficult. It's like a positive circle that once you put the subject of disabilities and accessible tourism, in this case, you put it out there and persons start to learning about it, then much more persons will get to it. And actually, like every year, there's 1 or 2 studies that talks about the size of the market, or how big spenders persons with disabilities are. So I think that it's really promising the future in terms of getting new investors and new persons that wants to address to this subject. And also it happens that sometimes persons like they weren't like aware of the business that it's accessible tourism. Sometimes because they have a familiar experience or a near experience, then they understand, and there's actually some cases like that persons that they weren't aware at all about disabilities until it happened to a closed one, and then they start reading and they said, it is actually a business opportunity.
Great. So now that you are in this business and that Neha has given us those huge figures which you are convinced about, do we see Wheel the World raising $20 million, through a venture capitalist in this year?
I mean, it's very difficult, but we're going step by step. And at first, we need to consolidate because in one part we want on this first investment we will spend a lot on our customer experience team, because our customer experience team, it's a team that knows exactly about the accessibility needs of all the travelers. So that way we of course we talk with the operator beforehand, before the travelers go, and we tell them, okay, this is the person's accessibility needs. This is his condition. He's a wheelchair user. He's a blind person, or so. But this person will need, and let's say it would need braille. It will need tactile reference, or maybe only with large print is okay. So we ask for the traveler, and of course, if they want, they're not forced to it. But we make them understand that as more information they give, it's going to be a better experience, because we're going to give the operator a better image. So that's why we're investing a lot in our customer experience team, and on the other side, on the tech team, because we really believe that we're going to reach all that through technology. So we're actually investing quite big in the tech team, because Will the World is a tech company, and we're working and building all of our technology tools that will allow us to bring more supply, and of course, and to map out the entire world in terms of accessibility.
Thank you so much. Manuel, my question comes to you. I understand you operate in a domestic market in Italy itself. Have you ever thought of tying up with another agent, exploring, inbound and outbound travel? We have Neha here, who has been sending people abroad, who has been auditing the places. Maybe you can take part of her workload and audit the places in Italy and tell her that, listen, hey, Neha, I have a group, to be sent to India, and I have audited these places in Italy. Why don't you send your group to me? Can this be explored?
Yeah. First of all, let me say hello to Neha. And yes, for sure. Actually, well, we're very young, so we were born in 2017. So we are just now figuring out our experience in Italy, but in the future will be good to speak with other players, other agents, other agency, also with Juan Pablo, to cooperate more and make it more close. So it will be absolutely good to make some connection, a stable connection that can grow the moment, that can grow the information about country. So totally, I think we will do, yes, why not?
Great. So Neha, let's catch hold of Salvatore, the head of ENIT in India, and let's introduce him to Manuel and tell him that, listen, I have this friend here in Italy. Why don't we make him work with us here in India? I'm going to Siddhant for the next question. Siddhant, it's a mammoth task to work on the inclusion projects. How are you looking at it? How are you looking at the government at a larger scale? We spoke to Manuel earlier. He said he's pushing the private sector, but in India, when you look at private sector, it's more of money making thing that comes up. But when we look at things in India, it's mostly the government that we look at for doing things and taking a step up. You've been working with individual properties, be it the city palace, be it the museums. What are you suggesting to the government? Is there a way you think there could be a larger inclusion or of policies from the government?
So Soumya, to answer that, I'll step back, one point, and just to give you an idea that why infrastructure becomes very important. And in this particular segment, it is no fault of the person.
So that you've gone on mute.
So you just realize what happens when infrastructure goes missing, right? Suddenly. That was just to simulate an experience for everyone that accessibility is not a fault of the person, it is the fault of the infrastructure not there in the right place at the right time. And when we talk at sites, we are working on various different projects. We are working on a very prime project right now in Delhi that's coming up. And it is it's at a mammoth level that the project is happening. But the sad part is that the entire premise will be inclusive, accessible with various facilities. but the premise will be accessible. But how does one reach to the premise? What's happening in terms of accessible transport? So if I need to reach to that place, what are the other points that I need to come from? So is it the bus stops, as the airports, as Nea and Pablo are talking about, the hotels, right? Manuel's talking about the journey that needs to happen of that person. So I think as a policy, it is a web that needs to be in place, that if the web is there, otherwise, if the web goes off, the points start losing out. So you may make Red Fort accessible, but if I'm not able to cross the barricades of the Red Fort and enter inside, or in case of my screening that needs to happen, and if a person is on a wheelchair and that person has to go from some other entrance, that is at that point losing out on the experience of being inside the space. And that is where and I'll be very realistic about this thing, like you cannot direct what government is thinking, because they're thinking in a completely different direction, right? There are multiple other things to think about. But as individuals, what you could do is that we've made it a mandatory thing that whenever we audit any properties, or whenever we are auditing so we audit properties for corporates and for schools and organizations and even like museums and art galleries. We tell them that we will audit this for you, but along with that, you will also start engaging with the stakeholders. So rather than going from a top-down approach, we've realized that bottom-up approach works. And with one of the museums in Bangalore that we audited, we were able to work with the firefighting team on accessible firefighting and emergency preparedness. They were able to work with the local bus services that would provide for the low float buses to come in at a particular point, to create bus stops that was accessible, to look at even signals, and it will soon come up in the place where the 2-3 junctions that they have been. It's a pilot project, and the concept is to create graphical signals which are more like, which would work even for those with color blindness, and like there are stark colors that were used, or in case of patterns that would be brought in. So what we did was we started asking them that why don't you create a ripple effect around your space? That is when you start getting attention of various other stakeholders. And I think eventually, if you see multiple things happening, you will find a wider support. Otherwise, we have campaigns, we have Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan campaign. There are multiple sites being audited, but we don't know what comes out of it, right? Because there's so much that is going on. And also, like, as I said, like you don't know which entity is working at what on what particular thing. So if I may audit 30 properties, but then who is going to take the next step of reviewing my audit? Who is going to look at whether the ramp, you cannot have, like I'm working on a documentation for quite some time now, and we are documenting public toilet ramps in India, and in particularly in Mumbai, just to look at like whether they are ramps or they are slides, or if it is done for the sake of just getting the tick mark on the listing that, okay, this property has a ramp. So if you see some of the ramps even have a step in front of them, or there will be a ramp which would start from the footpath, because making the footpath accessible was not the duty of the team that was working on the public toilets. So when we all start working, and if we realize that if I am working in a property, and if I am able to make, this is my particular dream, that any project that we do, we would like to work in a 12-kilometer radius, and 12-kilometer radius is pretty huge. Like if I'm able to create accessible infrastructure because of my epicenter, which is the project, you will start finding that, how multiple things can be accessible. So then if you have a school right in your periphery, in your vicinity, you make it mandatory that, okay, you need to do this. We found like out of 10 projects, we found 3 projects who have agreed to do that. So I think, of course, it is just scratching the tip of the iceberg, but I think once these success stories come out, once they are put up as pilot projects and new ideas like these come in, we need to direct the government in this way rather than like not cribbing about it. I think, because I think like what Neha would also agree is that you don't have to just crib, you may have to take the action. Like you don't always have to get your activist mode on. You sometimes have to get the business mode on and get work done to show that, hey, this is possible. Why not do it in a particular way? So yeah, I think like that would be one of the ways to see how government could be influenced.
Nice. Now, Neha, Siddhant spoke about very unique projects when he's talking about people who would get to see the signal even though they're colorblind, so there would be patterns. Your company, Planetable, was recognized for its unique offering by the Department of Tourism, Government of India. This year, the Government of India also is promoting vocal for local because the air bubble is just, another way which is ensuring people travel, but it's not really a leisure travel. Of course, there are people who are traveling for leisure as well, but the main focus the government thought would be vocal for local. With so much of limitations that Siddhant just spoke about, the government talking something totally different. How do you think at Planetable you would want to approach it? Would you approach the government? Would you approach the hotels directly? Also, is there any state government or any destination which is very disabled friendly? Would you be able to list some of those to me?
Okay. This is a pretty broad and a long answer question, I would say. But I think the government, the tourism department, when they're talking vocal for local, before that they have to talk about that the places are accessible, so that they don't need a Planetable to go to a place. So I might sound contrary to my real core business, but that is what freedom of choice for a disabled person is all about. A large section of, when we're talking of, you mentioned to say domestic tourism, a large section of India who are people who are disabled form the economically weaker section. I mean, it is growing, it is improving at a huge pace. I'm not denying that fact, but a lot of them still live in tier 2, tier 3 cities and towns who do not have the affordability. And traveling, like forget traveling, living with a disability in a country like India where there is zero government support is expensive. Like even buying any assistive device, your physio or any technology assistive solution, you have to buy it from your own pocket. It's not something that the government provides you like they provide you in US or UK or Australia. Nothing exists, right? So a large part of your income goes into just living. So when we're talking about traveling with a disability as an Indian citizen in India, it's expensive, especially when you're talking about the dollar and rupee conversion rate. So it's not cheap. So if the Department of Tourism wants domestic travelers with disability to travel, they first have to make the infrastructure accessible, make their own websites accessible, for heaven's sake. Let's start there, because so that the information and communication is accessible. We have a very good law that was passed like 4 years ago, but the implementation is going to take time. And that is where we are looking at, and it has been slowed down and delayed by COVID, like across the world. So if you are looking at that, and the tourism boards that we are looking at, yes, I would seriously say they have been really supporting us for the past few years. Like all the government consultations about the tourism, I am there, I'm invited there to talk about it. But the money hasn't come out of the pocket yet. So the willingness to spend money on developing those destinations, that is still to happen. They're talking about it. I see it as a very, very good sign. They're talking about it. The tourism boards want to know more about it. They are looking at it as a market. Yeah, it is possible. Let's do it. So it's a good thing to do and it's a good business to do. But yeah, they're still not convinced to spend money on that. That is where the challenge lies. And I think we will get there soon, in the very near future. I am positive about that. Regarding having accessible places in India, well, we operate not just in India, we operate globally. So there is a vast difference in terms of the challenges of accessibility that exist in the East and what exists in the West. So there are first world problems and there are third world problems. So, and that accessibility differs in those different ways. So I really cannot say this destination is accessible, but because accessibility means different things to different people. How can I say this place is accessible? Because am I talking about a blind person? Am I talking about a person with mobility impairment? Am I talking about a person who has a hearing impairment? Am I talking about a person who has an invisible disability, like a psychosocial or intellectual disability, or have a medical disorder? I don't know. So I really cannot say what accessibility are we talking until we are specific. And I would say in accessibility, in wheelchair access, yes, a lot of countries like US, UK, and some countries in Europe have done a really good job. But in terms of accessibility for other disabilities, they also have to do a lot of work. Because that awareness that accessibility can mean different things to different people, that still hasn't reached there also. So that's a global thing that we have to work on.
Great. So now I'd like to sum up this discussion. It has been a wonderful session hearing it all. Now, one last question which I'm throwing to each one of you. I'll come to each one of you, starting with you, Neha. What is your one ask for the stakeholders, the government, the destinations, and people?
My one ask from everyone in this world, there is no us versus them. When we are talking about persons with disability, we all are us. And the moment you start keeping that in mind while you are doing business, while you're designing your products and solutions, keep that in mind that no one is excluded. No one, absolutely no one, because we all exist across intersections of disability, gender, race, medical conditions, and we can switch. We can have multiple overlaps out there. So we really cannot put people into buckets. So don't do that. We all are us, having our own unique needs. Let's make sure no one is excluded in whatever we are doing.
Thank you, Neha.
And put people like equity should be the goal. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Neha, for this. Juan, what is it that you would ask the stakeholders, the government, the destinations, and the people?
Yeah, first I would try to make them know that disability is one of the minorities that probably everyone will be faced or will have a relation during their lives. So that's just a way to start. And also, as Nisha was saying, that try to be inclusive in all its forms. Because of course, being inclusive with people with disabilities, it's fundamental, it's very important. But also for people with different sexual preferences, different religions, because at the end, one of the most beautiful things in the world is that we're all the same, but at the time we're all different. You know, it's like a kind of thing there. So yeah, just to make the invitation that everyone starts to be aware and starts to be like, we live in society. We don't live each one apart from each other. And sometimes some people, I think they tend to forget that. So yeah, that would be mainly the message, that try to be inclusive in your day-to-day, in every interaction you have. And of course, in this case, it's specialized in accessible tourism, but try to be inclusive. That's the thing.
Thank you, Juan. Manuel, what is your take on this?
Pardon, can you repeat?
What is your one wish that you would want the stakeholders, the government, the people, and the destinations that they should be doing so that each one of us is able to travel?
Oh, well, I think it's my first wish is about the suppliers. For instance, because many times we find companies that are not aware at all about the accessibility. So what I wish is to improve our relation with our suppliers and also improve the communication with our local government. It can be good to give more European assistance to those guys when they came in Europe, because Italy until now I think it needs to improve the information path. That's my best wishes for the future.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank
Siddhant,
you.
I come to you. You work closely with the the places, the government, and also you are in your own way creating a network or a web that you mentioned, with the aim of having a 12-kilometer radius that you spoke about. What is your one ask to the stakeholders?
So two asks. One is that let's not consider that accessibility is an option. Like that should not be considered at all. And it needs to be a necessity. And second, and I think that is very important, and I think that is the need of the hour, like include them in your workforce. Let everybody be part of the workforce. Then you don't have to talk about what would be what are the special needs, because it would no longer become a special need, because it is a need as part of that. Like, and I'm telling you this from an example of working with an inclusive school, where suddenly like having a ramp in the school was not a special thing, because ramp became mandatory, because the student was required to escort another student on a wheelchair, and that was the easiest way to go around. So they never looked at a ramp as if like there was something special that was added for a friend, and it just became the entire school had a ramp to enter into the main building. So I think if you already are growing up with everyone, and as Pablo rightly said, that you don't see enough in the society, like, and if everybody was out there, if workspaces would provide, we see some cafes, we see some different places that provide opportunity, but if this was made a mandatory thing, or if this was normalized, it would never, you would not put brackets or like air quotes around disability and do something special for it, because it would just be a regular need. And again, like, let this accessibility not be an option in any segment, because accessibility is a plugin that goes everywhere. So that would be two asks, like, be it any organization that is there.
Thank you so much. And why settle for one? It's wonderful to hear two asks from you, and it's a beautiful world that we would be able to weave if we follow the basics that each one of you has touched. We probably will see more colors than what Neha has as a background with those flags in this beautiful world. We'll have wielded world not just in our wheelchairs but in the motorbikes, and Manuel will be able to take us to various other places beyond Italy as well. I thank you each, I thank you all, Juan, for joining us today. Manuel, thank you. You had your suggestions. Siddhant, thank you so much for working wonderfully with the government and the places, making this world a better place. Neha, planet-abled. Yes, we don't need a planet-abled. We need a planet. Thank you so much for speaking out, voicing your concerns. I hope we would be able to take few pointers from this, and we'll make this world a better place. Over to you, Grishma. I sign off. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Soumya. What a wonderful moderator and such fabulous panelists. A few things that I've learned is that, accessibility is a plugin that goes everywhere. And I thank you, Siddhant, for reminding me that for that one moment where you muted yourself on purpose and we were all like, we can't hear you, we can't hear you. I think that was an aha moment for me, because for me not to hear, and I knew something important was being said, made me feel like it's not me, it's the technology. So thank you. And with that, we'd like to say goodbye to all of you, and we hope that you will stay in touch with us. NAS is here to stay, and our mission for disability inclusion is not just for India anymore, it's around the world. And we're glad to know that we have so many partners with us.
A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wheater skin tone, and long brown straight hair. Like today, some days I do wear spectacles. I'm wearing a blue dress with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right corner of the screen. In this session, we are going to be talking about the need for accessible transport. Now, why is that even important? Transportation and mobility plays a key role in the struggle for equal opportunity in the disability community, or let's just say it's a basic human right. Affordable and reliable transport allows people with disability access to important opportunities in education, employment, healthcare, housing, and community life, and a lot more, I believe. I'm honored to introduce you to the moderator of this session on accessible transport, Mr. Hardeep Rai. He's a group CEO of Kaleidoscope Group of Companies, joining us from UK. He's also the founder of Kaleidoscope Investments, something which is very dear to me. It is his initiative that invests in ideas of people with disabilities. But more than that, he's now an integral part of our core team and mission of inclusion at the National Ability Summit. A very warm welcome to you, Hardeep, and I pass on the baton to you to moderate the session.
Thank you very much, Varija, and welcome everybody to this session on accessible transport. Really appreciate the introduction, Varija, and thank you again to the National Ability Summit for raising these very important points to the rest of the world. I myself am a father of a disabled child, and I know the challenges with Ishan traveling in his wheelchair to different places, be that through cars, be that through planes, be that through ships, whatever it may be. Transportation and accessibility for disabled people is a really, really important thing to consider, especially in this post-COVID world when we've all been through a very challenging period. And actually people want to start going on holiday again. People want to start doing things. And the disability community actually have a significant amount of money they can spend on transportation. So we really have a fantastic session here today. I'm joined by Anjali from Samarthriam, and you have to forgive my Indian English accent. We're joined by Athera from Uber, and we're joined by Chris Wood from Flying Disabled. So first of all, let me describe myself. For those of you that may know the actor called George Clooney, I consider that I look a little bit like George Clooney. I'm wearing today a black jumper. I'm wearing a blue shirt. I have a black tie on. I'm of Asian origin, and I'm sitting in a room where I have a photograph of my beautiful little son, Ishan Rai, behind me, who is 2 years old. Well, he's actually 14 years old, but he's 2 years old in the photograph. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give a very brief high-level introduction to each of the panelists that we have with us today first. Anjali is a disability rights advocate. She's an accessibility expert in the mobility world and a WASH specialist who's well known in the Asia Pacific region. Anjali founded Samarthriam and the National Center for Accessible Environments. And what I'm going to do, by the way, is I'm going to let everyone do their own introductions because, you know, I think a lot of people can present themselves in slightly different ways. So that's Anjali, and I'll come to you, Anjali, with a question in a minute. Athera from Uber. Athera works on Uber's public policy team, heading policy and government affairs work across thematic verticals for South India and Sri Lanka. Athera is also the lead for all earner welfare initiatives across the platform for the India South Asian region. Thank you for being with us today, Athera. And Chris Wood, I'm not even going to read his introduction because Chris Wood is a very, very dear friend of mine. The most important thing is that he's a father of 2 adorable disabled children, and he knows what it feels like to have challenges with transport. And that is why when you hear his story about what he's created to enable his children to travel, it is truly phenomenal. And it just goes to show what people with heart and purpose and an entrepreneurial spirit can achieve. So I'm really delighted and honored to be moderating this panel today. So Anjali, first of all, let me come to you. You're the co-founder of Smartium. Can you tell us a little bit more about the organization, its mission and its objectives, as well as a little bit more about your background too? You're on mute, Anjali.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Hardeep. It's a pleasure to be here on the Ability Summit. I'm a woman with disability, and I'm an assisted wheelchair user with muscular dystrophy. At my background, you will see my father's photograph, and beyond that is my living room. I'm right now sitting at my home. I'm using a wheelchair and also wearing a blue color top. My glasses are always on my head unless I'm out from my office and I have to see through my car window, then the things are different. About Samartham, it's basically, Samartham means capability, and it's an organization which was started by people with disabilities almost 27 years back with the objective to make the world accessible. And our mission is to provide a barrier-free, non-handicapping environment, physical environment, so that all the tourist spaces, all the transportation ecosystem and built environment should be seamlessly accessible to people with and without disabilities. You are on mute, Hardeep.
You're just trying to get me back, aren't you? Thank you, Anjali. I would like to welcome Lalit to the conversation. Welcome, Lalit. Lalit is from Salon Expeditions, and you are the COO. And Salon Expeditions is a tourism department approved destination management company in Sri Lanka. And we understand the key products are educational holidays, accessible travel, holidays for differently abled people, and luxury tailor-made family holidays. So thank you very much for joining us, Lalit. We've literally just begun, and I just started asking Anjali to introduce her organization. So Ethira, I'm gonna come to you next. So could you throw some light on the availability of Uber's accessibility services around the world, please?
Sure. We have been rolling out products like Uber Access and Uber Assist across the globe, outside Indian markets more, in fact. So in many countries where Uber is operating, we have committed to ensure that Uber is able to provide transportation to everyone who wants to get to any place, irrespective of what kind of challenges that they are facing. So with respect, keeping this in mind, we have rolled out many services. One is Uber Access, where there are vehicles which which can be accessed by a wheelchair. So basically, a wheelchair can enter into these vehicles. So we've been having this particular service in Chicago, New York, Boston. We've partnered with a company called MV Transportation, who's providing us with drivers as well as vehicles that enables wheelchair entry. Another product that we have rolled out is something called Uber Assist, where we train highly rated drivers on how to help someone who wants to, who just requires a little bit of assistance to get inside a normal, say, Uber Prime or Uber sedan vehicle. So it could be an elderly person. It could be maybe even a mother who's carrying a infant child. So if the drivers, if there is a driver who requires, if the woman requires assistance in carrying her luggages, just a little bit of support, the driver is trained to handle all that kind of situations. We also have facility in our app where someone who's visually challenged, we can actually activate a feature where they can basically narrate where they want to go, and it automatically gets entered into the Uber app. And basically the car will come in under 15 minutes and they can go from point A to point B. So these are some of the services that we have launched. We do understand that this is just the beginning and there are a lot more initiatives that we have in mind. We would like to scale our existing pilot projects that we're doing in many cities. But like I was mentioning earlier, this is just the beginning, and there are a lot more things that we are rolling out and which are in the pipeline.
Do you know, this is Hardeep. Thank you very much, Athira, for that first answer to the question. You know, it's really interesting. I was in Dubai about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I can't remember the app. Somebody told me to download an app, and it was a taxi service. And the amazing thing was, I had all these different options. So I could choose a big car, a small car, a car with a baby seat, and one of them was accessibility. And I know Dubai are actually very big on accessibility with Expo 2020 in place. So I think this is a fantastic initiative that you are doing as Uber, and very, very needed, very needed. So I'm really grateful that you're looking into that. Thank you for that, Athira. Mr. Chris Wood, please tell us about Flying Disabled and why you started it.
Certainly. Just a bit about me. I'm kind of nearly 60, British male. I don't have the looks that Hardeep has of George Clooney, but myself and Brad Pitt are never seen in the same room. That's all I'm saying. I have two children. They are 26 and 28, so they're young adults, but even at 59, my own mother still refers to me as a child, so they are both children. My son is 26, currently at university studying broadcast journalism, and he wants to fly around the world and eventually become a reporter on F1. Just to give you some of the challenges he's gone through, my son they both power wheelchair units. My son has a few tubes coming out of him to keep him going, and he also doesn't talk, yet he got a degree at university for journalism, and he's now doing his master's. My daughter, like all daughters, they're hard work, and she likes to go around the world skiing down mountains on a sit ski. So for those two people, I wasn't really going to sit back and let them have an undignified, unsafe journey on an aircraft. So many years ago, I dropped myself into aviation after some advice and tried to establish a solution as to how to deal with this. Automobiles, the automobile industry is accessible. They've made it accessible. Over land and sea, rail in particular, that's accessible. Some would say it's not great, but the reality is you can still board a train sitting in your wheelchair. You cannot do that on an aircraft. So there is a huge line of demarcation there. So over the years, I've got to know the people in aviation, and I actually thought they would kill me if I went to a conference. But absolutely, I was not just invited in, I'm now on the stage talking about accessibility. For many people in that audience, this is very close to home now. So if we think of someone like myself and Hardeep, who have their children in wheelchairs and want to fly, for a lot of people in aviation, it's either a brother, a sister, or a relative. So it's very close to home. But where I was able to, and I learned this very early on, is to get a light bulb in these guys' heads. So it's when we talk about our older, less mobile population, we're all living longer. And so therefore, those people who still have a lot of money to spend would like to travel by air, and they're going to stop. So I kind of diluted the subject of disability a little bit, but I felt I had to do that just to draw the picture for these people as to what it might look like. And we are now addressing that via a solution. I will also add that aviation is driven by revenue. So that's the biggest challenge. They do not see someone in a wheelchair as a revenue game changer. They see in-flight entertainment. They see internet access. Those they see as revenue changers, and they don't quite get that there are millions of people around the world who need access, who want to spend money, and there is this culture that think that someone in a wheelchair travels as a lonely, disappointed person. Trust me, That is so not true. These are amazing people. They want to fly, and they want to fly with their family, and they want to fly with their friends. That's a lot of tickets. That's a lot of revenue. And they're starting to get this. They're starting to see that this is actually possible, a possible revenue taker. So I'll buy that every day of the week, and I keep pushing that. So the solution we've come up with, which if anybody wants to contact me, I'll quite happily show it, but it is out there now on social media. We've tried to crack the hardest nut. So the hardest nut in aviation is to have access to a place in an aircraft sitting in your own power wheelchair. And we've done that by using the front row of a single aisle aircraft. Now we've deliberately chosen the hardest nut to crack because there's not a lot of room in those things. However, aviation is changing. Single aisle aircraft travel further. And so if you talk to anybody in one of the main airlines, they will tell you they are buying more single aisle aircraft than wide bodies, the ones with 2 aisles, the twin aisles. But they'll always still be around. But if you crack the hardest nut first, then everything else is possible. So what we've done in a 737, which is typically 3 rows either side with an aisle up the middle, can easily be replicated in something with a twin aisle. In some day, there's more room, there's more opportunity, there's more ways of incorporating this. But to widen that spectrum, we can look at that space and go, what else can we do with that? Could we make that more of a quiet zone, perhaps for autism or Alzheimer's or dementia? As I say, we're an ever-growing population. Even my own mother, there'll come a point where she'll go, I ain't flying anymore. And to listen to some of my friends who have parents who are with Alzheimer's and dementia, it's a global world. My brother lives in Spain, one of my best friends. His partner lives over in America now. And, you know, they want to travel with families which are connected around the globe. We're not now around the corner. So we have to keep those windows open and we have to widen that spectrum. So maybe there just might be a space on an aircraft where you can allocate that for people that just need a little bit more support. So the solution we have is this, and we're going to be the first to do this, the first to do that, the first to do this. So if we can get those solutions in place, then great. And so inside the aviation industry is where it needs to happen. And that's who is with me. I have a consortium now, which is myself, a company called Priestman Good, who are the biggest designers of air transport in the world. I have a certification engineer who's certified aircraft across the world, again, one of the biggest players in that market. So between the three of us, we can move this along. And I sit like the little naughty schoolboy in between them that's been campaigning and lobbying. Yet these two, Nigel and Paul, have all the credibility in the world, so that when people in aviation see it, it's not just some nutcase lobbyist campaigner shouting from the rooftop saying this has got to be done. They're saying it can be done and you should do it. So it gives me a lot more credibility as I push this forward. And as I say, I'm welcomed in aviation. I thought they would hung me or burn me at the stake, but the reality is they want it as much as anybody else. But the game changer is when the airline buys into it. And that's the one we're waiting for. I hope that's been a little bit of a brief explanation as what I'm trying to do. But more importantly, I will add one more thing. We have the regulators with us. So these are the people that will make sure everything is safe, and they're very keen. So this is people like the CAA in the UK, the CTA in Canada, and the FAA in America. And they're very keen. And the conversations we've had end with one word: harmonization. What happens in London Heathrow has got to happen in Delhi, it's got to happen in Stockholm, it's got to happen in Mombasa. We cannot have a broken route because we're back to where we were. So with the regulators on board, we can start moving as we do towards some harmonization. I hope that kind of fills in some of the blanks, maybe. Thanks, Hardeep. George.
This is George Cooney. Thank you, Chris. That was an amazing introduction. And I've just got a few comments actually on what you've said. So the first thing I would like to point out is that you recently got an MBE for all your hard work, and you met our royals.
Not yet. I haven't yet.
Oh, haven't you yet? Is there still? Oh, that's still to happen.
Rephrase that, Hadi. They haven't met me yet.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. But I think it's a testament to your hard work over the last 7 years that you've actually managed to achieve that. So many congratulations. And I think as an entrepreneur, the way that you've worked to surround yourself by two really well-known organizations and respected institutions is phenomenal. And I think you also...
Hadi, I was going to say, it's not without great people around me, and yours are one of those that not just encourage me, but occasionally given me a platform, which has always been good. And without the likes of yourself, and I can think of many, many others who have pushed me along and said, yeah, you are on the right road, Chris. You know, just that, without that, you know, I still wouldn't be here today.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's very good of you to say. And I think the other thing that you pointed out is the size of the disability market. And I think here it would be well worth putting into context the size of the disability market for our audience, okay? Almost, if you think about this, almost 1 in 4 people worldwide is disabled. 1 in 4. And if you think that there's just under 8 billion people in the world and just under 2 billion people have a disability, that is a very significant number. And then we talk about the amount of money, and as you very correctly say, Chris, the spending power of people with disabilities and their families, right? When they go away and when they travel, $13 trillion per year, $13 trillion per year is what the revenue streams are for people with disabilities and their families when they go away. So actually companies and organizations that are not making themselves accessible are losing out on significant revenues, exactly as you said, Chris. But with some of that data, I think it's really important to understand that and not to forget it. So thank you, Chris, for that. Lalit, I'm going to come over to you now. So perhaps, first of all, you can tell us a little bit about Ceylon Expeditions Travel, sir.
Hello, hi. Very good evening from Sri Lanka to everyone, and thank you for the team Varija Life to organizing this kind of very worth thing. I mean, okay, let me explain about the Ceylon Expeditions. It's a Sri Lanka Tourist Board approved destination management company, and we have been operating since 2009. And actually, the reason we started the accessible holiday was we got an inquiry in 2014 from Indian family, but unfortunately we compelled to refuse that inquiry because the husband of that family is on wheelchair, so we refused that the whole tour, because as a country I'll tell you that the accessible facilities, infrastructures, and the hotel rooms are not up to the standard right now, even today. So the facilities like transportation is the most critical problem in Sri Lanka, accessible transport. You don't believe even we have very few vehicles for the whole country. It's maybe 5-6 vehicles only for the whole Sri Lanka, accessible vehicles. That also not the fully electrical, fully automatic accessible vehicles. I mean, you know that the vans with the ramp and the wheelchair restraint system. So that those are the vehicles that we have. We also have only 2 cars. So there are 2,250 registered travel companies in Sri Lanka, but only our travel company and other 2 travel companies who are engaging in the accessible holidays. We feel that the reason that they are not engaging with the accessible holidays because of the infrastructure facility and the hotel rooms as well. Recently, there is a very good trend now. Most of the hotels and resorts, they are constructing accessible rooms, but in some even 5-star hotels in the major cities, they don't have a single accessible room for that. I mean, so those are the problems here in Sri Lanka for accessible holidays and infrastructure. And even for the helicopter, there are only 4 helicopter providers in Sri Lanka, but they accept the wheelchairs, but those helicopters are not configured to carry a wheelchair actually. So that is the situation right now in Sri Lanka. Actually, myself, initially I worked with Sri Lankan Airlines Aircraft Engineering Department as an inventory control executive for Airbus fleet. And then I moved to the Ceylon Expeditions, and that is how I'm the one who started the accessible holidays in Ceylon Expeditions, and we are operating differently able holidays like people with mostly the Down syndrome. So we are operating towards with special care and with the nursing facility, and the deaf and blind people as well. And so those are actually our primary products are educational holidays and the luxury tailor-made holidays. And in 2004, then 2015, we started the accessible holidays. So right now we are working with India, USA, and Middle East, and some German inquiries as well. We are operating for Germany, and we do have specially trained accessible drivers and chauffeur guides, because we are maintaining a very carefully handpicked drivers for that kind of things. I mean, you all know that the operating a wheelchair accessible holiday is a big hectic operation. So we are having a well-trained people for that. But only issue is the transportation problem in Sri Lanka. But right now we are discussing with the major transport companies for a good MOU to provide transportation facilities, including Uber. We are discussing with them. So that is the situation right now. So we hope to discuss this. And actually we have requested to Sri Lanka Tourist Board as well to develop the accessible facilities in, I think you might heard the Kandy and the cultural triangle in Sri Lanka and the down south pole. We have in Sri Lanka, there are total 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. But unfortunately, not a single site can, not a single site is not accessible. So sometimes we have to lift the wheelchair manually, and that is how we operate towards in Sri Lanka right now. So anyway, thank you again for everyone to organizing this kind of worth event. Okay, thanks.
This is Hardy. Thank you, Lalit, very much for that introduction. I have a question actually that I would like to ask you. What is the demand for people with disabilities to book holidays at the moment? What sort of traffic are you seeing?
Yeah, for the moment we have operated almost 35 plus accessible holidays. We are getting inquiries, but during last 2 years we did operate for accessible holidays due to the pandemic situation. But we did operate for many other, the regular holidays. But we get inquiries from India mainly, Middle East. There is a good potential from Middle East and the German as well. So those are the 3 main regions that we are working right now. We are getting inquiries actually, but some people, they want to have a fully accessible cars. So that is the issue. Now, even last week, one German lawyer, so she wanted to come to Sri Lanka, but then I shared what are the available vehicles. So she said no. I mean, she's fully disabled and she's full-time on wheelchair, so she wanted to have a electric type of vehicle in Sri Lanka, but we don't have. We have the regular commuter like Toyota vans with a ramp, and and actually we have the wheelchair restraint system, so that is how we operate. But she said no, Lalit, we can't. I need a fully automatic vehicle. So, but we are getting a very reasonable amount of inquiries. We are getting from all over the world except USA, but in Europe, Middle East, and India. India is my main area. So that is the situation.
Okay. This is Hardy. Thank you for that, Lalit. Athira, I'd like to bring you in actually, because I could see you nodding away there, and Lalit mentioned Uber as well. What's Uber doing with these services in sort of India and Sri Lanka at the moment? You're on mute, Athira.
This is Athira. I missed introducing myself, so I would like to do that right now. I am from India, from one of the southernmost states in India, which is Kerala. I'm currently based out of Bangalore. rarely I wear a sari. So today I decided that this would be a good, event where I'll drape a sari. So I'm currently wearing lilac colored sari and a cream blouse. To your question, Hardeep, in India, we piloted Uber Access and Assist in Bangalore, which was done in partnership with Emphasis Foundation. So we have, like I mentioned, we have Uber Access vehicles, which are basically wheelchair access vehicles. We have around 50 of them in Bangalore. And Uber Assist a project where we train the drivers on how to take care of the people who have mobility requirements. We had done that for around 500 highly rated drivers. This initiative was launched in 2018, and it was launched in the presence of the transport minister and also people from the community who wanted these services. It was welcomed with open arms because a lot of people felt that this really helped them, help their commute much more efficient and easy versus depending on anyone else, right? So you just have to use an app and book the service. But after that, COVID hit, and generally the mobility was brought to a halt. There have been interest from other states in India as well for rolling out these kind of initiatives, not just from NGOs or foundations, but also from the government. So we have been in conversation. We are looking to figure how we can launch in, at least start with launching in metro cities, say like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai. Those conversations are still in progress. Hoping that in 2022 we'll be able to launch in more cities. In Lanka also there has been, like what Lalit had mentioned, in Lanka also there has been keen interest from the government and some of the other organizations that we've been speaking to. Again, for a wheelchair access vehicle is actually a very asset heavy project, right? It requires a lot of funds. It requires a certain modifications that are required in the vehicle. So we are trying to find the right partners with whom we can launch the project in Sri Lanka as well.
Thank you for that, Athara. That's really helpful to know. This is Hardeep again. So I think in a way, probably for you and Lalit, there could be some communication after this session to try and find the right partner, because I think from Lalit, what you've described in Sri Lanka at the moment, it sounds like there's a lot of work that's still to be done to make it a lot more accessible. So I think that's one good thing that's come out of this panel already. And Dr. Anjali, I'd like to come to you now from your perspectives on what you think the problems really are. Because, it's one thing having a panel and us talking about wonderful things that we'd like to do, but it's another thing making a real tangible difference and impact. And with your experience as a disability rights advocate, what would you think are the real problems, the nitty-gritty problems, and what can we do to really try and change those? You're on mute, Anjali. Sorry.
The excitement of being on the panel, it's always like that. Anjali Agarwal, and I was talking about my organization, what we do, and I didn't do too much of an elaboration of the kind of work Samathyam does is to do accessibility audits and vehicle audits. That is looking at the mobility challenges and providing innovative solutions for persons with reduced mobility and persons with disabilities, and to create an inclusive transit services that can be sustainable, replicated across countries, across regions, and equitably each and everyone, trans generation and with and without disability, people can access the transportation system. The public transportation system is the lifeline for people with disabilities if it is accessible. The challenges that we have in India or across all the developing countries is multifold. One, the sensitivity of the service providers, whether the people with disabilities should or should not, or shall not take a public transportation system. Why should they come out of their houses? What is the need? That is linked with the attitudinal and stereotyping thinking that people with disabilities, especially people with severe disability should sit at home. So it's like the kind of opportunities that we are looking at opportunities to access education, health systems, being informed, going for tourism. I'm a travel buff myself, so I like travel like anything. Give me an opportunity. Only pandemic could make me sit at home, and nothing else would work. So it's like people like us who are actually looking at accessible transportation as the medium or a bridge to commute from origin to destination, like a seamless journey, and also to see it that the chains in between, like any link, should be safe, accessible, reliable, and affordable. So these four parameters are important. And when we're looking at any of the countries, like developing countries, what has happened is that there's a lack of, I would say not funds, but lack of interest to provide accessible transportation. There's a lack of mandatory standards. There are policies which are lacking. And if there are like some policies, national standards and mandatory guidelines, implementation is weak. And on top of it, we also see that the operation and maintenance also worked out. So there's a gamut of issues and challenges that actually makes the so-called public transportation system more inaccessible. And people with disabilities and senior citizens, children, they become transport disadvantaged. So what is required is that we need to have a very strong national legislation backed up with funding and then mandatory guidelines punitive action if there's a violation. This is what is needed, and that is what my organization and also linked with the compliance with timelines. So we have got the Accessible India campaign launched in India, wherein we are looking at that the campaign mandates timeline and also put the service providers and the vehicle designers, bus manufacturers, metro coaches manufacturers, if they are not complying with the accessibility norms. And it's just not the vehicle, it's the entire infrastructure. So if we are talking about accessible buses, we need to talk about the bus stops that needs to be accessible as well. So it's like a marrying of two people. So there's a bus and a bus stop that gets to get married each other and be compliant and be accessible. Similarly, if you're talking about coaches, it's the coaches which are accessible, but the metro system, that the mass rapid transit system, the system itself has to be accessible. And then link it with affordability. If we make something which is accessible but very expensive, that the masses will not be able to afford it, then there's no point, because majority of people with disabilities are living under poverty line. So it's basically economics that works with affordability and then seamless journey, origin to destination, without any break in between. And there comes the reliability factor. And one thing that always I keep saying when I advocate as accessible transportation as a matter of a right and not as a matter of luxury, is that the travel should be dignified. I don't want anyone to carry my wheelchair onto the bus or to a cab. Why should anyone would want to touch you when you can do it independently by means of technology? So if a simple ramp is provided or a hydraulic lift is provided, and that gives me the right to be independent, to be safe and with dignity, like at par with other passengers, I can go into a public transportation system. Why should I ask for obligations or charity or help or assistance while no one else is doing it? So it's basically looking at accessible transportation system as a matter of right, as a matter of choice, and also as a matter of affordability. Thank you.
This is Hardy. Dr. Anjali, that was amazing. Really, really insightful. And thank you for your honesty and directness as well. I actually have a question. The first question I have is, you know, when you said you have the people around the table, the right people around the table that are listening to you, is there anyone else that you need around the table? I mean, if you think about people that are going to be watching this conference and you would want people to be involved, who else could you bring to the table to help you? Because you said something very powerful as far as I heard, which was there's a lack of interest. Okay, if there is a lack of interest, how do we change that interest? What do we need to do, right? Is there anyone else you feel needs to be around the table to help you with this initiative?
So I think the interest can be actually created by this particular understanding that it's not the people with disabilities only use the accessible transportation system. There are masses and it's a big market. So if there are children going to school, there are women who are pregnant, who are senior citizens, there are people with medical conditions, somebody's got a fractured leg, somebody got put on a lot of weight and the person is obese, somebody's carrying a heavy luggage, a family with young child. You know, it is the whole society requires it, except one or two fit and fine, the so-called temporary able-bodied people who might also require it because it's safe, it is easily available, and also it is affordable. How many of us can afford to have a car and drive it into a city like Chennai or Bangalore or Delhi, which is full of traffic jams? So a public transportation system would carry 40 people and a car will carry only one passenger. So I think that message has to go, far and wide. And also linked to it is a very important factor that many of the governments have not understood is that the sustainability. How much can we sustain our systems if we don't have parking slots for private car owners? How much can we sustain our systems if we do not have the petrol and the diesel, the fuel that we are looking at? So a public transportation system, if it is made accessible, we are talking about sustainability, and we are also talking about, making our environment breathe. This is very important. So we have to club different factors together and just not look at stereotype thinking, oh, a ramp is for the disabled. No, ramp is for everyone. And we need to break that myth. So I think the interest that needs to be created is to invest in your own good self, your own future. Everybody is getting old. I'm sure we don't have the formula to remain young forever. So if somebody has, I would like to have that formula for myself. But we know in our old age also, we would love to have an accessible transportation system. So the decision makers and people, the service providers have to understand that this is a lucrative market, invest in it. And while you're investing in it, you're investing in yourself.
This is Hardy. That's fantastic. And I think you've raised the bar there, Anjali, in terms of really highlighting the problem. And something I heard the other day, and this fits into what you've just said about, it's not, don't just think about disabled people, think about other people that could use these services as well, is that I didn't realize that text messaging was actually developed by somebody that was deaf as a way to communicate for people that are deaf. And how many of us with our hands on our hearts today can say that we can do without WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever it is, right? It actually wasn't developed for us. It was developed for people that were deaf. And look at how that technology has changed. Likewise with Siri, likewise with glasses for visually impaired, right? There's a lot of these things are being developed that everybody uses, but you don't think about how or who they've been developed for. So those are some really very, very well made points. There's lots of people nodding their heads on this panel. So I think we're in agreement with you, Anjali. Thank you. Now, the other point that I'd like to pull out, and I'm going to come back to Chris here, is you said something very important, Anjali, about dignity and people with disabilities and having that, that sort of self-respect for themselves. Chris, with regards to what you've tried to create, and wheelchair travel, having people that come onto airplanes that are going to be in their wheelchairs is very important. Why do you think that is? As obvious as a question as that may sound, why do you think it's important that they stay in their wheelchairs?
Well, certainly when we look at power wheelchairs, it is very clear that those people that do use power wheelchairs need more support. So again, I hark back to my children. It's user led. That is what I do. They have support to hold them upright, so they have core strength. Without that, they would literally just do that. So a passenger seat is no good for them. So therefore, it is absolutely important that they stay in their wheelchair. And for that reason, we go back to the revenue and how many people look at the way they have to travel by air and go, no, that's not for me. It's undignified, it's unsafe, and I just ain't going to be comfortable. You know, people are dehydrating before they go on a flight. They are not drinking 2 to 3 hours before, let alone on the flight, because they just can't access the toilets. And that's a whole different subject. We won't go on to toilets on an aircraft. They're just awful. I will tell you a little story about, I was on an aircraft and I watched a lady, probably about my age in youth, because I still 59 is quite youthful, and she reversed into an aircraft toilet. And without wanting to be too stalky, on the way out, I did ask her, firstly explain what I do, why she reversed in. She'd recently, within the last few months, had a hip operation. And she really didn't want to play Twister inside that small space that they designated for a toilet, to turn and twist her body around. So she simply reversed in. And I get that. And you look at that and you go, should we really be having to do that, you know, in this day and age, given the technology we have? So it is about dignity. It is about the facing up to the reality of airlines actually saying, we don't mind you hydrating because that's fine with us and we still think we're doing the right thing. Well, you're not. This is not how people should travel, to dehydrate. And again, that level of safety drops down another notch because they're doing that. You know, dignity aside, you know, it's just plain and simple, and you know, it's just human beings, for God's sake. Civil rights, human rights, they kind of don't apply in air travel. As much as we want to talk them, I have to face reality, and they seemingly get away with, you know, all sorts of things and they still think they're doing the right thing, and it's just not. So dignity is right up there. And power wheelchair users are the ones that are probably the less safe. I'll touch on people that use manual wheelchairs, because predominantly, if we think of our Paralympians, they have good upper body strength. They can lift themselves and maneuver themselves into their passenger seat and be quite comfortable on there. So I'm not dismissing those completely, but I think yeah, I'm being selfish. I want to go where my children are, but they're the same as millions around the world. So effectively, we are giving them a more safe and comfortable way to travel. They have less ways of managing that experience than someone with good upper body strength would. I hope that makes sense, Hardy.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, Chris. Thank you very much for that. Athira, I'm going to bring you back in, actually, because I noticed when Anjali was talking, you were nodding away. Did you have any comments that you wanted to make on what she said?
Yes, in fact, completely aligned with what Dr. Anjali mentioned about when she said that, you know, why would I want someone to actually you know, touch me and, you know, assist me when I'm entering the car. And this is exactly the module that we developed for our drivers as part of the assist program, where we told them that, you know, you might be having the urge to probably, you know, assist them by touching them and, you know, helping them to get inside the car. But it is important to know if they want it or not. So consent being a very important aspect there, and asking if they require help, and only then you know, offering help is some of the things that we had already included in our module when we developed the emphasis. But I think when Dr. Anjali spoke, it just reiterated my mind that, you know, we have to have longer conversation with her to figure out how we can make these modules better, right?
Yeah.
So it's just really amazing to get those insights.
Can I just pop in there, because Athira, you've reminded me, and with both yourself and Dr. Anjali on the panel, is that when someone is lifted by airport staff out of that power wheelchair and onto the aisle wheelchair ready to get access in the cabin, these people are invading your personal space. Now, for the likes of someone who's male, that's not too much of an as bad as it is. It's, you know, physically it's not too much of an inconvenience, but again, you know, privately, very numerous females have come up to me and said, Chris, they're touching me where, you know, they shouldn't do. It's the sheer nature of the beast. The guys are not experienced enough to do what is effectively a manual head transfer, because there's no hoists. So no, I get what you're saying, Athira. That happens all the time in aviation. It's not right. It's just simply not right. And it just goes on everywhere, doesn't it, really? So I just wanted to make that point because you raised a valuable one.
These are very important points. I agree. And if I bring Lalit in now, I find this a really interesting conversation, because on the one hand, we're highlighting the challenges of what isn't quite right and what needs to be done. And then on the other hand, Lalit, we have you that's actually running an accessible travel business, and you're trying to actually win business and encourage people to come to you. I mean, given what you said earlier about the lack of accessibility in many ways, what can you do as a travel agency to still encourage people to come to you? And who is your target market that you're really reaching out to?
Yeah, as I said, target audience is mainly Middle East and Europe as well. How we can encourage people means you mean you ask the how to encourage the travelers to come to Sri Lanka, right?
Yes, yeah, because yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean now Sri Lanka is the hotels and the resorts are most of the hotels accessible. So we have a plan to have a full very good ad campaign for entire world to welcome to Sri Lanka for accessible holidays. And for the infrastructure facilities, and we are discussing with the Sri Lanka Tourist Board, and I sent a mail to UNWTO as well to encourage investors to invest on the accessible transportation in Sri Lanka.
Excellent. You know, this is Hardy. So we funny enough, Kaleidoscope work with a company called Travel for All. And there are more companies that are actually coming into this space for accessible travel, but they're very country specific. This is one of the things I've observed as Kaleidoscope Investments, is that the people that come to us are very country specific. And a lot of the time they want to have done those journeys themselves to actually have experienced the true accessibility, because having people on the ground that are sort of telling you things or saying that something is accessible is actually quite different from it being really accessible, right? And so I think there is a lot of importance in having experienced those trips yourself so that you know whether something is accessible and whether something isn't accessible. Great, so thank you very much for that, Lalit. Athira, if I come back to you with the sort of expansion plans for Uber and everything that you've heard today, obviously Uber is a company that can make a difference. You're cutting edge. You are somebody that moves and people follow, right? What more can you do you think, to help with accessibility and transportation in general?
So definitely scaling the product, right? Like currently, so for example, in India, we are only in one city, but we would like to ensure that we expand it to almost all the cities out there. That's definitely one thing, not just in India, but even across the globe. Scaling is something that we are definitely focusing on. And also, like I mentioned earlier, how do we, have more discussions with the prime users of these products and understand if we are doing the right thing, right? Like it is very important that we just don't decide that, okay, this is the gap here, so let us fill it. It's very important that we have conversations, we have focus group discussions with people who are going to use the product and understand where is the gap. But we also understand that, even if we provide accessible transportation, there is a huge gap out there in terms of, adequate infrastructure that is required in a city, for any of these projects or products to be successful. So I think I genuinely believe that all stakeholders should come together, sit down to ensure that we create an ecosystem that is conducive for people with mobility needs to be able to access any place that they want to go to, and so that they can do anything that they want to do, right? They shouldn't be thinking twice before having to do something because there is some sort of a gap in the infrastructure that the city is having. So that's where we want to be at, where we want to be part of these discussions and come up with solutions which is more city focused, where there's more infrastructure focused, and of course mobility focused and transportation focused, because that is where we specialize on.
This is Hardeep. So I think one of the outputs I hope from this panel actually could be, Athira, that you work with Dr. Anjali more closely to actually build that focus group community, because I think what you said is critically important and absolutely right, is that you need to have people with disabilities and different types of disabilities that are telling you what they need and what is working and what isn't working. And a lot of people assume it's only just about wheelchairs, but it's not just about wheelchairs. There are other types of disability and mobility issues that you still need to factor in. So I think that's a very powerful thing to say. And Chris, coming back to you, with your new initiative now and what it is that you've developed, how do you feel the market is receiving it? What have you observed in the early days of your launch so far?
So we launched it, I think, 2 weeks ago, and like all things, as soon as it was launched, there was a massive spike. And actually the momentum carried on, and it's still going on today because of a couple of incidents, and people are pointing and going, this is the product that will absolutely solve the tragedies that have been happening. My job now is to make sure I get it on an airline, and it really is. I have to manage the expectations of the community, because there will be possibly, well, I hope not, there might be a little bit of pushback saying, well, this ain't good enough, Chris, I can't travel in my chair. Well, the solution will probably work for my daughter, but at this stage it won't work for my son. But that doesn't mean, you have to start somewhere. Let it evolve, let it go organically. Once it's there and it starts evolving, we all remember the house bricks from 30 years ago, and now we've got this. So just let it evolve, and as Hardeep, as you quite rightly pointed out with SMS, I think that was in Scandinavia. It was a guy in Scandinavia.
Yeah, that's right.
But, let things evolve. And, again, Athira touched on Uber and travel and so forth. Let's be absolutely clear what else is going on. Google are mapping cities for wheelchair access. With Srin now heading up accessibility inside Airbnb, these companies are not doing it because, it's the right thing to do, although there is part of that. They see an opportunity to make money. We're capitalists at the end of the day. And we have to deal with that, but we want an element of, we still want to be a good society. That is part of capitalism, and we have to keep moving that forward. So, in answer to your question, I have a lot of work to do. I still have to convince the airlines that this is a good thing to do. But the good news is we do have governments and regulators giving it the thumbs up, supporting it, and raising their eyes over the parapet, looking down on the airlines again. You don't do this, we'll legislate. So do it your way, which is going to be much suited to your industry, or you do it our way, and we'll rip 2 rows of seats out and we'll have wheelchairs on there, because that's exactly what the Department of Transport in America, in the study from a few weeks ago, have implied that, yes, you can get a power wheelchair on an aircraft, but you got to get 2 rows off. And we've gone, well, we're inside the industry, we've created something which you don't lose any passenger space. So which one do you want? So that's the message I have to get out. So I do have some work to do, without doubt. And this is not about Airbus or Boeing. They just build the planes. It's about what an airline says. I'd like this toilet. I like that style of seat. I want that carpet. I want, and so on. So, this is all about the supply chain and the airlines.
Well, do you know, Chris, this is Hardy, you know, if there was anyone that was going to convince an airline to do something like this, it would be you and your team. I don't think there could be anybody better, because I think that once you get one airline on board, then I think for, you know, travel operators like Lalit or others that are in that accessible world, travel world, it makes a whole host of difference, because actually then people that are in wheelchairs can actually travel to Sri Lanka more easily, you know. And at the moment, I think trying to encourage people with all the lack of infrastructure that already exists, and then the fact that people can't come across on airlines it's just making the problem much harder, isn't it?
Absolutely, Hardy. Absolutely. All right. Thank you for your kind words. We keep going. We buy lots of drink and lots of coffee and persuade them, because that's how things work. They're done with people, and they're done at coffee bars or alcohol bars, whatever you want to call. And that's how conversations start. It's people like people, don't they, Hardy? And I'm a true believer in that.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely, Chris. So I can't believe this is what I noticed with Varija's panels. Time already always flies. So we're well over an hour already. I mean, if we were going to try and start bringing this session to a close now, I think I'd like to come to each of you with 2 ideas or pieces of advice that you would like to give the listeners. And those listeners could be anybody. It could be anybody. Think of the listeners as the government. Think of them as travel agents. Think of them as airlines. Think of them as people with disabilities. You know, what sort of 2 things would each of you like to leave behind as a message that's a really empowering message that is there for change? And Athara, I'm going to come to you first, if I
may. More than what I would like to leave as a thought, I definitely do, you know, this panel has really made me understand, you know, how if a lot of people come together, there are so many amazing things that we can build, right? It's so important to listen to all, you know, listen to experiences, listen, you know, everyone's thoughts, and then make a product or put together a project which is truly inclusive. So that's my takeaway from this panel, to be honest. And definitely also, if there is anyone out there, be it you know, any department in the government, or be it any organizations who are willing to, you know, put money into a project like this, please reach out to us. I will leave my email ID also, and you know, we can have these conversations to figure out how we can take it forward from here.
That's amazing. That's a fantastic offer from you, Athara, from Uber. I'm sure somebody is going to come out and reach out to you and sort of help with that. So that's amazing. And thank you for being so open and so welcome and so honest in your view. That's been really appreciated. Dr. Anjali, what would be your parting words?
Okay, I'll give a loud message that reaches far and wide. And the message is that we are a big untapped market. Tap us. We are taxpayers, and the only thing is that we are not invisible anymore. We are a visible majority, and accessible transportation is our lifeline. So make your systems user-friendly, make them safe and dignified to travel, and don't discriminate in terms of, don't leave anyone behind. That's the biggest target that the Sustainable Development Goals is also talking about worldwide. So don't leave us behind. Take us with you. And I think this is a very powerful message that we have been talking for years. Nothing about us without us. So if you're designing something, if you're using technology, if you're using any innovative ideas, please take us along. We are your friends. And I'm sure you are going to have the bestest of the transportation systems in the world. So this is a message to everyone, that to the bus manufacturer, to the transportation system manufacturer, to the decision makers, to the funders, to the companies, corporates, and also to the tourism service providers, everybody, and especially to people with disabilities. Take it as your right to travel in public transportation system. Don't shy away, don't go away from it. Once you demand, there will be supply. Thank you.
That's and it's funny you say that, because there is an article in Forbes that has said since COVID, the world became disabled, right? The world became disabled. For a period of time, we were all stuck at home, we had nothing we could spend our money on, and we became disabled. And I know people have been campaigning for flexibility and working from home for decades, and suddenly overnight, everybody's working from home, right? So absolutely, Dr. Anjali, 100% right to mention COVID at this point. Chris, if I may come to you, sir.
Well, I mean, I want to thank Varija for putting this on, because this has been a great hour, and it's spun past very quickly. And just to meet Lalith, Dr. Anjali, and Athira on this panel I'd never met before, and yeah, and it's great to connect. And yeah, I'm here if I can help in any way. I get quite a few responses from India, and I never quite know if I'm getting the right people. Here I have the right people, and that is blatantly obvious. The other thing I will add to this, and I've always liked to approach it, and I've learned as I've gone along, with many strings to my bow. It's all very well having the airlines and the aviation and the community that I serve. You know, I think I serve, I just kind of make it happen. Politicians are also there, and they're also there to serve us. And very much they should be part of this conversation. It's a vote winner. It's something they don't have to pay for. They just have to facilitate it and making sure it's happened. So politics are very useful for that. I am apolitical. I've dropped my colours, and I don't care who you're from, within reason. But if you're going to help me, I'll shake your hand and we'll talk about it. And I think the politicians, again, I'm not familiar with Indian politics, and it could be a bigger car crash than what we've got here. So who knows? But I think it's always good to involve those people. And in many cases, they are good people. Some people have egos, and I'm sure we've all met them, but 90%, I think, in government really want to do some good. And this is a vote winner. It's got to be a vote winner, certainly here anyway. So I would say, yeah, well, in my case in the UK, write to your MP, because they have to reply. But in India, I don't know that score, but I'd love to learn more.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chris. And the final word to you, Lalit. How can we get more people to come to your agency in Sri Lanka, sir?
Yeah, first of all, let me thank you everyone, especially the Varija team, to organize this kind of thing. Actually, it's a big eye opener for me as well, and I learn a lot out of this session, even just for one hour time. But I think, as Dr. Anjali rightly said, that this is an untapped market, but still, as a country, a developing country in South Asia like Sri Lanka, so there are a lot of things to do, infrastructure and all that. So I feel that if you organize this kind of, movement, discussion, very strong discussion, so that will be a good eye-opener for the investors, and especially the politicians and the tourism ministers in Sri Lanka. So I will give my fullest support, my input, whatever the thing that I can do from Sri Lanka for this event. Thank you again for the entire team.
Thank you, Lalit, and thank you all. I would just like to extend my sincere thanks to all of you. I agree with the sentiments of what's been said. I think this has been a fantastic panel, if I say so myself. And as much as I would like to take credit for my moderating, unfortunately, I think it's the views of all of you that have made this panel what it really is today. So, Athira, thank you very much on behalf of a global multinational for being so honest and real, and for offering your help. And Dr. Anjali, I thank you for you being the voice of us disabled people and being able to speak in a way that people can really listen. And Chris, I thank you for doing everything that you are doing for the airline industry. And I know one day there's going to be one airline that gets behind you, and we're all going to remember you. And finally, Lalit, what you do through your agency for people with disabilities that are coming on holidays, that are trying to enjoy themselves and trying to live life in the way that they should and deserve to live. Thank you for all you're doing to enable that to happen. And finally, Varija, back to you. Thank you for allowing me to moderate your panel.
We do this next year, Varija, in real life.
Sorry?
We do it next year in real life.
Yes,
Who
we
is
have to. We're going to have to do this. Chris said we should do this in real life next year.
Absolutely, and I think it's a nature example of what we are trying to do at NAS. And I think, Hardeep, you've just set that example, because National Ability Summit has become a think tank and a global think tank of people who have been working in their own cocoons and have been doing some brilliant work. I know Lalit does some brilliant work, and I know what Athira has done in Bangalore, is to come together at a platform and share their learning curves. I call it learning curves. It might be there. Some people view it as failures, but I feel that with every baby step, we are moving ahead. But what happens is when we start from point 0 and we take it to point 5, and only we know about it, the next generation also starts from point 0. What we are trying to do is create a legacy, leave behind a footprint where the next generation does not start from point 0, but starts from point 5 and take it to point 10. And I think that's exactly what we've done here with this panel, brilliantly moderated by Hardeep. I think there are too many pointers to take back, collaborate. I think just within this panel, there's so much to collaborate and share notes. I think it really serves the purpose why NAS was formed and the vision of NAS. Thank you so much, all of you, for sparing your time and doing this to us. A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. Once again, I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wheatish skin tone, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a very colorful dress with a blue jacket because I feel when we talk about disability, we need to add little color to our lives. And why not? I'm sitting against a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and right top corner of my screen. In this session, we are going to be talking about the need for inclusive education. Inclusive education, an educational setting where students from different backgrounds and with different abilities learn together in an inclusive environment. Inclusive education for all children is instrumental in changing discriminatory attitudes, which of course lead to inclusive societies. Please welcome our moderator for this session, Thomas Tajo. He's a thinker, human echolocation instructor. And Thomas, I want you to talk about this more. He's an activist, educator, consultant, designing for diversity and designing for all the senses. Thank you so much, Thomas, for moderating this session. And I hand over the baton to you.
Right, Varija, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Thomas. I am blind. And I'm wearing clothes not as colorful as Varija is. I'm half Indian, half Belgian. So, but I look more Asian than Belgian or Indian. So that's about me. And the rest about me and related to my research and things like echolocation, we can have a conversation later. But before that, I think I will love our panels. Members of a panel to introduce themselves, and then we can begin to have a conversation about inclusive education, a topic that is incredibly relevant today. Without inclusive education, there's going to be so much problems, and we are facing that today. And even inclusive education today is facing so many backlashes, and I think that's something we need to deal with. Yeah, so before we get on with the topic, I would like to request our panelists to introduce themselves briefly and their organization and what their organizations stand for. And these are panel members who have a lot of accomplishments in their life, and they have done so much to achieve inclusion in the different areas, in different parts of the world where they are located. And I will not be able to list them all, but I would briefly name each one of you, and if you can introduce yourself briefly, and that way you also have the freedom to talk about yourself and include whatever in your introduction you want. So you have the freedom to choose what you want to introduce about yourself, about the things you do, apart from your own names and your organization you are currently working and running. So first, I would let our lady panelists go first. Jada Treviranez, please welcome to the panel, and please would you mind introducing yourself briefly and tell a bit about your organization and its goals and aims, please.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. So for those of you that require a description, I'm a older white woman with graying hair, glasses, and because it's 6:30 in the morning here and it's still dark in Canada, the background is black, and unfortunately I didn't grab the most colorful things. If I knew that was possible, then I probably would have grabbed something more colorful, but instead I'm wearing black and white. So I am the director of the Inclusive Design Research Center, which I founded back in 1993, right at the beginning of the web. And I'm also, I also established a graduate program in inclusive design at OCAD University. And the mission and vision of the Inclusive Design Research Center is to ensure that proactively ensure that emerging systems, technologies, and practices are inclusive of everyone. And the graduate program is both teaching inclusive design while practicing inclusive design. So the students within the program are inclusively designing their own education while they are learning about inclusive design, and I'll probably talk more about that. But I've been in this field for about 40 years, and I have throughout that gained a greater passion for the role that education plays in the design of our systems far beyond education. And I think if there's any hope in addressing the many crises and issues that we're facing as a society at the moment, it's in education and how we educate our children and how we learn our entire life. So I will pass it on. I hope that was brief enough.
Right. So JETA has also, developed inclusive accessibility standards and methods, that is adopted by many companies like Microsoft. And, she also contributed to a lot of international standards on inclusion and accessibility. So, these are some of the things that she has achieved over the years. But I was just wondering about your motivation behind how did you got yourself into this field? What drove you?
Oh, a lot. I see it not as a single thing, but a cumulative number of experiences throughout my life. First of all, I'm the oldest of 5 children, many of whom have learning differences, who are children of a mother who has learning differences. And it galvanized when I first graduated, and I was asked to work with 12 individuals. We had an inclusion bill here in Canada, and that's when I decided that potentially digital systems were a way to translate the differences between what the students needed and what the education offered. This was the emergence of the first personal computer. The 12 individuals I was able to work with had a whole variety of barriers that they were facing to learning. But what persuaded me that this was such a critical and important area was one project that we called the Social Justice Repair Kit, where we were working with children and teenagers and young adults who had broken up with education. So they rejected education as something that they could not do or could not participate in, but also the education system rejected them. And this led to, I recognized how wounded and what damage our education system had done to these children and young adults and teenagers, and found that they were much overrepresented in all of the social safety nets and in the systems that were discriminatory and damaging, such as child labor, the sex trade, prison, and homelessness, and all of those things. And it persuaded me that that to some extent, the way that education is currently designed, not just in terms of the lack of access and the lack of ability to participate in education, but the social attitude that we hand over to kids, that they are in some way inadequate if they don't conform, and that their peers are competitors, and any gain that their peers make is a loss to them. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but talking not to the students that were successful, but to the students that were not successful, I think galvanize this sense that there is something we really need to do to our entire education system, that we need to recognize the importance of difference, and that we need to take collective responsibility for the learning of all of our students, that diversity and inclusion are things our society needs. And we need to make sure that our education system is something that promotes that diversity and that supports the collective understanding that we swim or sink together, as opposed to we are in competition with everyone else on this planet.
Right. A lot of us in the developing world, tend to think that, West and Western countries, developed countries, tend to have the best education system. They don't have this problem of inclusive education, problem related to accessibility, inclusion in the fields of education. I think that's quite a myth that still persists around the world, but I think that's really good to hear from people like you coming from a developed country like Canada, facing these issues and forced personally to realize this is something that you had to do something about it. So I think that's a story that's going to make a lot of sense to a lot of people around the world. It's not just a problem. Inclusive education, challenges to inclusive education, is not only a problem of poor countries, developing countries. So yeah, I think that's good to hear. We'll revert back to you on that. But let's welcome our panel member from Egypt, Ramiz Mar. Welcome to the National Ability Summit. Please, would you mind introducing yourself and your organization and what it stands for?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Thomas, for this beautiful introduction. So my name is Ramiz Meher. I'm one of the co-founders of Hilm Egypt. Hilm is actually an Arabic word and translates to dream. And the reason why we chose this name was this is actually what we wanted to do. We know that in Egypt, especially when we started, there was a lot that needed to be done and to effectively have an inclusive society and have an inclusive Egypt. And that was the reason behind the name. We want to fulfill this dream as an organization by fulfilling the dreams of people with disabilities. And that's why our organization is actually inclusive. We are people with and without disabilities working for the same cause, instead of we are serving people with disabilities. That's not how we see inclusion. It needs to come from within. Basically, we've started, me personally, I've quit my job at a very young age. I quit my job around 22, 23. And since then, I've co-founded Hilm, and I thought that this is what I want to do for a living, is to have an impact and to serve my society. And the reason why I did that was I don't personally have anyone with a disability within my family, or because that's the question that people usually tend to ask. But my co-founder and I went through personal experiences in my last day at university, last lecture or program at my university. I was attending a class, and I had someone with a visual disability sit next to me. And this was the first time I actually encountered someone with a disability. And that was quite interesting for me, because I had to know how to present. I had to do a presentation. I had to show like my midterm assignment in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. And then I thought, okay, but then I have someone with the visual impairment sitting next to me. And I had nothing to do with disability back then, but I had to make sure that my presentation is inclusive in other forms to ensure that this person is understanding, he is with us, he knows what's going on. And I was able to do that. And I thought, it's not that hard, right? It's just that we tend not to think of all the people, we think of the majority of people. And this is when my partner and I decided to kick off Hilm 10 years ago. She has also been to a semester abroad in Germany. She went through something called Dialogue in the Dark. Maybe some people would know about it. It's a whole experience where you go through an experience as if you're someone who's blind. And therefore, we thought, that why don't we do something in Egypt? Why don't we start something? Because this is very much needed here. And since we started, our focus was mainly on employing people with disabilities. This was our main focus, employment of people with disabilities. And we thought, but it doesn't work that way. It's not just about connecting people with jobs, right? There's a lot that needs to be done. It's a whole 360 solution. Disability is a cross-cutting issue, and therefore, we have to focus on different aspects and different pillars to ensure that people with disabilities are included in a way that leaves no one behind. And therefore, we focused on several pillars, some of which focus on inclusive education, which we'll get a chance to talk more about today, on inclusive workplace, because yes, people with disabilities need to get an equal opportunity in education, but then employers and different organizations also have a gap, and they also need to be educated. And this is where Helm plugs in. So we don't just support people with disabilities, we actually support organizations and employers and different institutions to know how to foster an inclusive environment. So that's basically what we do. I don't want to take longer than that, but yeah, we just support institutions, professionals, and governments to provide an ecosystem that is inclusive.
Right, and since the founding, your organization has been able to involve millions of people, and so I think you see the exponential growth, and that seems to be doing very well, and a lot of people benefiting. I think that's very good for us to see, and also Ramiz is also a recipient of. You were the alumni of the century, award you won from the American University in Cairo, and not just once and twice. Tell us a bit about that. How do you feel?
Well, honestly, well, thank you for your nice words. And yes, my partner and I were chosen as one of the top alumni of our university in the century. And this was such an honor because the moment we started Helm, this wasn't our plan. Like, people were saying, okay, but this is good, but then you need to actually start thinking of doing something else. But some other people believed in what we wanted to do and the impact that we want to have on the ground. Honestly, back then I didn't have anything in mind but to just make this happen, and being honored to be one of the top alumni of the century. The American University in Cairo is one of the best universities in Egypt and the Middle East and ranked globally. So to be recognized by our efforts that we have done on the past, it took us 10 years to be able to be awarded as a top alumni. So it was honestly a great honor for us to be on this list.
Right. I mean, it's good to be, recognized for what you have done and what you're doing. Absolutely. I think that's good to see. And moving on, we have our panelists. Last but not the least, we have Rakesh Dasmana. Rakesh has done so many things and involved with so many organizations, boards, and associations and institutions. I will not be able to name them all, Rakesh, but really good to have you here. Would you mind introducing yourself and your current organization? That'd be really good.
Yeah, very good evening. Thank you so much for the introduction, Thomas. And I'm very glad to know about Jota and Ramesh. And when Ramesh was introducing himself, I was relating not many components. And obviously, when I'll explain myself, Ramesh, you will figure out not many things are together. Because what happened when you jump into disability sector and you wanted to do something, the people who are already into that, they always will have a curiosity. They wanted to know that why you want to do this. Do you have a child? Are you a parent or you're a sibling or you're a professional into this? So I think the story is same here. I'm not a parent. I'm not a sibling. I'm not a person. I mean, I don't have a person with difficulty in my family, but out of my own passion, out of all curiosity, we figure out one thing. See, WHO says the 15% of population has some sort of disability, which is a huge amount of population. So that means it is a segment, it is a market, it is the area where there's a lot of potential to do work. And obviously it is an area which is deprived with not many facilities. So before to jump into this, I was an economics teacher. I'm an economics student. So education was my first preference. And because of the education, I jumped into one of the school in Delhi almost 12 years back. It was YMCA branch. So for the first time when I went to the school, I saw the adults with special difficulties. They were sitting in the classroom doing nothing, just making some product in a school uniform. I'm talking about the people who have an age around 25 or 30. Out of the curiosity, we went to the principal ma'am cabin and we said that we wanted to do something for them. So the first question was, are you a special educator? Are you a professional into this? How much you know about ADHD and autism? We said, no, we are zero into this. We don't know any term. But believe me, Thomas, that actually triggered us. We went to lot many hospitals. We met lot many psychologists, psychiatrists, special educator, therapists. We understood that there are three basic components which are need of a person with disability. The very first component is a therapeutic solution. I'm talking about anyone, even if it is a CP or Down syndrome or physical disability or other developmental challenges. The very first component is the therapeutic solutions. Then after, everybody needs an academic solution. And once you cross your age of 14 and 15, everybody looks for vocational education, vocation solutions, sustainability, which comes from. So we figure out that in India, everybody was into candle making, masala packaging, and paper bag making and all. We realized that time, I'm talking about almost 12 years back. So at that time, e-commerce was, booming up in Indian economy, and we figure out that, it is one of the area where we can train these people to how to crop the images and how they can become one of the effective resource for this designing hub. And we started, we started with the same school with YMCA with 9 students. And after a 9 months of program, when we went back to the school, we asked them, how much change you have felt them. So they said, it is not only about the vocational change, it is also about the vocational rehabilitation change, what they have realized in the children. And from that, we thought we should go to another school from 1 to 10, 10 to 20, and now we have associated with more than 250 schools all across the India. And from there, we jump into the overseas also. We have a very successful presence in UAE. So I represent Ames Media, and Ames Media basically is an education solution company who provide all different type of accessible and inclusive education solutions to integrated schools, to inclusive schools, and also to the mainstream schools. So we have developed a range of academic solutions. We have developed a range of capacity building program, vocational education solution. Moreover, we have 130 programs, and AEMP, Ability Enhancement Multimedia Program, is one of our flagship program, but we have started almost 12 years back. So after 12 years, this year in the beginning, we won Zero Project Award. That was a global recognition for us. And from there, we are now expanding our wings into Europe, as well as the other part of the world. So this is what about us.
Right, thank you for that. No, I think that's good to hear, because traditionally, the traditional method of achieving inclusion of people with disability was largely through the medium of the vocational training, which you mentioned, mainly making brooms, making table chairs, and selling, spices and things like that. And even in the West, you have these kind of stereotype jobs for the blind. Like, for example, in Italy and Spain, you have these professions that are largely designed to be performed by blind people, selling lottery. And some of the other, traditional stereotype jobs for the blind are like, becoming massage therapist. So, but I think that's good to hear that, living a digital world, you are making digital accessibility possible for them to become a part of it, making this, digital accessibility, making it accessible, and also, digital world as a part where people with disability can get involved and not only educationally take advantage of, the benefit that it brings, but use that as a way to develop and acquire different professional pursuits that they normally wouldn't have traditionally. So I think that's a really good element to hear. So moving on, from analog vocational stereotype jobs to digital world, digital culture with new occupational opportunities. So so I think we are seeing some kind of progress, at least in that kind of direction. More opportunities are being opened. But I think this brings us to what Ramesh was talking about. You're talking about people with disability largely not having access to education. But even if you do have access to education, many times people with disability might be very, very qualified, but employers are not prepared to employ them because people with disability are often inherently seen as inherently unemployable. So this is a challenge I think people like Remi's and your organization are dealing with. Of course, it's a one thing to allow people with disability to be included into the classroom and acquire degrees, professional, for different professions. But it is a different challenge altogether to prepare people's mindset to think that people with disability are employable. So how do you go about preparing that kind of mindset of employers so that they can employ some of the people you are working with? Ramesh?
Well, I think your question is spot on, because why do we get into education, right? Like the whole reason why people are educated or join universities is for the basic reason of being financially independent, of getting a full-time job, or even if you want to just be educated. That's definitely right. What we do with employers is, as much as if you have a Harvard grad, and the employer is not ready, he or she will not get the job. So we need to change the culture of the company. And the way we do that is we need to let them know that they have an issue that they need to work on. Some employers, especially in Egypt, sometimes would take more of a charity approach, which we definitely do not support at all. The charity approach is if they want to hire people with disabilities, they put them on we have a 5% quota according to the law, but then employers would sign contracts and would give a symbolic salary to the person with disability. Like, let's say if they deserve $1,000, they would get only like $100 and stay at home. They don't really get to work. It's as if they're selling their disability card. And the way we had to fight that, or to change this mindset, is we're not a legal entity. We're not showing the business that if you're doing that, you're not fulfilling the law, which has now been updated. And of course, it's way better. We have a new disability law in 2018. And thankfully, things have been changing since then. Like very, very fast changes have been happening. But then the way we change that is we show them the added value for the business. It's not just good deed, it's also good for your business. Being inclusive is good for your business. You get to see a different approach. People with disabilities are customers as well. So you get to see, as a business, if you're inclusive, you get to know different things that you don't know. And of course, there are a lot of researchers that have proven the amount of productivity, loyalty, and all of that. So we're not there to show the business, if you don't do that, the law, you'll be punished by the law, but rather change their mindset through training employers. We bring them in different webinars, in different training their managers. Even if the human resources department is fully aware, the person with disability does not work at the HR department. He works in other departments that have no idea how, if someone who's blind joins their team, how would they use basic Microsoft, for example. Managers need to know that. It's not that they're bad people. They want to help. They just don't know how. So we plug in to support employers, be their backbone, be their consultant, train them, train their teams, making their places more physically accessible. We have been awarded one of the best practices in the world in accessibility auditing. We plug in and assess the physical environment of the company and their digital platforms that they use as well, to ensure that they are compatible with screen readers, for example, that the physical environment in terms of there's an available accessible toilet, entrances, parking. So we assess more than 400 questions to ensure the environment is accessible. We break down any social or barriers or awkwardness that you might see at the workplace. And this is how we change the employer's mindset, and which is why we actually went a step back to inclusive education, because yes, if people with disabilities are not getting equal access to education, you won't find the right caliber or employable caliber to join the job market and compete equally based on their qualifications and nothing else. So that's how we change the employer mindset, and that's why we gave attention the past 3 years for inclusive education, to ensure that people do not need help. People do not need the support of help, either people with disabilities or employers. We've worked with employers for a couple of years. They don't need us now. That's exactly what we want to do. We don't want people to depend on organizations to hire people with disabilities.
Can I just interject and add some comments as well? So, and I really like your discussion of attitudes, Ramesh. I think that what we need to do is to take that back to education as well, because the segregation or a separate education for individuals with disabilities is not only a disservice to individuals with disabilities, but it's also a disservice to the rest of the education system, because the types of things that we do within education that address a diversity of needs benefits not only those children that are designated as having a disability, it benefits all students. And one of the origins of those attitudes of employers also is it's socialized into them during their education. If they don't value diversity, if they don't understand the importance of inclusion, if they don't see the value in having very diverse perspectives and creating a system that addresses a diversity of needs, that it's more resilient, that it's more adaptive, especially in these times where in the last pandemic, I mean, one of the things we found in our university was everything we did for inclusion pre-pandemic has been benefiting us now that once the pandemic struck. All of the things, the ways that we designed our technology, the ways that we designed our instruction that were intended pre-pandemic to address the needs of students who had learning differences or instructors who required alternative access systems benefited us during this crisis. One thing I just want to say is that education should not only be for work, to prepare workers. That is very much an industrial model. And what that prepares students for is a single occupation, when in fact they will need to change constantly. They need to be adaptive. They need to have a curious mind. They need to learn, because that even if they do get employed, that employer is likely to change, that occupation is likely to change. So one of the primary goals of education should be to teach students to learn, that wonder, curiosity, the understanding that they can learn, that they can tackle new things and new skills. Learning is lifelong. But one other area that I'm quite worried about is artificial intelligence and the systems that promote that same sort of discrimination in terms of employment, in terms of instructional tutors, in terms of the proctoring systems that are frequently used. And we're working on a project called ODD, Optimizing Diversity with Disabilities. And what we found is that even if there is a commitment to diversity, the AI tools will filter out anyone that's different. They push towards a monoculture. They, when they're selecting the 10 people from a large pool of possible applicants that you should be interviewing, they optimize for past successes. And they pick people that are culture fit, that went to the university that is your favorite university, that look like the employee that you see as the persona of the best employee. So there are quite a number of things that are pushing against the type of diversity that we actually need in companies. And there is quite a bit of research that shows that those diverse perspectives, like companies that have a diversity of individuals working for them, are much more resilient and are much more capable of addressing the changes that are coming.
Right. I mean, you raised quite a few points, I think, that we need to elaborate on about inclusive education so that it remains not only workable, but in the long run, it's sustainable. It has a sustainable direction. But I think I'll start with a conversation on technology, design of technology, artificial intelligence. So this is something you guys are working with your people, with your students in India, Rakesh, because you are working especially in the area of digital inclusion, digital accessibility with a lot of students you are working with. Like Jata mentioned, educational technologies, digital technologies that are designed for educational purposes, they are also embedded with biases from inception, and which is really the manifestation of what we call accessibility, because most of the technologies are largely designed from the perspective of the user who designs the technology. So when a sighted person designs a technology, most of the time he or she ends up designing the technology to be visually accessible to him or her. And at the same time, they totally forget to design for diversity of human beings that exist on the planet with diverse human needs, which is really the source of a problem that we are all facing in areas of accessibility today. If you include from inception accessibility needs of everybody to access the technology, then we wouldn't really have the problem of accessibility, which we are facing today around the world. So in terms of the access to technology, digital media, with your students, of course, I mean, there are solutions that specialized organizations have designed to overcome those. But in terms of systemically, I don't know what kind of efforts are being done or put forward in India that you are aware of, Rakesh. I'm wondering in terms of undoing the inherent inaccessibility that is designed to educational technologies today.
I'll tell you, Thomas, see, India, if you see the geographical size, it is very diverse, not only in terms of the geography, also in terms of the languages. See, we find lot many barriers when we move from one state to another one, because the language change, culture change, there are, the environmental changes, obviously the government policies got changed. So obviously we have to design any model. If you wanted to work in India, so you have to design a model which is uniform, which is accessible, and which is universal, because you're going to face lot many difficulties even in the same country. So what we have done almost 12 years back when we were designing this program, I mean this ability enhancement multimedia program, from that day onward, we have launched the program in 3 different dimensions. So one, it was an in-person training. It was also the virtual training. I'm talking about 12 years back, not because of the pandemic. See, in pandemic, many people have explored, the virtual training or hybrid mode of training. But we have launched this training model almost 12 years back. Because of that, we were able to reach out to the small towns or the villages to the India where the accessibility was a challenge. At the same time, we have converted our content into devices. So people who don't have computers or people don't have internet, we give our content into the devices and they can use the content in audio visual format at their own. At the same time, we have designed the entire content in the distance education mode as well. What I'm trying to say, for example, if you are living almost 1,000 kilometers far away from my headquarters, and you're a parent who have potentially good time to spend with your child, and you wanted to do something with your child, so we will train you, and then from you you can train your child. So there were 3 different verticals what we have initiated. And I will 100% accept with Jutas. He rightly mentioned, see, artificial intelligence. I'll tell you one interesting story. Almost 7 years back, 3D printer was one of the very booming technology what was coming into engineering segment, where you have to design something on computer and you have to put that design on the printer and the product will come after that, right? We have experimented this 3D printer with our people with special ability in 2016. And you will be wanted to know that, the people, I'm talking about the people with a neurodevelopmental or intellectual developmental delays, they did wonderful, because there are certain prefix things. See, the use of technology doesn't only mean, you have to go into and you have to develop, but you have to use it also. You need to understand how to use it. So we have trained them that how to make a design. For example, if I'll say about the plastic product, so we have trained them that how to design this plastic product in screen, and then put that screen, they put the design on the device, and then they can supply this kind of services to the plastic manufacturing industry as well. So far we have all the possible modes, like in terms of to reaching out to different people. In terms of accessibility, we have put our content into devices, virtual, as well as there are distance mode available.
Right. So getting back to what Jeta was saying earlier about inclusive education, it's not just for people with disability or people, students coming from a lower social strata, from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. But I think today, inclusive education has become incredibly important in terms of, we just spoke about 2 elements. One is technological design. A lot of these technologies are largely designed from perspective of accessibility for the designers for their own use. So And also we spoke about, how designing technology for your own access, forgetting to insert accessibility needs of other human beings that inhabit the planet leads to designing from inception technologies that are inaccessible and exclusive. That's one of the problems. And the other thing, the Ramiz was talking about earlier, and we were discussing this earlier a bit about a lot of people might be qualified, they might go to school, they might acquire a degree, but many times they are not employed, or they don't find the opportunity to be employed because many employers are not open to employ these people. And I think this is a space where inclusive education becomes incredibly important. I think Jetta briefly touched upon it earlier. So inclusive education, of course, this has been a movement that has been going on for the last few decades. It's just a reflection of the efforts, larger efforts that was going on to end the segregation, social isolation of people with disability or people from different cultural and racial backgrounds from mainstream society. So that was reflected in the way we want to include our children into regular classrooms, with and without disabilities together. And I think that goal really needs to be looked at much more in detail. I think this is facing a backlash today, and I think to some extent, I think we haven't been able to achieve an inclusive classroom, because if you have an inclusive classroom, you might have children with and without disability from different backgrounds, classes, and cultures and races. If you bring them together in a common platform, that will do away with a lot of the stereotypes that are built up because of separation, segregation. And if you have a group of children from different backgrounds with and without disabilities growing up, a lot of your stereotypes would be removed early on life. You will prevent the crystallization of biases early in life, which will also influence you later when you become an employer. You might be more open to employ people who are disabled or people coming from different backgrounds. And your design of technologies would also reflect not only your access needs, but that of your friends who have different access needs. And I think that is the context within which inclusive education becomes incredibly important, and a lot of steps needs to be taken. I think I'll pass on the question back to you, Jetta. What further could be done practically, especially in Canada where you are based?
Yeah, and thank you. You've articulated very well some of our philosophy. I think inclusive education is much more than accessibility, because accessibility or lack of segregation does not address many of the things. It's not, inclusive education is more than accessibility to a system that's not made for you. Where you're seen basically as other, that needs to be accommodated. And frequently when we talk about education and students with the disabilities, certainly within our education system, there's this notion of you have to declare an accommodation and then an accommodation will be made. Viewing inclusive education in that way is basically setting up kids for failure to some extent, because we haven't addressed many of the other impediments to inclusion. Inclusive education includes how we teach, what we teach, and why we teach and learn. That we need to support students to value difference and to learn to diversify. So encouraging students to make use of how they are different or how they are differentiated from their peers, rather than asking for conformance students that all have to compete on the same scale. That we need to support also learning communities as opposed to competitors within a particular race. Recognize that also that learning continues, that it doesn't end at some point, that mistakes and failures are not deterministic, but the most valuable learning opportunities. We've demonized mistakes and failure and determined that if you fail once, then that sets your future or your fate within education. All of those things prepare this exclusionary, discriminatory system, which then becomes part of the life pattern, and we see it in many of the things that go wrong in our culture. So I really like the way that you have stated it. I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to promote inclusive education. The unfortunate thing is we've actually, I mean, there are lots, I've been working in technology most of my life and ensuring that technology is accessible. But my worry is that even technology has strayed to support this type of industrial model of education, which doesn't do us well. And one of the things I've also discovered as a professor, as an educator, is that education is one of the systems within our society that is most impervious to change. It was designed that way, to not change, to resist the pressures towards the sort of momentary pressures for change. But that isn't serving us very well right now. We need to rethink how we educate, why we educate, and not just to the benefit of students with disabilities or other learning differences, but to the benefit of our society as a whole. And you pointed to it, AI systems, artificial intelligence, data analytics are amplifying, accelerating, and automating many of the discriminations that we have. They are power tools to do the things that we do well, but they also at the same time accelerate the things that we don't do well. I frequently talk about this from a data perspective. Over the 40 years that I've been in the field, I've been collecting quite a bit of data regarding what is it that people need, various people, what are the requirements within education, but also within other spheres. And when I worked on data visualization, I tried to reflect this huge diversity of needs. And what I discovered was that every time the only way that I could plot it was to use a multivariate scatter plot. So multivariate scatter plot means it's in 3 dimensions and it has many facets. And what I discovered was again and again, this pattern that I call the human starburst, where 80% of the requirements occupy the middle. So the middle 20% of the space, and 20% of the needs occupy the rest of, or 80% of the periphery. And what you will notice is that the individuals in the middle, or the requirements in the middle, are close together, meaning they're very similar. But as you get away from the middle, they get further and further apart, meaning that they are more and more different. And how this has played out in our society is everything is, if you are in that middle 20% of the space, or you are part of that 80% of the population, then design works for you. As you get further away, the design becomes more difficult, and if you're out at the outer edge, design doesn't work. But the same thing happens to our knowledge base and our research. If you're in that middle, then the statements that we learn, or the truths that are determined by evidence and research, are true. As you get away from there, they become not true, and they're wrong as you get to that outer edge. And this pattern is everywhere. But the insight that we seem not to have is it's out at that outer edge, those individuals that have those diverse perspectives out there, where you find innovation and where you detect the weak signals. So the individuals that are out at that outer edge, which tend to be people with disabilities, are most vulnerable to the crises to come. They're the best stress testers, the canaries in the coal mine. And so we really need to be cognizant of that in our technology, in our education. And we need to design in such a way that we diversify. AI is completely ignoring that area. And so accelerating, amplifying, and automating our move away from innovation, creating a optimized system in our society that is look at education and what we're doing in our education systems.
Right. No, I think the problem, concretely talking about, the designers, engineers, developers of technology, they have to be educated. At the moment, largely they are designing from a narrow perspective of their own needs and own cultural needs, personal needs and cultural needs. They are not educated to design for diversity. I think that's where we need to educate designers. They not only have to know that, knowledge, know-how about technologies and how they work. They also have to think about designing, for diversity of human beings that exist on the planet from inception. And like you mentioned earlier, that would also force them to develop new strategies, and new scientific discoveries would also be developed because of that way of thinking. So actually it expands the thinking of researchers, scientists, designers. When you think from inception, designing for diversity, developing technologies for diversity, it actually doesn't reduce, but it adds, it expands, and that way you end up designing technologies that are not only accessible to diverse human beings and human needs, but you end up designing technologies that are much more enriching, much better in the way we experience these technology. But I think that kind of discourses is not really being had currently, and I think that's a new area that we really need to work on, educating the designers to think for designing for accessibility and inclusion from inception, because at the moment it's not really happening. So I think that is very much manifested in AI and all the technology, edtech technologies which I mentioned. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it costs less in the long term.
Absolutely.
One of the things that we found is that if you design for diversity and you take into account the people at that jagged edge of our human starburst, then right from the beginning, it may cost a little bit more at the beginning. It may take a little bit more time to bring to market, but you will create a more resilient system that will be able to adapt to the changes that come. And if you design just for that average or typical, the largest market, then what happens is you have to spend a lot more money in terms of fixing things, in terms of training people, and you'll have all these hacks. So whatever you're designing becomes more brittle and it reaches end of life quicker. So in the medium term or the long term, the designing inclusively will cost you less.
Right. Yeah, in concrete sense, because the needs of people change across lifetime. Even your technological access needs change over time. I mean, just to put concretely, most of the technologies are largely designed from visual perspective for visual use, and non-visual interfaces are pretty much, rudimentary even today. So, and even if you're sighted today and you're able to use visual technologies, visual interfaces effectively, but over the years, when you grow old, your eyesight weakens. But if your technologies are not designed to be accessed by non-visual senses, the same technology that you can access today, later when you're old, in your 80s and 90s, you will not be able to access. So it's not about, only designing for future, for sustainability purposes, but it's also designing for your own changing needs across lifetime. And I think that's one of the things that people need to realize when they are designing products, even for their own access needs. So yeah, let's get back to this conversation later, but I think let's pass on the question on inclusive education, how it can be done better. I think let's ask Ramiz and Rakesh. Ramiz, would you mind taking it up, how that can be done better in Egypt from your experience, and what are you guys up to, making that inclusion better?
Okay, well, in Egypt, I've mentioned the new disability law that was published in 2018. Prior to this law, we had it was in 1975, which was a very long time ago, and it missed out on a lot of different aspects of any human, right? Like it only had covered the 5% quota, without any reference to any articles that refer to the rights of people with disabilities in all aspects of life, like education, healthcare, and everything. So the new law in 2018 was touched. The reason why I'm like highlighting the law is as we believe that this is a crucial aspect of getting to a place that we would want all governments, all stakeholders to play a role, as we believe that to reach a level of inclusion from a social model perspective, we need all organizations, all ministries, all governments to put in mind. Like if you think of someone getting to their university or getting to their school, how will they get there if the Ministry of Transport does not have a plan on including people with disabilities? If of course the Ministry of Education is a key stakeholder, like each and every stakeholder has a role to play, and like we believe that like equipping people with disabilities is not just to contribute economically, but also to contribute socially to their communities. That's very important to mention. What we have currently been focusing on inclusive education, one of our main projects was the past 2 years was working with the biggest public universities in Egypt. We have signed an MOU more than 3 years ago with the Ministry of Higher Education, with the USAID and Ahmed East, those are our partners in this project, to ensure that we establish and develop sustainable and effective disability centers in the top 5 Egyptian public universities. And those are huge universities. Like, for example, Cairo University has more than 250,000 students only in Cairo University. And if you check the proportion of students with disabilities in this university is quite low. And that's due to several reasons. Some students do not want to mention their disability because they do not find the services that would be provided for them. It will just be a label. But then after we established and developed the disability centers who are up and running now, and I'm very thankful for the new disability law because it clearly referred to each public and private universities to have a disability center within each university, knowing how to provide accommodations for students. And when I say provide accommodations, it's not just for their educational journey. They should be able to access curriculums, school buildings, classrooms, even parties, right? Even concerts. It's not just because you learn a lot from higher education. It's not just about attending lectures and so it's all about the journey. So the reason why we created those centers is to support students within those universities, to encourage students to apply to higher education, to let them know that there's a center that supports their needs within their education. But we didn't stop here. We ensured that the center is equipped with certain assistive tools, I'm sorry about the background noise, I can't really change that. Part of what we did is to support the center to develop policies and practices and to create a procedure manual from the moment the students walks in until they graduate. The students with disability would have a proper journey in the university. One of the main things that I would like to highlight here is that we took all the disability center managers and vice managers and the university management, the vice presidents, on a study tour in the US. This was part of the program to ensure that they are exposed to different models around the world and to see how a disability center operates. This was very, very beneficial to see different models. We've seen a model in Montana University in the US and in Colorado. And this study tour was very effective because the moment we stepped back in Egypt, this is where they thought it's not all about investing money. Some people think, oh, but we don't have the financial capabilities to get this done. So yes, there should be a commitment to investment to those centers to serve the students, but that's not the only way to create this environment. You also need to work on supporting the professors, the teachers, students with and without disabilities, to promote an environment that respects diversity and an environment that is safe for people with and without disabilities. To onboard the parents as well. Parents of students with disabilities need a lot of focus as well, because sometimes they believe that, no, my kid requires that he gets good grades. He should not face a lot difficult exams or things like that. And this is where, again, you need to change. You need to ensure that the parents are on board, and they don't need, they're not supposed to get an easier exam, but they should get an exam that accommodates for their needs. So parents and organizations and DPOs and schools and systems that would monitor the progress of education institutions is very, very crucial. This project, actually, I'm just talking about, is coming to an end, but I'm glad to say that now we have 5 established centers in 5 of the biggest public universities in Egypt, serving thousands of students. But this isn't enough, right? This should be replicated in all universities. They should all have such a center. All institutions should understand how to serve students with and without disabilities. So yeah, that's our plans, and that's what we have been doing recently, and specifically on higher education. And that's how we see this could maybe foster change.
Right, and I think there's a big conversation that we will have to have a bit later about the law, the context within which, you know, disability laws, these kind of accessibility laws are important, and you know, what kind of system forces laws to be passed in order to make accessibility inclusion an obligation, legal obligation. But before that, I think I would like to ask Rakesh about, you know, the challenges of inclusive education you are facing in India. What are those areas that you recognize that needs to be addressed most urgently?
Thomas, I realize that inclusive education is not an India problem; it's a global problem. Everywhere the phenomena is same. This is one point. Second point, inclusion is not possible without accessibility. Actually, they both complement to each other. If I will make something accessible to you, automatic you will contribute, automatic you will participate into this, and when you will participate into this community will become inclusive. But how to make education accessible? There are certain tools, you can work on audio visuals, you can make your ordinary content into e-content. Probably you can give a shadow teacher, or you can create lot many different pedagogical solution into a classroom management. But what happened, this inclusive education word, what I realized in my last 12 years of experience, this actually limit itself into the schooling education. The biggest challenge what I found, the global problem is we have a very serious problem in inclusive higher education. See, probably all the stakeholders across the world, they are working on inclusive education. They have a different pattern. Everybody have a different tool and technique to offer, the inclusive education. But the many of the solutions, they limit into the schooling education. So in this platform, I wanted to take your attention into this, that we should sincerely focus into the higher inclusive education, which is the biggest challenge, obviously in India, but everywhere. This is the first thing. Second thing is, what happened, there's a big difference between integration and inclusion. What happened when you go to schools, generally people are conducting integrated classroom, but they say this is an inclusive. Inclusive is not that. Integration means that you have excluded a particular community into a different format. You're giving a very different treatment. Obviously, it is a very good, which is very much required, but it is not in the same way what has to be for the others. So the second point is we have to sincerely look, the policies. If we say inclusive, it has to be inclusive. It should not be integrated. The third point I would like to mention, UNCRPD, when they define disability, we all follow that, right? Across the globe, we follow UNCRPD, what they say, what they define. But I will 100% agree with Ramesh. He rightly mentioned the government policies also. Like in India, recently in 2016, we have now 21 categories of disability. Earlier that, we had 7 categories. Every country, country by country, state by state, law by law, the numbers of disability, the policies is getting changed. So the problem is, if somebody, so I'm coming to Juta's points also, like if somebody wanted to do something, see, we all are living in a very high economic world today. Everybody wanted to put, their investment into a very good success model, and disability is a very big in numbers. But why the people are not putting, why the people are not making this, commercially viable? The reason is the diversity, the reason is scalability. Problem is, there's one of my friend, he lives in Brazil, his name is Carlos. He has made his company with the name of Livox. So he used to work for Google, but after, when he became a dad of a CP child, then he thought to start his own company, Livox, where his focus is only into audio visuals, precisely for the people with cerebral palsy. What I'm trying to tell you is, this disability is a very big spectrum itself. When you go to people who are dealing in visual impairment, they have a different own challenges. They have different own demands. Their accessibility will not suit in cerebral palsy. The cerebral palsy's accessibility will not suit in Down syndromes. The Down syndrome's accessibility will not suit in autism spectrum disorder. So when every different segment has a different expectation, that's why there is a diversity in the inclusion as well. So through this platform, I would request, I would like to pay attention on this, that yes, higher education inclusion is very much important, and second is integration is not inclusion, and inclusive education should not only limit into schooling. Schooling should be for enhancement of skilling, but probably the skillings, like motor skills or communication skills or cognitive skills, but it don't give you the employability. It don't give you the sustainability. Sustainability will come only after the higher education, and it has to happen in the university. Thomas.
Right, we are almost coming to a close, but I think we can still edit and shorten this thing. But I think there are a couple of points I think I would really like to touch and have conversation with you guys before we finish the session. So I think one of the things that, based on what you have just spoken about, the thing that I've been researching on, and which I have been kind of shocked and surprised, a lot of people haven't been talking about when it comes to inclusive education. The existing model is predicated on especially inclusive education when you're talking about for people with disability, bringing them into regular classrooms. That was the move towards achieving inclusion of people with disability, especially for children. So the idea was that we will bring children with disability into the regular classroom with other children, and the support is supposed to be provided by disability organizations and their workers, and special ed teachers who are trained in special education with their support. But today the problem is that there are not enough trained special ed teachers. There are not enough disability organizations. People with disability who are included into regular classrooms around the world, especially in remote towns and villages, they don't have any support from disability organizations, special ed teachers. That's one of the biggest weakness, and that's becoming problematic today, because a lot of our children with disability go to regular schools and join the regular classroom, but the teachers in regular schools, they are not prepared to include these children in regular activities in the school and in the classroom learning. And a lot of times, a lot of children with disability who go to regular school as part of the movement for inclusive education, actually they are traumatized by their classmates and even by their teachers. The movement really needs to change. So, we have so far predicated the idea of inclusive education based on support received from disability organizations and trained special ed teachers. But the sustainable way to achieve inclusive education for people with disability, children with disability into regular classrooms, you need to train teachers, regular teachers, all the teacher training courses around the world, across the universities around the world. They need to have courses, at least basic courses on how to deal with children with disability, basic knowledge and skills should be provided. Because, Rakesh, you mentioned about even in the disability community, there are so many spectrums of disability. Their needs are so different. And in regular teacher training courses, regular teachers, they don't receive any training, any basic knowledge or skill to include children with disability. They will have sooner or later in their lifetime in the movement for inclusive education. And I think that's the problem we are facing today, and that has to change. Otherwise, if that's not changing, this is only going to backlash in a big way, because I've seen this in my own experience. I was working with, for example, you might think this might be more problem in remote rural areas or developing countries. I was working in Germany with a family who is a blind child. In Germany, it's illegal not to have children with disability in your regular classroom, but one of the most prestigious schools that Germany has, it's an international school, they flatly refuse to have the blind child in their school. They just don't care the legal implication it might have. It's just that they don't know how to include these kids into their regular classroom, and the special ed and the disability organizations, they don't have good, strong enough voice to force these organizations to achieve inclusion of people with disability, children with disability into regular classroom. And I think this is the context where we really need to talk about laws, because Ramesh earlier raised about laws to achieve inclusion of people with disability, laws of accessibility being passed around the world in different countries. It's a manifestation when a culture is not prepared to include people with disability in design of environment, in everyday, products, service access. You need to force the system to accept people with disability, people with diverse needs. And that's when law becomes incredibly important. Again, a lot of people might just follow the law because of the fear of legal implication it might have on them. And then, the inclusive efforts they make is very superficial. So I think, what we really need to do, what we are really talking about, a culture of diversity is not really out there right now. And as a result, we need disability organizations, we need activists, we need laws forcing the institutions, service providers to include accessibility, inclusion of people with disability into receiving services and making products accessible, environments accessible. But this is really a reflection of a culture, a society that's not diverse enough. And I think that is where inclusive education becomes incredibly important. It needs to be corrected. It needs to be redesigned. It needs to be revamped. So I think this is where I was thinking about, when the professionalization of education, when education system is designed only to produce workers dressed in the early education system, because our effort is now just aimed at establishing an education, a degree or program so that these students can be programmed to become a professional in certain field later in life. So I think this is the area, before we close the room, I would like to hear from all of you, starting with Jita, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and I really appreciate this question. Having been in this field so long, one of the things I'm worried about is that to some extent, the pattern that we're seeing at the moment is our fault. It's basically what we've created is a system that, including things like accommodation, including laws, the way that we produce the laws or the legal instruments that we're using. I agree, laws are very necessary, but they should only be for the don't have enlightened self-interest to know that inclusion is a good thing. but doubly marginalized. Those individuals that don't have disabilities that would qualify them to be certified as being disabled. And therefore they are not allowed the specialized services, or in parents who don't understand that there are these special services available. And so those students that fall through the cracks or are stranded at the edges, or where within their country their form of learning difference or disability has not yet been recognized. The issue, I think, that it ripples through everything. I mean, why do I say that assistive technology is a problem? Assistive technology market has become an industry which produces these separate, segregated systems, and especially in the digital area, the having something that is separate and segregated rather than something that's integrated into the standard mainstream technology means that it's something that you sell to people with disabilities who tend to be below the poverty line in almost every country. You are creating something that most people in many countries cannot afford, that is not available in the range of languages that are being used. It's a bad business model. It's also a unsustainable system because it has to interoperate. So Thomas, I don't know if you use a screen reader, but I'm sure there are many instances where the technology that you need access to is upgraded, and then all of a sudden the screen reader that you're using no longer works. So you're probably paying more for a technology to get online for less features, less user experiences, or worse user experiences. You have to go to a specialized place to get it fixed. The teachers that you work with have to be specially trained, or you have to bring in somebody else. The same applies to education. We need to stop requiring or support that all teachers need to learn how to address the needs of a whole spectrum of diversity, that all students are diverse, that all students need the types of supports for learning differences, and that in fact is good, that we need students that diversify themselves, that are able to differentiate themselves from their peers. That is how we are going to both create a world that has more choices, and that we are going to be sufficiently resilient within the very, very complex and changing, uncertain times that we currently exist in. So I think there needs to be a very, very fundamental change to our education system, to how we train teachers, how we organize our schools, how students learn. The industrial model of education, where we try to create standardized conformant learners that compete with each other, is not going to serve our society. It's certainly, students with disabilities are the collateral damage of something that doesn't work. And it doesn't work for any of us. It doesn't work for any student. I think what we need students with disabilities to be able to use the classroom without accommodation, without assistive technologies. And that will benefit all of the students, and it will benefit our society more. So yes, the laws, the assistive technology, the accommodation should be simply a Band-Aid, a temporary Band-Aid, until we get sufficient insight that we have to redesign education.
Right, and I'll pass the question to Ramesh. Ramesh, are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Do you mind? Because I had a connection issue when you asked your question, so I'm not sure if you don't mind. Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, no, I was just asking question. The same thing that I asked Jetta. It's about the professionalization of education system, especially primary, secondary. school education, when it's largely intended towards producing people who are going to perform specific professional roles, that kind of professionalization of education reduces the function of education, and it also doesn't make it a priority to address issues of diversity and inclusion. So your take on that, and what could be done? So that was the question.
Okay, so well, I think one of the things you've mentioned also earlier before my connection was cut was to ensure that this is also generalized. Like in Egypt we have 26 governorates. There's a lot of services that are very centralized in specifically in Cairo, and the availability of such educators or shadow teachers or such accommodations sometimes isn't available everywhere. So the thing is, I think that there's not enough. Of course, I'm talking specifically about Egypt, and I'm glad that this session is giving an overview from different countries. And yes, our problems are similar, but we're all sometimes at different stages, and each stage could require a different involvement. Reflecting, for example, on COVID, like in our situation, COVID was actually very beneficial in terms of inclusion in higher education, for example, because we had one of the main issues was the availability of the professors in higher education would not share their curriculum easily with students with visual impairments. They would sometimes give hard copies that has like a print name, this is property of Dr. X or whatever, and then they don't give a soft copy to someone with visual impairments, for example. And this has changed because during COVID, we changed everything to be like somehow virtual. So all the professors were forced into sharing their materials to be online. So, but that's, if we go back to physical classrooms, that could be an issue. So I think I'm happy that we all touched upon different aspects, such as the availability, like the law plays an integral part, but also changing the mindsets of certain organizations is very important. And also not just the importance of assistive tools and technology, but on the other hand, to also ensure that we don't solely depend on that. So I like the mix of discussions that we've had during this panel. And I know that we're short in time. I just want to make sure that Rakesh has enough time to speak. But I think by proving that this is a good model, not just because of the law, but because inclusion is power, and it reflects automatically on all the economy. It's not just, as I said earlier, it's not just good deed. You know, we're not doing this for just to be, serving people with disabilities, but rather making sure that everyone gets an equal opportunity and everyone has a role to play, and then we all grow together. We all make it. You know, that's what I want to just be my final words on this panel.
Right. Inclusion is not a charity. Inclusion is a right. Inclusion is a step towards creating a society, building a society that is just and equitable for everybody. So, inclusion should not be seen as an act of charity we dole out to people. So, yeah, I think that's something I get from your conclusion. So, Rakesh, please join the conversation. Your take on it.
I really like this statement, Thomas, that inclusion is not a charity, it's a right. And, we always say that we born in inclusion community. It is unfortunate that, we are the one who make a specific different community with the name of differently able and, a diverse need or determined ones, and there are different names. And we means the family, we means the parents, we means the sibling, we means the neighborhood. We try to create this different community, probably for the benefit of the people in challenges. But what happened, after a few years, we also wanted to take them back, and we also wanted to, to treat them the same way what we are treating. But unfortunately, by the time we lost, the right developmental time. So it is right that inclusion is a right. And my submission on this entire communication is that I really believe, considering my past more than 1 decade of experience globally, I realized that the one thing which is very, very, very much required is the standardization of curriculum in the special education, which is unfortunately is not there. Like in India, if you talk about what happened, I wanted to add a couple of points here. There's an organization called NIHS, National Institute of Hearing Impairment and National Institute of Mentally Handicapped. So these are the government institutions. They, in association with another one government institution, that is CDAC, more than 10 years back, they did one project. It was eSadhya. And that was e-learning content. That was, I'm talking about more than a 10-year back, that was augmented reality or virtual reality based curriculum, but it was a great fail. The reason was because every different institution in India, not in India, across the globe, they have a different IPs, they have a different pattern of evaluation, they have a different pattern of delivering education. What happened, unfortunately, when you are a teacher and in your classroom, you don't have a standard curriculum to teach, what you will monitor, what you will educate, that's the biggest challenge. So I believe that standardization of curriculum is the biggest challenge, what need to be fixed. And for that, in AIMS Media, we have developed a range of different books. We are already starting delivering these books to the different organizations. We have already proposed the same program to the Bhutan government. Probably in the next couple of months of time, we are going to put that in front of the Indian government as well. The second point is we should not change the curriculum. I realize that when you go to school or you go to higher education, parents always, as Ramesh rightly said, parents always wanted to change the curriculum. What they say is that, my child doesn't have this aptitude, why you are teaching this? You have to change the system. No, we should not just change the system. We have to work on the pedagogy. So I believe the standardization of curriculum and pedagogies, these are the two big key mantras which will certainly make a change in the education. Obviously, we should train the primary school teacher. We should train the mainstreaming education teacher also. We should do many sensitization and awareness program. But, the excess of everything is very bad. I realize in last 15 years of time, there's a big advertisement, there's a big awareness on autism. So what happened, every next child, every random person, they started, identifying the person has certain, challenges in autism spectrum disorder, which is, even it is not on there, but we should not do that. We should limit it. We should give a right quality of education about the treatment, about the handling the challenge, rather than just about, making a big propaganda. So I think we should limit on such thing. And for that, we have already designed one program that is called Archaeology, where we are training the professionals, we are training the parents that how, with the help of visual art, they can fix certain physiological, psychological and developmental challenges at their home, at their own. So this is my summation. Thomas.
Right, Rakesh, thank you for that. So I think, the solution, the future for inclusive education is that it should not only be reliant on teachers who are trained in special education to provide inclusive education, and not only disabled organizations, but all the teachers in regular schools, they should all have basic knowledge of how to provide inclusive education and be able to teach a student with diverse needs and abilities. And that is the model, that is the sustainable direction that we need to go, because then we will not have the problem of shortage of teachers and disability organizations in inclusive education, which we are facing today globally. And so inclusive education, like I mentioned earlier, based on what Rami said, inclusion is not a charity, it's a right. But at the same time, inclusive education need really reflects a society that is not just to certain people, certain communities. The act of inclusion is needed because of that. I mean, the very act that we need to carry out inclusive education suggests that we have a society that is unjust. So in that context, I would say inclusive education is not only a right, but it is an act of justice. So I thank everybody for participating. Jeta, Ramiz, and Rakesh, thank you very much for joining the conversation. In the disability inclusive education conversation today. And thank you for being in the panel for inclusive education in the National Ability Summit. Thank you very much, three of you, for being here. And I really enjoyed the conversation, and I hope people got something out of our conversation.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas, for wonderfully moderating. I think we got some very interesting points out of this conversation, especially when Jutta said, about the intervention of AI and how it's just replicating, the whole model and how inclusion can become very difficult. Jutta, would you want to throw some light on your research? Are we looking at something being rolled out very soon, which can actually include people in technologies?
Sure, yeah. So one of the things that we've noticed is, well, the example that I gave was in hiring, but there are many examples as well in education. What we're doing is we're using optimization, so machine learning optimization, which is something that is based upon large data. And large data, or all data, is from the past. So we're replicating or optimizing the past, which has all sorts of risks. So we're looking at how do we create a data ecosystem that is going to help us to diversify and therefore also to some extent survive. We have a project called the We Count project, which is attempting to create a data ecosystem that will be more inclusive. In terms of hiring, we're looking at systems that, rather than what are called exploitive models, which means exploiting the data from the past to optimize towards that previous definition of success, it's an exploration model, which allows us to continuously add new areas that have not been considered. And that does allow a company that's hiring more choices so that they can also diversify and they can adapt and they can become more flexible. And it provides insights and innovation and the ability to see the weak signals so that they can be more responsive. The same happens in education, of course.
I am looking forward to this being rolled out very soon. Thank you so much. I think it was a lovely discussion. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you, Rakesh. And Thomas, you were at it on your toes, as brilliant as you always are. Thank you so much.
I became disabled when I was 17 years old, and when I lost a job because of ableism in the entertainment industry, I realized that what I wanted to do was help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with disabilities and are different from you. The more perspective you bring to your company, the more innovative your product and solution will be.
I'm also someone who's completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should lead, we should show the way, we should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now we create standardized, conformant learners when we need diverse perspectives and critical thinkers.
Disability inclusive employment. It is a critical component to disability inclusion in business in general.
I'm Australia's first blind fashion designer.
People living with disability are often excluded.
We are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit.
Please join our identity session during the National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of this journey with you at this year's National Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be at the National Ability Summit on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And I'm inviting you to the Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Please join me at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I'm looking forward to participating in the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I can't wait to see you there.
A very good morning, evening, afternoon to all the attendees who are joining us live again for this session from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wheater skin tone, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a blue jacket with a bright olive dress against a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and right corner of the screen. In this session, we would be discussing about disability inclusion in journalism. But why is that even important? Because journalism creates stories and perceptions. Therefore, it becomes a critical part of making inclusion a reality. On that note, allow me to introduce you to this multifaceted moderator for this session, Nikki Hind, founder of Blind Crit and also Australia's first blind fashion designer. She has a vast experience in PR, communication, and event management. Wearing multiple hats, Nikki is also the fashion editor of WB40, and she's covered me in WB40. Thank you, Nikki. For those who don't know or know me best, know that I'm professionally a fashion and an interior designer based here in India with 3 apparel brands. At the first edition of NAS, we touched upon universal clothing and fashion for people with disabilities. Very little that we knew then, that a journey that started with will convert to a business relation. We at Varija Lifestyles are proud to announce that we are the official partners and manufacturers for Blind Grit, a fashion brand by Nikki Hine. While it all started officially last year, Nikki is now an integral part of our core team and mission of inclusion at National Ability Summit. Welcome, Nikki.
Thank you so much. My name is Nikki, and yes, I'm so excited to be working with Varija and her team as our manufacturing partners now. Blind Grit, as Varija said, it's a fashion label that's built entirely of and around those who live with disability. So all of the wonderful aspirational jobs that sit behind a fashion label will be done and are done by those who live with disability. And I'm also the fashion editor of fabulous Australian magazine WB40, which stands for Women Beyond 40. For those who cannot see me, I have very fair skin. I think currently I have very red lips because it's about all I can see of myself at the moment. I have red lipstick on. I have long straight blonde hair and a dark blue long sleeve dress on. And behind me are some of the WB40 magazines, and I'm proudly displaying my Vision Australia Award as well there.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I would now leave the baton of this session to you and introduce the rest of the panelists.
Absolutely. So don't mind me as I read off here. So today we have with us the fabulous Sarah Richards. Sarah is from Australia. She is currently a journalist and producer with our Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Sarah is an award-winning student journalist working with the ABC. Sarah is passionate about using her own experience as someone with a disability to help advocate for others with disabilities. Just very, very recently, Sarah won Most Outstanding Final Year Journalism Student graduating in 2021 for the whole of Queensland. So welcome, Sarah. Please introduce yourself and describe yourself.
So with 2 photo frames. So nice to meet you. Also, I'm a journalist who's soon to graduate this coming December from university with a journalism and communication. Also, I'm a journalist who's soon to graduate this coming December from university with a journalism and communication degree.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sarah. I didn't realise you hadn't quite, you're winning awards before you've even quite graduated, you're champion. And we also have the wonderful Lisa Cox, who is also from Australia. Lisa is a media professional, writer, author, and speaker. Lisa says that she's fueled daily by a fierce desire to disrupt the way that disability is represented in popular culture by fusing her professional background in writing, advertising, media, branding, and communications with her acquired disability. So I've actually worked with Lisa and am still working with Lisa. I know she wears many, many different hats as well. As a member of Media Diversity Australia, Lisa also works with journalists and communications professionals.
A very good morning, evening, afternoon to all the attendees who are joining us live again for this session from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wheater skin tone, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a blue jacket with a bright olive dress against a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and right corner of the screen. In this session, we would be discussing about
lipstick on. I have long straight blonde hair and a dark blue long sleeve dress on. And behind me are some of the WB40 magazines, and I'm proudly displaying my Vision Australia Award as well there.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I would now leave the baton of this session to you and introduce the rest of the panelists.
Absolutely. So don't mind me as I read off here. So today we have with us the fabulous Sarah Richards. Sarah is from Australia. She is currently a journalist and producer with our Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Sarah is an award-winning student journalist working with the ABC. Sarah is passionate about using her own experience as someone with a disability to help advocate for others with disabilities. Just very, very recently, Sarah won Most Outstanding Final Year Journalism Student graduating in 2021 for the whole of Queensland. So welcome, Sarah. Please introduce yourself and describe yourself.
Sarah with 2 photo frames. So nice to meet you. Also, I'm a journalist who's soon to graduate this coming December from university with a journalism and communication. Also, I'm a journalist who's soon to graduate this coming December from university with a journalism and communication degree.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sarah. I didn't realise you hadn't quite, you're winning awards before you even quite graduated, you're champion. And we also have the wonderful Lisa Cox, who is also from Australia. Lisa is a media professional, writer, author, and speaker. Lisa says that she's fueled daily by a fierce desire to disrupt the way that disability is represented in popular culture by fusing her professional background in writing, advertising, media, branding, and communications with her acquired disability. So I've actually worked with Lisa and am still working with Lisa. I know she wears many, many different hats as well. As a member of Media Diversity Australia, Lisa also works with journalists and communications professionals to ensure that the media better reflects the diverse community that it serves. Her work has been published both nationally and internationally for publications including the Sydney Morning Herald and HuffPost. With her strong business background, Lisa understands that diversity isn't just the right thing to do, but it also makes excellent financial and economic business sense. So Lisa, please introduce yourself and describe your setting.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Lisa Cox. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm wearing a black business jacket. I've got white skin, long blonde hair, and behind me is a very dusty, very full white bookcase full of books and old decrepit ornaments. That's about it.
That's about it. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
trying to
Lisa.
think what I normally put in my alt text when I always put alt text on my Instagram pictures. I'm thinking, what else do I normally include? There's the hair, there's the skin color, and what's behind me. What else should I include? So anything else?
I'm terrible. I never know what to put. And I'm terrible. I never know what to put. And we all never too much. The more description, the better. And we also have the wonderful young Charlotte Bateman. Charlotte is from Albans. Is it Albans or Albans?
It's St Albans, but no one's ever heard of it anyway. It's near London.
I've heard of St Albans. I'm so sorry. See that this
really?
is yeah, I've heard of St Albans, but I didn't see the ST beforehand, so I have, but I've been to Ireland and England. And we're very English here in Australia, really. So St Albans in England. And Charlotte has experience writing for national publications and working to the tight deadlines of fast-paced newsrooms, such as The Mirror and The Telegraph. She's recently completed NCTJ training, which I don't rightly know what that is. I don't know if that's because I'm Australian and not English, or because I just haven't completed the training.
It's just our journalism training in England, basically. So it's yeah.
Okay. So is that national? What's it stand for?
Industry sort of like standard qualification, really.
Yeah, excellent. With the Press Association, and she is now working full-time as a reporter for Sky News, currently working on the production of the Daily Climate Show, whilst her work covers a wide variety of news. She's particularly interested in investigative journalism and human interest stories, with an emphasis to expose the truth. So yes, please introduce yourself and describe where you are.
Hi everyone. So I've got fair skin, sort of mid-length, light brown hair, which I've got in a ponytail today. And then I've got some quite, how would I describe it? Sort of like shimmery silver eyeshadow. And then I'm wearing, because I love pink, I'm wearing a bright pink ruffly kind of blouse. Yeah, and behind me is not that interesting. It's just a wall really and a bed. So yeah, this is the work from home lifestyle.
The all-important home office look.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Now, I might kick off with you, Sarah, with how do you feel about the current disability narrative in journalism? Are we getting it right? Are we getting it wrong? I'm sure it's somewhere in between. And yeah, I'm really interested to hear your perspective, especially given that, well, I thought you had just finished, but you're still finishing. You're in that academic world still, learning what one would hope would be the cutting edge of what journalism is to become. Yeah, so I'd really love to hear, yeah, what you think of the current disability narrative within the journalism industry.
Yeah, so I think currently we have come a long way. Are we there yet? Definitely not. There's so much that still needs to be done. And like from my experience as a student, so I'm graduating December. It's something that is taught, but not at many universities in Australia, from my understanding. So there's definitely a gap, and it's just not with like disabilities, also other minority groups. We're not really taught how to represent them well. So, I've been very fortunate with my own experience to understand how I feel, and knowing how I've been represented in articles, and knowing that that's not okay. Was very thankful that I had a good lecturer who was very onto it about the wording and how we represented them, and they're not inspirational stories. But out of my 4 years, there was like one course. So it's definitely something that's not emphasized enough, I think. And I think there's definitely a lot to go. And if we're not training our journalists up to teach that when we get into the industry, especially with a lot of old school journalists, they're still not always representing us well. I see so many articles all the time from various publications. I'm like, oh, you shouldn't have said that, or just the way that they represented them, and the stories that they're telling as well. Like, there's so many untold stories of people with disabilities that people wouldn't ever think of telling, and just missing out on so many opportunities. So definitely a lot to come.
And that's really interesting, because when I did journalism, that will be about 15 years ago now, there was absolutely no mention of inclusive anything, not for, perhaps a little bit for culture, different cultures, a little tiny bit, but no mention of disability. So I find that interesting that there's
so it's slowly seeding in. I mean, we had it was a really good course. It was about social justice journalism, and we had one whole week dedicated to people with disabilities and how to report on them, which was so good. I loved that week. I was very engaged in it. But I think we need to do more of that and practice it more regularly as well, because I mean, that was in my second year of uni, so I'm 2 years later, I'm graduating, so there still needs that little bit more.
So it was just that one time in your second year.
Yeah, just for 1 week. So it's good, little baby step, but definitely a long way. We looked at other groups as well and how they've been represented, but I still think definitely a long way to go. And from my understanding, that course isn't offered at many universities, that type of course. So it's very unique to my university as well. So it's very rare still to be taught it.
Yeah, that just surprised me that it's so rare, because we're just about to release for the first time ever a handbook that's a collaboration between journalists and people with disabilities. So those sorts of things have been released before by people with disabilities only, but this is a really collaborative effort between working journalists and people with disabilities. And it's the first time ever that this sort of thing has been produced. And that in itself is a bit disgusting, that it's a great handbook, but it's terrible that it's taken to this point in time to be produced. And it's a really, really great resource, and I'm very, very proud of the team behind it. I'm very proud to be on that team. So it's going to be launched in a couple of weeks, but it's 2021. So
and how long has journalism been around?
Yeah, I wonder if having resources like that, Lisa, will help universities feel more confident about it. I wonder partly if it's a confidence thing. And Lisa, I'll be asking you a little bit later around language and the types of things you're doing there, because sometimes I think there's a hesitancy in general socially in saying the wrong thing, and of course journalism is all about what you say. So there's perhaps a level of that as well, and maybe more universities will put up their hand to be more inclusive once they've got this resource that they can actually use. So what university was it, Sarah, or is it rather?
Oh yeah, so I'm at the University of Queensland, so they definitely emphasized teaching more about that, but obviously there's so much more we can do.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Now, Charlotte, what do you think about the current disability narratives, the stories that are told? There's we were when we were meeting with the NAS team in the lead up to this, we were talking about that disability sweet spot that people really like. They're disabled people to look disabled enough. They're not that into what I would call invisible disability. I think I have an invisible disability. I don't think I look disabled. But they're not so disabled that it makes people feel uncomfortable. Do you think the narrative is still quite focused around that sweet spot?
I definitely would agree with that. I think there's still this image that a disabled person is in a wheelchair, and obviously, like you said, a lot of disabilities are invisible, whether that be visual impairment, hearing impairment, autism, etc. So I think, yeah, that definitely is very underrepresented, I think. And I think I would say we are sort of still using this idea of inspiration porn in journalism a lot. So a lot of the stories are focused, instead of on the person themselves, it's on, you know, what challenges they've had to overcome. But I think while, you know, sometimes there might be a story there, because, you know, like, there might be a story there if someone has overcome challenges, but it's looking at, the other aspects of their life as well, not just the fact that they have a disability. So, for example, something that me and quite a few other disabled female journalists at the moment are doing in the UK is we're trying to really open up the conversation about violence against women, but violence against disabled women, because obviously it's a huge topic all around the world right now, but particularly here in the UK with, I'm sure you heard about the stories with Sarah Everard and our police forces at the moment. So I think it's about finding stories that are, you know, not just about the disability, but about them being a woman, or just about any other aspect of their life as well.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. I completely agree. And Charlotte, just so as people can look it up, because I know it and it's amazing, could you tell us where to find that project and the name of it that you're working on?
Yeah, so I launched this campaign outside of Sky. So this isn't attached to Sky, but it's a campaign called Mark My Words, which is basically a news platform where victims of abuse from all different backgrounds, whether that be disability, minority ethnic groups, or LGBT, about their experiences with the police. It's something that I became a survivor of sexual violence and coercive control last year, and I've sort of seen firsthand how the police treat disabled victims. So that's something that I've tried to take. Obviously, it's, you know, like, it's been a difficult year, but also it's been like quite eye-opening for me as a journalist, because I've been able to see in the sort of like, I've had my investigative hat on quite a lot, while, you know, because I'm being able to see inside, which hopefully will help me be able to report on these issues a bit more, you know, sensitively and with empathy going forward. So that's one plus I'm seeing of it. But yeah, so it's called Mark My Words, the campaign.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yeah, it's incredible. I have seen it. Thanks, Charlotte. Now, Lisa, I will direct this one firstly at you. Are there any particular media genres or segments, for example, the glossy fashion magazines, the major ones, or is it radio or TV, investigative, or, you know, scientific, financial? Do you think there are any particular genres or segments of journalism that are more resistant to disability inclusion?
Okay, all of it in its own way. So just yes, it's all nuanced. So yes, all of it in its own way, to just put a blanket statement over that. I suppose if we look at something like fashion, obviously you have a background in that, and you and I have spoken at length about this. previously, and we both know that there's a long history of disability not being represented in fashion. In Australia, for the first time ever, disability finally made it into Fashion Week this year, and that took who knows how long. It's too long, but that was great. And what I would like to see though is conversations around disability in the media, for example. And this is something we talk about in the Disability Reporting Handbook. So when journalists are reporting on disability, not just including conversations about disability when it's for wheelchairs or disability related. We have something in Australia called the NDIS, so disability support schemes and disability related matters. But if you're talking about climate change or the Melbourne Cup or the football, or I don't know, whatever the big thing is in your particular country, interview someone with a disability, because the chances of them having having an opinion on fashion, politics, whatever the case may be, is particularly high. As I've said before, I can't walk, but I can shop. And, there's plenty of other things I have an opinion on other than wheelchairs and disability and prosthetics and, the colour of hospital gowns. So as journalists and as media people, even finance and those sorts of things, including people with disabilities, they're home buyers as well. So just incidentally including people with disabilities into those sorts of stories, it can be seamless inclusion. Doesn't have to be a big deal, because people with disabilities buy homes every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, Lisa, yes, you and I are in the fashion world, and I regularly just reach out to, people at the, the main magazines, and, the umbrella organisations that look after all those magazines, because I'm so keen for them to have, somebody with a disability just on their board, so far as the umbrella organisations, or even know if there are people in their editing room that have lived experience of disability.
That's
and I don't hear back. I do not hear back, and I see. I have to say, as a consumer of media, I don't see many journalistic stories about disability, except for, as you say, the inspiration form, the fabulous inspirational story. Sorry, Lisa, continue.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. This morning I was in a boardroom meeting, but it was just via Zoom, so I weren't really in boardroom. But it was about a fashion week that's coming up, and I'm a panelist for a fashion week. And we were talking about a particular fashion magazine and a particular group of fashion magazines and tokenism. And they will put a black model or a disabled model or a model from a minority on the cover or in the pages and tick that diversity box, but it's not holistic diversity. And so they don't have disabled people on the board or in the staff room or wherever it is throughout the organisation. They might just plonk one on the runway or in the pages of the magazine or whatever the case may be, as you were alluding to earlier. So, and this is something I do talk about in my presentations and write about as well in some of the work that I do, whether it is in fashion or business or something else, really getting down to that holistic diversity and inclusion, rather than just having that tokenistic tick box, stick a disabled person in and look really good, throw out a press release and look great. It's much more than that.
It is much more than that, and I think it's quite apparent insofar as we all seem to agree that the majority of journalism around disability still is on that inspiration porn. So that's not incidental. That's not that's not inclusive. So when you were, I guess as a student even, did you feel that there were going to be areas that were less welcoming of disability inclusion when you were going to go out in the workforce? Sarah, sorry. Sorry, Sarah.
That's okay. I was a bit hesitant about entering journalism because I remember when I was applying for universities, I had a few people say to me like, "Oh, you can't be a journalist, you have a disability. You never see those types of people on TV or anything." I still applied. I mean, I haven't graduated and I already have a job. So, I mean, it worked out for me anyway. But so it just made me more determined. So I was a bit hesitant going into some places and seeing what stories they produce. Would they just see me as that token? I've been very fortunate in my workplace though. I mean, they really value me. So I've been really, very lucky in that regard. So
I am so excited. Sorry to interrupt. I just have to say this. I am so excited, Sarah, that you are doing what you are doing because that is exactly the same response that I got when I acquired my disabilities after I had already been working in media, and I re-entered the media workforce and was told, "What are you doing? You can't be in media. You've got disabilities now. Look at you." So I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing. Okay, sorry to interrupt. Back to you.
No, it's exciting, isn't it? I know. And look, I had the same experience, but with fashion. You can't do this, and neither can they, as in the disabled people that are joining me in blind grit. And Charlotte, be interested to know if you had the same. What did people say when you told them you're doing journalism?
I mean, I was very lucky because my college press association, I had an amazing experience with them actually, and I think one of the great parts of PA is that all of our lecturers are journalists, so they were very encouraging of me. It was more at school, I think there was more of a skepticism from careers advisors, I would say. I don't know about other sort of education systems around the world, but in the UK there's still this sort of so not, it's not everywhere, but there is an assumption that if you're blind, the two jobs that you can do are physiotherapy or piano tuning, and I'm tone deaf and can't hold a note to save my life, and I don't really, physiotherapy really does not appeal to me. So but no, in terms of journalism, I think there was because I applied for apprenticeships, so I think there was a sort of perception that, oh, they're very competitive, is this the right path for you? But I think, like Sarah said, it just definitely motivates you more to prove them wrong, really. So in a way it can be a good thing because it makes you more career driven, I think.
I think so too. It did for me as well. Sounds like it did for Sarah, and I know it does for Lisa. So Charlotte, just so far as that last question, I happen to know that you did a wonderful article that was commissioned by Teen Vogue, but did not end up in Teen Vogue. So in relation to that last question, have there been sections of the media that you find less embracing of a disabled journalist or journalism around disability?
I would say in terms of, I think being I can't speak as being a freelancer because I've only did it for a very I've only pitched, did that for quite a short period of time. So I definitely probably not the right person to answer that. But when I did do tour, compared to Sarah and Lisa, but from what I have seen is that the part of journalism that seems most resistant is women's magazines, and I don't know if that is because as disabled women we are seen as less than other women. I'm not sure why it is, but I definitely think with fashion, there's still this stereotype that if you're disabled, you're not stylish, you're not attractive, you're undesirable, which is, excuse my language, but obviously is absolute bollocks. And I think the problem with that stereotype is that some editors might think you wouldn't be able to write about fashion. Another one I would say as well would be sort of like women's health, sex, that sort of thing. I think it would be great. Personally, I would love to see more disabled female journalists writing about sex and that sort of thing. I think that would be brilliant.
Oh, I agree. Nice. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Charlotte. That is beautifully put. Thank you, because that's that's where I see the greatest reluctance with the women's magazine, and sex and health and desirability.
I know plenty of disabled women with kids, and I don't know how they arrived.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And Charlotte, I'm actually going to continue with you. I'm going to ask you initially this question too. Do you feel that you consume media differently to people who don't have a disability? And has that impacted how you create media, or journalism rather?
I would say generally speaking, no, just because of now that everything's digital, it means that, it is so much more accessible news consumption to all readers and all viewers actually. I can access any article really online now, but I think what I would say is in broadcasting, something that I have noticed in myself is when I'm watching a TV report, I can't see what's going on the screen. So everything that I'm getting from the story is based on the audio and the reporter. So I think when I'm sort of I don't do any on screen stuff myself, but when I'm sort of behind the scenes producing a TV report, I like to think of it as kind of like visual radio. So obviously the report is going to be visual because that is a huge part of TV, and just because I can't see doesn't mean I don't agree that pictures and footage and graphics are really important in journalism. I can completely see that. So it's about using that, but also the report itself has to be self-explanatory through listening. So if I'm sort of commissioning a graphic and a TV report, I think it's really important that if all channels could maybe sort of make sure that the reporter is really explaining the data in that graphic, so that even if you can't see what's going on the screen, everything is self-explanatory. Because I'm not sure, I can't speak for all countries because I don't know, but I'd be very surprised if they did. But in the UK, we don't obviously have audio description on news channels, which would kind of be a bit weird if we did. I'm not going to lie, it would sound a bit weird. But yeah, I think it would be great if reporters can really be conscious that when they're when they're reporting on a story, making sure that everything they're saying is completely, you can get the whole story from listening, as well as the visuals going around at the same time.
That's wonderful. Imagine if all news channels did that, how wonderful that would be. And so much better than audio description. Yeah, that would just be weird. I wouldn't want to listen to that as a blind consumer of the news either. But to describe the story so as you can actually picture it in full.
I think it's so important because obviously, especially in this pandemic, the news has kind of been like a, you know, as well as the NHS and all the, you know, nurses across the world, journalists have played a, you know, I think they've been heroes during this pandemic because they've been constantly informing the public. So I think it's really, really important that all viewers can fully access the news that they're watching, so that they're fully informed, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. Sarah, so do you think you consume media differently to mainstream society, and does that affect how you create the journalism that you create?
I think I do because I intentionally seek out stories about people with disabilities or like anything relating to like our situations with like the NDIS, which is like our National Disability Insurance Scheme. With algorithms, there's lots of filter bubbles. So I think I definitely get caught up in that. In my side of my communication degree, I just produced like a short podcast about it, and I analyzed what my feed was on Facebook versus like the actual like bulletin, and I kept getting like disability stories and like stories about my area. So I found that really interesting because I would assume people in my cohort wouldn't receive those stories like me. So I think I definitely consume it differently because I'm very much engaged in that topic. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with like social media. So
that is so interesting. Yeah, because of course, you know, you'd have to say the majority of people don't have a disability because it's 20%, so 80% don't. So, and if they're not very engaged and they're not looking at those things, and it doesn't even get fed into their pathway, it doesn't even get, you know, hey, have a look at this. That's a really good point, Sarah. Thanks. Lisa, what about you? How do you consume media differently, if you do at all, and how does it affect what you put out there to the world and how you put it out?
With regard to mainstream, say TV or something, no different. I'm a reality TV junkie, so get caught up in The Bachelor and things like that. Watch all of those things no differently, and don't particularly seek out anything different. But as Sarah was saying, algorithms play a big role in the media I consume, and I get fed a lot of different things purely based on my searches, and I may have been looking for wheelchairs or something, and based on that I'll get extra things, even though I don't have a big interest in wheelchairs. I may have, you know, I'll be new one every 5 years. That's just an example. But as Sarah mentioned, algorithms play a huge part in social media on the content that I'm fed. But as a general rule, it really doesn't play a huge part in the sort of content I consume. However, given that I identify my disabilities, I do see things through a new lens these days. So I was 24 when I acquired my disabilities, and I wouldn't want to say I was this completely different person, but obviously after everything that happened, I wouldn't lie and say that nothing had changed. So you do see things through a new lens, and having that lived experience certainly makes me see things differently and appreciate things differently. So that's how I'm consuming my media these days.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. And I guess what nicely leads on from that, from those answers, is how and I'll ask you this first, Sarah. How do you think the rise of influencers in favour of traditional regulated journalism affects how disability stories are told? You know, because it's a lot of, well, you know, do you think it's that, you know, beauty over brains and, you know, outrage over informed, balanced opinion, and basically the kind of loudest, shiniest over kind of compassionate, relevant, rational, which kind of ties in to what you were saying about what people get fed, given what they, the news that they get fed, because the influencers, and you're one, Lisa. You could all be influencers for all I know. I never look at them. I only know because I don't know. I just know you are, Lisa, but I don't follow influencers. Sarah, rather.
So I do think like the media in general does have the tendency to like promote stories that are like very clickable and like do well by sharing. And often these stories are either like super inspirational, look at them overcoming their disability, versus like, oh, let's feel sorry for them. So they very much, those two stories do well because they're shareable. And so I feel like some media organizations just want to go, oh, let's do this and keep doing this. And I think by doing that, they miss out on all of these like really unique stories about people with disabilities, and just they don't show them for like actual people, and don't show them as like, oh, they do this job, they're a researcher, they're an educator, they're a mom. Like they don't go into deeper into that, and can be super dangerous because when we read these stories, they influence policies. You know, people read them. Like I did, I produced a story this year about online dating, but people with disabilities, well, especially women, experiencing harassment and their stories. So the researcher I interviewed for it said she'd never considered, like her research is about minority groups, and she's never even thought of looking at people with disabilities, even though we're the largest minority group. So she's now like dedicating more research into that because of the story. So to me, like that's what I consider good journalism, is when you have something that flows afterwards. So, you know, because they missed out on those stories, it's just like, oh, you know, people don't think people with disabilities can date and aren't on online dating seeking for love, because they don't see us as those people. So having that story just changes how people go, oh, actually they are seeking for love, oh, and they're actually having bad experiences, why aren't apps looking after them? Like it raises many more questions. So I think stories like that can be more powerful than just the inspirational ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do we protect that in a world that is increasingly heading towards that quick, superficial, super shiny, either outrage or heartbreak story? How, as a student, because I guess you know, you would know kind of what, I guess, you know, just graduating now, what are the universities teaching in terms of, you know, keeping the industry, the authentic nature of the industry alive and happening? Because to me, it feels like there's a real risk of so many people I know just don't listen to what I would consider quality journalism at all. Don't see it, look at it at all. How do we protect that, do you think?
I guess that's a hard question. I think definitely, yeah, not too sure. I think there's a lot of things that need to be done, but I think having more diversity in the newsroom is definitely a big way to start that, and just having different voices, because we start to seek different stories as well from different perspectives.
Can I answer this as well from another perspective, just to jump in? My professional background is in advertising and marketing. So I work in advertising agencies as a copywriter for many years, creating ads, TV, radio, magazine ads for international and national brands until I acquired my disabilities. And so I'm really passionate about bringing diversity and representation of disability into advertising. So not just into newsrooms, but advertising is really my sweet spot, and I could talk to you all day about if you give me the time. But so yes, we can absolutely talk about the importance of journalism, but having that representation in a, I don't know, let's say McDonald's ad, I'm just making this up, but if 5 people are sitting at the table, why doesn't one of them have a disability? Just there's an example. But having those really, really just incidental inclusions, normalising disability is what I'm trying to say, but bringing that not just into journalism, but into marketing and advertising as well, is another way that we can address this issue where we have only pity porn and the extremes of the stereotypes coming out, where it's the really inspirational person or the really pitiful person, and stories about disabled people only when they're at Paralympics. So it's not just journalism that can play a role, it's marketing and advertising that can play a really crucial role as well.
Which essentially influencers, that's what they're doing. They're their own brand advertising, I guess. So, you know, I mean, I essentially look at influencers as marketing and advertising. That's a good point, Lisa. So, you know, there's definitely value in the superficial and then the depth, because people are, a larger majority of people are going to see the superficial and the quick and the snappy incidental stuff with the big brands that we're all familiar with. Whereas, you know, as we're saying, that you have to actually kind of be looking for the deeper stories that cover disability in depth. So both will complement each other.
A news story, a story needs something to happen for a story to be written. So instead of waiting for something to happen, an advertisement, on the other hand, someone with a disability can be included as talent without needing a news story or something good or bad to happen. That can just happen tomorrow. For people with disabilities to be included as talent. And I've worked in agencies, I've worked on production shoots. I know how easy these things are. So I'm not just suggesting this, knowing that it's impossible. I know this can be done. I've been there. I've done these things.
Yeah. Thanks, Lisa. So Charlotte, how do you feel about that? You know, the increasing world of the, you know, people getting their information and their stories and their, you know, their attitudes and narratives from influencers. They're stories that they believe from influencers, increasingly over journalists.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be quite dangerous, especially with social media, and I think, you know, like, I'm sorry I'm repeating what you're saying, Lisa, but it's such a good point that brands, you know, they have a role, you know, they need to have responsibility in what they're representing, because at the end of the day, people do look to these brands, and that's where they're going to form a lot of their ideas. I just wanted to add that I think, as well as brands, I think it would be great to see more disabled people in roles of kind of like what we've spoken before about, Nikki, in terms of the fashion industry. It'd be great to see more disabled people in decision-making roles. But what I'd love to see is more disabled people in editorial roles across journalism. Because I think what is so, obviously reporters, you know, we can pitch a story, but at the end of the day, we do have very little power, because it's not us who decides what goes in the finished newspaper or the finished magazine. So I think it's about editors are huge influencers, because they are filtering and choosing what news, what makes the news. So I think it would be great to see more disabled people in those influential editorial roles across, and that's why I think it's so, I think it's brilliant that with with WB40 you're able to make sure that all women are represented, and that comes from being in that editorial role. I think it brings a lot of power.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. So do I, and I was I fully agree. As you know, yes, Charlotte and I have spoken about this. Like, you could talk about advertising forever, Lisa. I could talk about the importance of people with disability being in those decision-making roles. I just don't think you can have genuine inclusion in journalism or any other industry unless you have your lived experience people in the decision-making roles in a proportionate manner, in a demographical proportionate manner. Thanks, Charlotte. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Charlotte, while I've got you, do you feel like the token journalist at your workplace? The token disabled journalist. I'm so sorry. The token disabled journalist.
I don't. I think I did. I came into Sky. I was 18 when I joined, so I wasn't particularly academic, and I did feel, I think I had imposter syndrome. I thought, did I get here just because of my disability? Am I really good enough? But no, I mean, I would say the way they've treated me is the exact opposite. They do value my ideas, and they do include me in everything. But I think I would say the problem with these diversity schemes, as much as they're brilliant, it is kind of missing the point, because sort of by setting yourself a goal of, right, we need to employ this many people from minority ethnic groups, this many people disabled, that's really not the point. What they need to be focusing on is merit, who is best for the job. So, dispelling all these preconceptions about the person completely, and then completely focusing on their talent. Because I think because I don't think personally diversity does bring different ideas, but I think at the end of the day, in order to be quality journalism, it's about talent. So yeah, I mean, I think I would say on broadcasting there is definitely a problem with not enough disabled people on screen, and that comes from the whole, especially as women, with a lot of presenters and reporters on screen. It's this we want promote this image of being glamorous, desirable, and obviously, even though we are glamorous, sexy, desirable, the stereotypes of disabled people don't agree with that, and that's why we're often ignored, even though we do fit the image of TV. But I would say, I think Lisa mentioned this earlier, it's I have found myself being asked a lot, oh, can you look into this story? Can you do this story which is to do with disability? Now, I'm very interested in disability, but I want to make sure that as a journalist, that is not my only thing that defines me. I want to be an all-rounder. So I think it's about when it becomes tokenism is when you're only using that person to talk about disability. But when you're including them in all aspects of journalism, all aspects of reporting, that's when you're using them for their talent, not for who they are.
Beautifully said, Charlotte. Yeah, I very much agree. And I presume that maybe happens in quite a few, particularly image-driven industries with disability. I know for myself, in fashion, there's a presumption that I design adaptive clothing for people with disabilities, that I only design for people with disabilities. I don't actually design adaptive clothing at all. So yeah, as soon as you tell somebody, you know, I'm a fashion designer and I'm blind, there's a presumption that it's all about the disability. Yeah, I don't know if that happens in industries like finance and science. I'm not at all sure, but I certainly see it a lot in anything that's quite image driven, like media journalism, that there's a presumption that you're the one to go to for anything disabled, and that's your specialty, and that's all you know. Yeah. How about you, Lisa?
Sorry. I was going to say we've talked about this at length at Media Diversity Australia, only because if just to use yourself as an example, if that person was to go to somebody else and give the disability story to a non-disabled person, then to play devil's advocate, they'd be criticised for, or the non-disabled journalist would be criticised hypothetically for writing about something when they didn't have the lived experience. So you're potentially damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's a bit of a tricky one.
It's so true, because I've been working on this piece. I was interviewed for it, so I didn't write it myself, for Cosmo, and the journalist who was amazing journalist, the way she interviewed me, she completely understood. I could see she was very, she was just very clued up. She wasn't disabled, but she, Cosmo have now had a complaint that she's not about VAWG with regard to disabled women. But I think the point I would argue is that as long as the case studies, and at the end of the day, it's about their story. So as long as they are happy with how their story has been, as long as I would say the interviewees are able to read their story and that they're happy with it editorially, I personally think it's going to become dangerous if we start saying that you can't write about that because you don't have that lived experience, because otherwise we're going to make it that these stories are not going to make the mainstream media because people are going to be terrified of reporting on them.
Good point. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just want to add with that, I feel like, because I've done a few stories for like uni and stuff, and writing about people with disabilities, even I'm a bit anxious about as well, because I want to make sure that they're represented, because I have like a physical disability. That's my experience. So I did a story featuring like people with invisible disabilities, and I was like a bit anxious writing about that because that's something that I haven't personally lived with. So if we get like onto it, can get like really, really complicated. As long as I think the talent feels comfortable with how they're represented, that they feel like their voice was heard, that's, I think, the main thing that needs to be done in journalism.
That's a great point, Sarah. Yeah, that's very true. And of course, again, people think that because you have a disability, perhaps you can represent disability. And I've got no idea what it's like to use a wheelchair. That so there's those things, and as you say, it can get more and more dangerous and more kind of small groups. And the delightful thing about the story that you were telling there, Charlotte, which I'm a huge advocate of, is the lovely learning. We want it all to be journalism, because if we've only got disabled people talking to other disabled people, telling stories about disabled people, then there's not that lovely learning, and the connection. And now now you've had the privilege of telling the story of this person, and you understand and you have empathy, and there's that, to me, that connection and that learning is crucial, and there's nowhere near enough of it in society. Hence the discomfort often in speaking to people with disability, about people with disability. That's nice, nicely put.
Personally, I'm not transgender, so I would be nervous currently I haven't got that much experience, so as a journalist, so I would be nervous to write about transgender issues, but I really want to learn, and I want someone to teach me, and that comes from interviewing and listening to the person. I think a sign of a good journalist is having an open mind and just retelling what you've been told, and not trying to change the way it's been said to you.
Absolutely.
I've said so many times before, I spent the first 24 years of my life walking on eggshells and thinking, oh dear, I don't want to offend anyone. What do I write? How do I say it? Oops, oops, oops. And now I see people coming towards me terrified, thinking, you can see the look of just terror in their eyes, thinking, how do I say it? I want to choose the right words, not say the wrong thing. And I think, oh gosh, they feel like I once did. So now a lot of the work I do is trying to bridge that gap between them and us. As Varshna said when she introduced us, to really try and those two silos, I don't like that there's a them and an us. I really want to try and bridge that gap a little bit. And the media and advertising, marketing, communications can play such an important role in that, which is great that we're talking about this evening.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, Lisa. And I've got just a couple more questions. One of them, Lisa, is about language, which I know is very much in your realm. You are excellent on this point. It's something that always frightens me, and I am a person with a disability. It is an absolute minefield, I think. People with disability get outraged about it. People without disability get outraged about it. I actually couldn't care less, personally. For me, I don't care what you call me. And for me, it's about the motivation behind the language. And I feel like there is currently such a social worldwide fear, because there's a push to talk about it, present it, disability, but it's like the language, because we're not used to using it, and we're very politically correct, as I'm sure we should be. There's just like this state of freeze. How do we balance the language? Because to me, just the more normalized, the more talked about, the more out there it is, the better. With the more talked about it is with compassion, respect, understanding. How do we best deal with the fear and the anxiety around the language as journalists? Sarah. I see Sarah's eyes go, oh my God, don't ask me. It's too hard.
I thought Lisa was answering. So with language, I think, whenever I get interviewed by people like journalists, I always kind of like give them like rules, like, oh, this is how I want to be represented. Please don't refer to my like disability as this, just so that they have a clear understanding of what I feel comfortable with. So I feel like I would definitely recommend that for anyone with disabilities that ever going to be used as talent, is just be really open with them like that. Also, as a journalist, it's okay to ask like in a respectful way and go, oh, if you're comfortable with me like sharing this, like that's okay. And just be prepared to, if they say yes or no, just take it as it is. And I think if you're like, as a journalist, ever engaging with someone with a disability, just like be conscious of how to respect them as well, because some people with disabilities, if they have like very chronic fatigue as a part of their condition, just be aware of that and just managing your time and making sure that, oh, I've said yes to this time, I'll be there at this time because this person's making an effort for me. So just being understanding of like conditions around them to make sure they're comfortable. And then, yeah, if you're open and respectful, you can have a good conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Sarah. Charlotte, how do you deal with, and how do you, what do you see in your work with Sky around the language with disability? Is there fear and anxiety, or is it improving that fear? Are people getting a little more used to it?
I would say, as in general, there is a huge fear. Just not even just about disability, about any taboo subject, really, about the terminology. I mean, just to give you an example, I had a male editor take the word vagina out of one of my articles because they thought it was too, and that's a biological, body part. So I mean, I think, yeah, there is a huge fear, which comes from probably just being scared to learn, really. I am kind of like you, Nikki, as a reader. I really don't really care how, if someone's interviewing me. I personally, as long as my story is being told how I want it to be told, and I'm not too worried about the terms, and I think it's a personal thing, because it's what the person's comfortable with. But I think there's a danger of focusing on the words and not the story, and I mean, I just think personally, I'm not particularly PC. Like, I will say things without, I'll say things and I think, oh God, probably shouldn't have said it like that. And that's just the way I am. I'm quite opinionated. But I think it's about sort of not being worried to get it wrong. And I think as readers and as viewers, we need to sort of like realize that people are learning, and not to have this huge outrage and to, this cancel culture of a journalist. I think it is a dangerous thing because, it's about motivation and intention. Like you said, Nikki, it's about that journalist is, they got it wrong, but they are trying to get this story into the media. And I think if you get so het up on the language, it means that these hard subjects won't even, make it into mainstream media.
Yeah.
I just want to add to that. I saw this article, I think 2 months ago. It was about people with disabilities and employment, and the whole article didn't feature one voice of a person with a disability. Yeah, and it was really poorly written. It kind of made it had phrases like, oh, it was our choice that we made the workplace difficult, kind of thing. So I saw it get shared around, and I decided to message the person who wrote it, and we had a really good conversation, really respectful, saying why I didn't like the article and how it made me felt. And she was really understanding about it, and spoke to her editor the next day, and they rewrote the article and included people's voices as well. And it was much better because having articles like that circulate, if an employer goes, oh, someone with a disability wants to work here, oh, I don't know how to experience that, and that's an article that they see, I mean, that's just going to be really misrepresenting us. So I think, just being respectful, if there's someone making this article, just telling them in a nice way what's wrong about it and why it's important to have our voices in it. I think it's important.
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like really bad journalism, to be honest. I mean, not even, interviewing the people who it's about. I mean, that's just so stupid.
Yeah. Lisa, I think of you as our language expert. That's
You talk too much, that's why. Like you, I'm not particularly PC in a lot of ways, but I've had my disability now for 16 years roughly, and over that time I've probably learned more over the years. So in the beginning I really didn't know much at all, but in the last several years I've learned really that what is acceptable and what's not. So things like wheelchair bound and confined to a wheelchair are two things that really do rub me up the wrong way, and I hear them frequently in the media by journalists who just don't know any better. And that's one reason why we put the handbook together is that journalists don't go out of their way to be horrible. They just don't know any better a lot of the time, and they genuinely do want to say and do the right thing. They're not horrible people. And I've been a writer, but I've also been the subject of more stories recently. So like Sarah, I've tried to say, listen, this is probably how I'd like to be referred to as, but or this is probably the language you'd like to use, but journalists don't always like to be told how to write. So as I've discovered. But as Nikki said before, well, like Nikki, I'm not particularly precious about language, even though I'm a bit precious about language sometimes. I'm not precious about my own language and what people get called, or what people call me, sorry, because even though I do advocate a lot for the disability sector, I realise that I'm only one person, and so never ever assume. That's the one piece of advice. If you don't remember anything else from today, shame on you. But if you remember nothing else from today, remember that don't ever assume. I'm one person, Sarah's one person, we're all just one voice, and there's millions more disabled people out there who all have different lived experiences. So just because they've heard from me as a wheelchair user doesn't mean the next wheelchair user you speak to is going to have the same experience. And that's what we try to help journalists as well. Don't assume that the next wheelchair user or person with prosthetic or brain injury or something is going to be anything like the last interviewee.
Absolutely. Somebody that both you and I know, Lisa, the wonderful Carol Taylor. I remember her telling me a story about being interviewed, and the person interviewing her refused to call her wheelchair bound, and Carol refers to herself as wheelchair bound, and she says to me, because she's very funny, she says, you know, if I could bloody get out of it, I would, you know. So that is her preference. She describes herself as wheelchair bound, and she likes to be how she's referred to. And the journalist said, no, I'm not going to, because they were too scared, because apparently that's not the correct thing to say. It's not okay, but that's how.
Yeah,
Carol was a bit upset about that.
Carol, I love Carol to death, and I'm glad you bring her up. She's a great example of how two people can have polar opposite views and opinions. She's a very dear friend and someone who I hold in very high regard. And her and I have very different views on language, and I respect her like you would not believe. But it's okay to have different views on language. We can still come together and throw a glass of champagne.
Don't assume.
Okay.
Just check. Yeah. Don't assume. Just check.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Fabulous.
So
Thank
when
you.
I read more on Twitter and social media and everything, it just does my head in.
Oh, it's awful. I tune right out of that stuff. I don't cope at all well with the outrage.
Yeah.
Culture, though. I mean, that's a whole different story. There probably needs to be a bit of it to get attention. I don't know. And some people, that's how they learn. But I get it. I don't deal with it well. I deal with it the way Sarah does, just gently. Yeah. And I think by the sounds of it, the way all of us do here. Now, one last question before we get on to a wrapping up, and I'm going to start with you, Sarah. I'm going to start with you because I think you work for the people who are the answer, one of the answers to this question. Who's doing it well? Who is doing disability journalism well? Now, I'm a massive ABC fan, have been ever since I was a child, and ABC, of course, have, for those of you who are not Australian and don't know, or are Australian and don't watch ABC, the fabulous Naz Campanella, who I have to say, in my experience growing up watching ABC, you know, I'm such a fangirl of Naz. She is aspirational. You get to see Naz and you think, I want to be. That's who I want to be. And now we're going to see Sarah Richards too on ABC and say, that's who I want to be. And there's also Kurt, and there is, well, you've got, and the ABC has disabled journalists reporting on and telling stories of things, all sorts of things, not necessarily disability. So certainly as a consumer, in my view, the ABC is someone who's doing it well. But
Yeah,
you, Sarah, what do
I
you
would
think?
agree.
Who's doing it well?
I think, yeah, the ABC in Australia has been making a big effort for representation. I know in the morning show, they have someone also in a wheelchair. He's from South Australia, and he's been doing segments for them as well. Yeah. So I think it's been really exciting to see that. And he's been doing stories not related to disabilities. And I think that's also a crucial thing, just that low levels of inclusion. Like, I work on the national news online, and I haven't really touched too many stories about people with disabilities. I've been doing all sorts of different things, same like any other producer. So I've been very grateful, and just how they're very cautious with how they are representing people and their voices that are being heard. It's just something that I know that they're very aware of and wanting to continue to improve on, because I don't think we'll ever achieve like utopia with it. So it's good to have organizations constantly being aware and wanting to improve on.
Absolutely. And I have to say, for those of you who don't know the ABC, they are funded by the government, so they're not commercial, which I think makes a difference. But also historically, ABC, you know, on Play School, they had, I've forgotten her name now, I loved her, but the lady on Play School who was deaf, and they're very good with, you know, different, they're good at inclusion, full stop. They've always been ahead of the game. It's not like, I don't feel that ABC has ever reacted to, you know, thinking, oh gosh, we need more, you know, diverse sexuality, we need more diverse, you know, people culturally, we need more diversity disability wise. I feel like that is actually all the way along for all different kinds of inclusiveness. That ABC is built around that. It's very important to them. So I guess it's no wonder they're getting it right for disability, I guess is what I'm saying. They're not reacting to, wow, we have to include disability now. How do we do that? So that's what I see from the ABC. Charlotte, who do you think is getting it right?
Well, in the UK, I mean, I think with broadcasting, it's much easier for them to get it right because you're actually seeing the people on the screen. So we have a really great journalist here called Sean Dilley. He did Panorama, and now he's the Home Affairs correspondent for BBC. So he's actually, you know, he's absolutely brilliant. I think, yeah, the broadcasting are doing it really well, but I think I would actually say, as much as I love Sky, and I'm not going to be biased here, but I think the people who are doing it best that I have personally come across are the journalists who I've met in person and who I felt instantly accepted by. And I would say those journalists that I've come across in the UK are from newspapers. I don't know if it's in broadcasting, we're a bit more corporate and we're a bit more, you know, less time to chat. But I think when I was, you know, I was that annoying work experience kid, do you know what I mean? And they just made me feel so welcome, you know, I was 16, 17, and they were just, I've never felt as accepted as I have in tabloid newspapers in particular, but newspapers in general. The Mirror, you know, absolutely fantastic, and the Telegraph and the Mail. But I think where that comes from is the people. If they are accepting of disabled people in their daily lives, in accepting work experience, school, teenagers, and also apprentices and graduates, I think if they're accepting, that's going to reflect in their journalism. So I think it really comes from the yeah, the people who are behind it, really.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks, Charlotte. And of course, it may not be outwardly obvious who is who's there may be organisations who are trying to get people in decision-making roles inside. Just because you don't see disabled journalists at the forefront doesn't necessarily mean there's not good stuff going on behind the scenes, although it usually is reflected outwards, isn't it? You should be able to see it from the outside as well. Lisa, who's doing it well?
Well, it's already been mentioned, but ABC is doing a fantastic job. So I wish it wasn't such a short list, but unfortunately it is at the moment. With regard to mainstream media channels, it is the ABC, but hopefully we can come back to you in the near future with a much longer list. But yeah, there are a few more over here in Australia who are doing it well in fashion and places like that. But as a general rule, I think Nikki and I have spoken before about the fact that Australia tends to be a few years behind the likes of the UK and the America and places like that.
Yeah, interestingly, I tried to get somebody on this panel from the US, and I just could not quite find the right person. I couldn't find someone with a disability, and the people who I felt had a really good background who would, because I thought I actually really wanted somebody without a disability on the panel too, who was perhaps kind of quite high or been in the industry a long time. That they felt uncomfortable that they shouldn't be speaking about it, wasn't their expertise. I really thought we'd have someone from America. So hopefully we will next year. I'm not a huge consumer of American journalism, so I don't know. I don't know who's doing it well in the States, but yeah. Thank you so much, ladies. Now, I guess to sum up, what I would absolutely love for us to think about is, over the next 12 months between now and next year's NAS, is there anything that, what is a key thing that is doable in 12 months that might actually make a difference, that we four can actually kind of maybe work together on or put forward or approach people with? Or is there some key thing that might be really, that might take this forward and make it a more impressive conversation, make it a longer list next year, not just the ABC, not just the ABC in the Mirror. Charlotte, what do you think would be, if you could suggest one key thing that the industry could do within the next 12 months?
I think I would say the biggest focus is actually, I think it could have a massive impact on young women with disabilities, their body image and their mental health. I think it could be really quite powerful. Oh, sorry, that's my phone.
Charlotte, you like to work?
No. Yeah, I think the focus really needs to be on editorial personally.
Thanks, Charlotte. One of the key things that can happen that will help spread from there. So you've validated someone who largely lives in a fashion bubble there, Charlotte. Thank you. That's really interesting feedback from a proper journalist.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'll try.
Lisa, what do you think? Spread from there. So you've validated someone who largely lives in a fashion bubble there, Charlotte. Thank you. That's really interesting feedback from a proper journalist.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'll try.
Lisa, what do you think?
Following on from what you were saying, having more representation in front of and behind the camera. So yes, we need more journalists in front of the camera. So old saying, you can't be what you can't see, but or the behind the scenes work that's done to put stories together, be the camera person and all of the hundreds of things that go into making stories happen. So not just the anchor man or woman, but there's a lot of things that go into journalism other than the person writing the story. So looking at journalism more holistically in terms of how it can incorporate disability, because there are roles for disabled people that may not be perfect. Different disabilities, people sitting at a desk all day writing stories isn't perfect for certain disabilities and certain types of people. So I know Bus Stop Films down in Sydney, it's a film company, a production company, run entirely by people with intellectual disabilities. So look at incorporating those sorts of things into the production process. So that's my
yeah, absolutely. No, and I'm all for that. As you know, Lisa, I'm all for there needs to be people with lived experience of disability making decisions. They need to be in decision-making roles because they're not at the moment, and that's really important. So kind of that idea of don't just interview us, don't just tell stories about us, do that, but have us deciding what stories to look at and tell and how and why, and there's huge value in that. Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Sarah.
Kind of on the same line. I'd love to see more people with disabilities start studying journalism. I know from what from my observations and from the people I met, there wasn't anyone else in my cohort who was like me, and I did find that like a bit discouraging, like starting uni and not seeing anyone else. So I would love to see like more people like me, more diversity, because I'm being trained up to be in those positions, even if it's in communications and public relations as well, because that's really crucial.
Absolutely. I was actually going to ask you that right back at the beginning and got distracted. Were there any other disabled people in your cohort?
That I met, like I can't, because some people have invisible disabilities. So but anytime a student was doing a story about disability, my lecturers would go, oh, go ask Sarah, you can interview Sarah every single time. So I was like featured in like maybe 5, 6 each semester. I was happy to do it because I got to sit down with the journalism students and go, these are my rules and this is how you interview people with disabilities. And so just so that they could have that experience, I was more than happy to do that. But it was just like, come on, surely there's someone else you can ask. But yeah.
Excellent, thanks. So there's kind of two really key things there. One is clearly have people with disability not just in front of the camera and having stories told about them, but the ones deciding, some decision makers and editors in particular, and editors of women's magazines in particular and around women's health and sexuality, and more and students, more uni students, so incentives for uni students. All right, well, I being the little I love solution seeking. Being the little solution seeker I am, I'll send you an email with that in it and see what we can all do to encourage that in the next 12 months, because I'm sure we can put forward some voices to encourage those things. Thank you so much. Now, is there anything that you'd like to leave us with, Sarah?
Just nothing in particular, just representation's important, and just to make sure that we continue to strive for more representation, I think.
Lovely. Thanks, Sarah. Charlotte?
Yeah, no, I would just echo that. I can't think of a better way to say it, really.
Yep. Lisa?
I'll second that, and that every individual has a responsibility, whether it's something you post on Instagram or the person you hire, or whatever you're doing. We all individually have a responsibility to make this a more inclusive society for disabled people.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, ladies, for joining me. This feels incredibly important to me, and I get very excited about the future of journalism. It's in good hands. Look at you all. Hello, Varija.
Thank you so much for brilliantly moderating this, Nikki. I think there were some brilliant takeaway points. Representation, of course, being number one in terms of journalism, and something what I'd spoken to Charlotte even earlier, it has to be also in front of the camera, why just behind? Secondly, I think the other brilliant point that Sarah brought out, that media unfortunately has become so commercialized that they're just picking up stories that are more clickable and more shareable, and that is driving the narrative around disability, and in a very stereotypical way. And I think we need to go beyond that. And something what Lisa said, and something what you also said, is in the fashion magazines and the editors, they need to bring out the real stories and have a greater representation of disability, because they are the people who are actually creating perceptions in that space. So thank you so much for this brilliant contribution. I hope a lot of people in the media and in the journalistic sphere are listening to this, and probably we've tickled a few brains. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies. Thank you, Lisa and Sarah. I know it's late. You're probably starving and tired. Charlotte, thank you so much for getting up so early to do this. Have a great day today in your home office, and I will be in touch with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
A very warm welcome to all the attendees who have been with us throughout the entire first day of NAS, and also joining live from different time zones across the world here for the second edition of National Ability Summit. With my super activated brain cells after listening to today's sessions, this is Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, joined by my co-convener, Dr. Grishma Shah, at the end of the first day. For the benefit of friends who cannot see, I am Varija Bajaj, convener. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wearing spectacles these days. I have a wheaty skin tone and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing an orange dress with a black jacket against a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and right corner of my screen. Krishma, over to you.
Thank you, Varija. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Grishma Shah, and I have wheatish skin, and my brown hair is in a bun currently. I'm wearing a black jacket over a yellow dress. Wowza. What a first day, Varija. So we started off with tourism, and you know what? The travel bug bites everyone. And there are 195 countries in the world that we may want to visit when we do get bitten by the travel bug. With this panel, we learned that 46% of people over the age of 60 are already disabled, and that's a huge number. That's why it was necessary to do a panel on tourism in the first place. We had experts of tourism located in so many different parts of the world participate. And we learned that a part of the social value, it's also well documented that people with disabilities spend a lot more money than non-disabled travelers. So while destinations are geared up to make tourism and heritage sites accessible, what kind of infrastructures are there to make travel accessible? Varija?
You know, Grishma, this was a very personal panel for me because the challenge to take my parents out to any destination is huge, and it requires a lot of planning. So I totally love this panel, and I think the other connecting panel, accessible transport, very beautifully brought forth the challenges and what we can do to make the transport accessible. We learned affordable and reliable transportation allows people with disabilities access to important opportunities in education, employment, healthcare, housing, and community life. So in that sense, it's sort of the starting point of discussion for any inclusion. While Sri Lanka is high on tourism, it has less than even 10 vehicles that are accessible, which is shocking. But what was promising in this session was that Uber Access, which is currently only limited to Bangalore in India, is looking at expanding accessible transport for people with disabilities. And we, on behalf of Uber, urge organizations and sponsors working in this space to please connect with them. Very rarely we have spoken about accessible aviation, but now that we have families across the world, we need accessible solutions in aviations to let the wheelchairs go, you know, in the aircraft. And mind you, people on the wheelchair add a huge revenue. I'm hoping that innovations like flying disabled are in the air soon. Krishna.
Yeah, totally. And I think I read an article the other day about how a lot of wheelchairs get damaged in flight. So if there's a seat that accommodates a wheelchair, that would only help with flights and possible lawsuits to decrease.
Totally.
So speaking of things that entertain us, like travel, the panel on entertainment taught me that there's a lot of pride in saying the word disability. And unless people know that we have a disability, there aren't going to be waves in disability inclusion to make the world more accessible. It can actually open doors to accessibility tools which can help people like me thrive. Whether I'm a singer or an actor or any other type of artist, or even if I'm representing artists as a manager and entrepreneur. But Varija, some very close to home aha moments for me from this conversation were actually about potato peelers and text messaging too. Potato peelers were invented for people who have arthritis. Text messaging was created for the deaf. Accessibility isn't just for folks with disabilities. It's obviously for everyone to benefit from. And I know these days I text more than I call or potato peel. And I have the disability community to thank for that.
So aren't we all just temporarily abled bodies? It just brings us back to that point. Another interesting conversation was on inclusive education. Now the world has moved to absolute digitization and there's no escape from it. And post-COVID, absolutely not. The discussions brought out the concerns of industrial model of technology, which focuses on masses. You know, artificial intelligence pushes towards monoculture since everything works on algorithms, on majority. And that's where I think people with disabilities are sort of left out because they cannot be part of the masses. It pointed out that we must have greater research, hence greater data, to develop algorithms for people with disabilities. And I think that point of data ran through all the sessions, that it is very, very imperative. And I'm really looking forward to the session tomorrow on identity, which hopefully will cover that. Now, that's the best way to include them in the digital world. Now, higher education and skill development is definitely missing in India. But what we learned in this session from Egypt, that the new disability law in Egypt ensures a disability center in every university. Probably countries like India can adapt to that. Another interesting and valid point that the moderator of the session, Thomas, made was that all teachers should be trained on disability education. The future of inclusive education does not rely on just special educators, right, alone, but the whole teacher community. And I think that was a brilliant point to be made and should be looked into. I think another favorite session of mine, Grishma, was on disability inclusion in journalism. Again, you know, because that's the space as a fashion designer I'm fairly exposed to. Now, journalists create stories and therefore perceptions of people in the society. This was a female-dominated session, clearly brought out that there is maximum resistance from the fashion editors of publications. Although one exception I would proudly point out is this month's Femina India cover, which was winners of Paralympics posing just the way we would like to see them. Thank you, Femina, for leading the way. But mostly the panelists felt that for some reason, fashion magazines consider people with disabilities unattractive. I don't know why. I think that's a mystery. We are hoping to see more people with disabilities in front of the camera than behind the camera, maybe. The session also brought out the cliche narrative, which we've been speaking from the first edition, you know that, Grishma, and perceptions about people with disability that media is creating. Another very, a point that I never noticed, but media is picking stories that are more clickable and shareable, considering we are now totally digitized. Therefore, only inspirational stories are more clickable and more shareable, and that's the stories that media is creating about people with disabilities. There's so much more to their lives than just being inspirational. So through the session, we hope to change that narrative. What do you think?
I guess I'm so excited. I'm cutting you off. Sorry. But, you know, Varija, what I was going to say is that you're right. It's stories that teach us who we consider to be beautiful and worthy to do articles on or to be clickable. And who is it that's created these notions of beauty and worthy in the first place? It's us. We did it. So that means that we have the power to flip the script, to show that beauty comes in different forms and sizes and ways, and how beautiful it is to see examples of that, like you mentioned.
Absolutely. And there was this another session on sports, which was very interesting and enlightening, at least for me, because I feel that people with disabilities often face societal barriers. Now, sports can reduce that stigma. If people with disabilities play with people who don't have disabilities, it can change their perception, because they can then get to know what people with disabilities can or cannot do. We often hesitate to ask questions, but I think this interaction makes it more healthy for the narratives around disability to change. Patrick spoke about digital accessibility at Paralympics, and I have seen that, especially during the last Paralympics, that it has created a legacy and made sports more inclusive around the world. So once again, digital inclusion is the must. Maybe that's why we were so paranoid at, getting the accurate closed captioning at NAS that you can see at the bottom. Tony also brought out, that unlike other games like cricket or tennis, golf gives us more time for hand-eye coordination, and it's the friendliest game. Now, I never thought about that. Golf is the easiest and the therapeutic game, he says, for people with disabilities. And logically, yes, the competition is against one's own self and not another opponent who might be stronger than you. So I'm hoping that India does tee off in the space of golf, and bring people like Tony to come and coach the Indian golf coaches and introduce this game to people with disabilities.
Yeah. And, one of the things, Varija, that I've noticed about sports is that sports also teach us how to work together as a team. And that's a skill that helps us when we're professionals too. And to learn this at a young age, think about how better off we would be as professionals and just people in general if we knew at a young age that, disabilities is part of the human experience.
Totally. I loved your session on media, though.
Thank you. And speaking of media, what I learned from our panelists on the media panel was that everyone should have a quote. And I loved Gurpreet's quote, which is accessibility is everybody's job. And whether it's social media like LinkedIn or Twitter or traditional media like films and magazines and shows that we're streaming off of our smart whatevers on NBC Universal's platform, it's closed captioning that really helps us understand stories better. And that's an accessibility service. And it's probably why 80% of people who use closed captioning don't identify as people with disabilities, so that they understand what's going on in the story. Twitter, NBC Universal, LinkedIn are working so hard to support and champion accessibility, not only for their clients, but also for their employees and their employees' children and families. I learned about Twitter's initiative of Twitter Voices as a way to amplify voices. And LinkedIn has added live captioning to their live events and has launched several initiatives to employers while employing people with disabilities, like supporting workers with disabilities, LinkedIn coaches, digital accessibility employment. And NBC Universal has committed to auditioning actors with disabilities for their projects, to champion disability representation. As we talked about earlier, it's stories that teach us what our world will look like.
And it was a wonderful session, and I love the way you moderated and brought out just exactly what we wanted to know from these big organizations, because I think they're spearheading a lot of work in this space.
Yeah, for sure. And I learned a lot about emojis too, if you are a person with low vision or blind. So emojis are not as much fun as I thought they were. But before I hand off the baton to Varija, I would like to take a moment to thank all of those people that have worked so hard behind the scenes and around the clock for months to bring NAS to you. Our core team starts with Varija Bajaj, who is a well-known fashion designer with many, many, many apparel labels associated to her name. And she's also a dedicated disability advocate who teaches about 35 schools in India alone about adaptive clothing. Then we've got Dr. Nimish Desai, director and psychiatrist of Institute of Human Behavior and Sciences. Hardeep Rai, CEO of Kaleidoscope Group of Companies. Nikki Hind, founder of Blind Grit, and Irfan Habib, CEO of White Rose Lab. We also have a big thank you to say to our support team, Garima, Anjani Sharma, Nasreen, Pritam, Ankita, Bipasha, and Akshay Chavala. We truly are greater together.
Thank you, Grishma. And that brings us to the end of day one conversations at NAS. I'd like to take a moment to thank our supporters, Elasto India, one of the largest elastic manufacturing brand for shoes in India. Apart from several charitable initiatives, Elasto India has been involved in setting up eye checkup camps and supporting education for many students. They also run a charitable dispensary under Chandulal Jain Society. Voice of SAP is a global advocacy organization with a mission to redefine the idea of a disabled person. WhatsApp's flagship innovative approach with WhatsApp mobile app is now becoming public utility app for finding accessible places as well as empowering activism to create demand for accessibility. So do download WhatsApp mobile app to find accessible places around you. Sakhi. Sakhi is an Indian startup led by Riya Gulati, a 16-year-old 11th class student from TPS Allahabad, and Yash Jain from Agra, who is a 17-year-old tumor survivor. Isn't it rightly said that the new generation is more conscious about inclusivity? Sakhi, as the name suggests, works hand in hand like a friend to support the people with disabilities and marginalized to earn their living. They skill PWDs in creating eco-friendly products and help them find the right market at the right price. So do connect with them to empower more lives and their efforts to push those who are left behind. White Rose Labs is a technology solutions company focusing on cutting edge and affordable technologies. It is because of them that you are getting to see accurate closed captioning at the bottom of your screen. Thank you, White Rose Labs, for making us digitally accessible. I would like to also thank all the moderators and the panelists who joined us today and who will also be joining us tomorrow. Thanks to all of you for commenting, sharing, and liking the conversations. We urge you to talk, most importantly, ask and amplify this mission and conversations around disability. We will be joining you again tomorrow, 3rd December, 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Same place for our second day at the National Ability Summit. Till then, me and Grishma sign off, leaving you with a lot of thoughts to ponder upon.
I became disabled when I was 17 years old, and when I lost a job because of ableism in the entertainment industry, I realized that what I wanted to do was help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with disabilities and are different from you. The more perspective you bring to your company, the more innovative your product and solution will be.
I'm also someone who's completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should lead. We should show the way. We should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now we create standardized, conformant learners when we need diverse perspectives and critical thinkers.
Disability inclusive employment. It is a critical component to disability inclusion in business in general.
I'm Australia's first blind fashion designer.
People living with disability are often excluded.
We are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit.
Please join our identity session during the National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of this journey with you at this year's National Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be at the National Ability Summit on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And I'm inviting you to the Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Please join me at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I'm looking forward to participating in the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I can't wait to see you there.